Where did the sacrifice go? What's going on? Did something go wrong? And the hostage had vanished. Suddenly, Kim Te Hun appeared behind him with chains of light in hand, striking at Narendra Nehru and catching him completely off guard. A fist wrapped in chains of light shot straight for Narendra Nehru. With his demonic eyes, Narendra Nehru watched the chains of light approach. Kim Te Hun's hand directed the chains, launching a powerful, direct assault. But Narendra Nehru was no pushover. He expertly dodged Kim Te Hun's attacks. Kim Te Hun closed the distance, pressing his assault with powerful punches and chains of light, ready to bind his foe. He retreated, dodging Kim Te Hun's blows. Narendra Nehru growled in fury, his face twisting into an even more ferocious snarl at being attacked like this. Seeing Narendra's expression, Kim Te Hun smirked in satisfaction. Kim Te Hun's entire body began to glow even brighter. Got you now. Suddenly, a sound came from behind Narendra Nehru. Something was sprouting from his back. A tentacle with 3 yellow eyes and razor-sharp teeth emerged. Its mouth could even spew fire, casting ferocious, scorching orange flames. Seeing this, Kim Te Hun's eyes shot wide open, his pupils shrinking in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening. Unbelievable. It wasn't just one, but multiple tentacles sprouting from Narendra Nehru's back. With their sharp eyes, they opened their fang-filled maws to create massive fireballs, completely obliterating the chains of light that were surrounding Narendra Nehru. A massive explosion erupted with billowing black smoke and raging fire, sending debris flying everywhere. Kim Te Hun managed to dodge the blast, landing on one knee as he stared into the chaos. In the heart of the raging inferno stood a shadowy figure whose face was obscured, its writhing tentacles aimed right at him. Is that another monster behind him? How can he be this powerful? He stood perfectly still within the intense blaze, completely unharmed, as if he and the flames were one and the same. Are you Kim Te Hun, the S-rank awakener? Are you here to save us? Voices called out from behind him. Kim Te Hun froze and turned his head. It was them, the hostages, captured by Narendra Nehru. They looked at Kim Te Hun as if he were their savior. Seizing the chance, they rushed frantically toward him, desperate to be saved. Untie us, hurry, or those thugs will come back. If you save us, we'll give you any amount of money. Before they could finish, Kim Te Hun waved a hand, using his chains of light to lift them into a floating circle of white light. Too noisy. I'm losing focus. Suddenly lifted into the air, they screamed in terror. Just then, Kim Te Hun sensed something moving towards him. Kim Te Hun glanced upwards. Bizarre demonic beasts with sharp claws and glowing red eyes. They were diving down from above, straight for him. As the terrifying beasts hit the ground, the spot where Kim Te Hun had been standing erupted in a blinding flash of light that shot skyward, sending earth and rock flying. The beasts, still confused, scanned the dust cloud with their glowing red eyes, searching for where Kim Te Hun was hiding. While they were still searching, before they could even get a clear look, overlapping flashes of light streaked past their eyes. These were the slashes from the razor-sharp blade Kim Te Hun now held as he launched his attack on the beasts. Kim Te Hun leaped into the air, his sharp blade and powerful chains of light at the ready. The monsters below were sliced into pieces by Kim Te Hun's blade, their parts flying everywhere. That sinewy hand, appeared once more. In the air, Kim Te Hun looked like a demon himself, a terrifying spectral skull floating above him as he gazed down at the shredded monsters. Another monster on a higher level went berserk, baring its sharp fangs, its glowing red eyes becoming even more terrifying. They let out furious growls. A hairy beast with 2 pairs of glowing eyes shrieked, a sound straight from hell. The sound it made grew louder and more sinister, just like its eyes. To his shock, the monsters Kim Te Hun had just sliced to pieces suddenly revived, now even more ferocious as they lunged at him once again. Kim Te Hun, not expecting such a turn of events, could only stare wide-eyed and exclaim, "What the?" With a massive boom, another explosion went off, and Kim Te Hun was nowhere to be seen. Where he had just been standing, only a thick cloud of black smoke remained. Both Narendra Nehru, watching from above, and the monsters who had just attacked, stared at the thick cloud of black smoke before them. From his high vantage point, Narendra Nehru finally spoke. "Well now, you didn't get cocky and think you'd already beaten me, did you? I'm sure you're aware of my demon contract skill, aren't you? This skill summons based on a sacrifice, and of course, I have no interest in summoning some weak little demonic monsters," Narendra gloated. He was so satisfied with his demon contract skill. He believed it was the most powerful skill, one that no one could possibly resist. This confidence was written all over his face, in his smug smile. Those monsters were all S-rank equivalents, and now they were even getting a boost from his skill. Empowered by Narendra Nehru, the monsters grew even more ferocious, charging at Kim Te Hun, who was struggling to fend them off. With my mana shared among them, they've evolved to a much higher level of power. The monsters attacked Kim Te Hun with increasing frenzy. He was already losing stamina, just trying to resist them. The monsters had evolved. Narendra Nehru kept pouring more power into them, pushing them to attack Kim Te Hun faster and harder. Kim Te Hun couldn't hold on any longer. He was slammed hard into the stone floor, cracking a large section of it. "I'll give you credit for defeating that bastard Rio," Narendra Nehru said, watching Kim Te Hun take the hit and slowly fall, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh red blood. "But against me, you're destined to fail." Narendra Nehru wore a smug expression, certain he had defeated Kim Te Hun. An S-rank awakened. Another loud explosion erupted, sending black smoke and debris flying everywhere. The hostages stared towards the massive explosion, only to see the monsters charging into the rising black smoke. "It's not good. He's been defeated." The bound hostages cried out in unison, panicking. They thought Kim Te Hun had been beaten. One of them screamed in frustration, "I told him to save us first, but he didn't listen. Now look what happened. If he'd saved us, at least he'd have some backup against those monsters." "You're mistaken." The voice of a middle-aged man, also tied up, rang out, causing everyone to look at him in surprise. He said to the other captives, "Look, thanks to him, the monsters have left us alone." He's drawn all of their attention. It was only then that everyone realized all the monsters and the masked men were no longer paying them any mind, focusing solely on attacking Kim Te Hun. He's at a disadvantage, but he isn't running away. Maybe he's doing it to buy time until other guilds can come and rescue us. With the last of his strength, Kim Te Hun persisted, fighting back against the monsters surrounding him with the dagger in his hand. After hearing the man's analysis, the bound hostages looked at Kim Te Hun, their faces filled with disbelief at his actions. The middle-aged man continued in a firm voice, "All the hostages that old geezer captured for his ritual, that kid has already freed them all." He recalled the image of the hostages, hung high by chains, about to be sacrificed. At that moment, he could no longer contain himself, and his whole body trembled. Hot tears streamed from his eyes. He choked out, "So." His plan from the start was to deliberately attack and draw the monster's attention, just so we could be safe? Kim Te Hun was now covered in wounds, his body drenched in blood, but he still forced himself to hold his dagger and fight on. The bound hostages felt a deep sense of shame for their selfishness, for only thinking of themselves. They cried out, I didn't understand." "Hang in there, Kim Te Hun. We believe you can win." To give Kim Te Hun more strength, the only thing they could do was shout encouragement for him. Just like that, the chains of light appeared again, stronger than before, wrapping tightly around the monsters' necks. They struggled to escape the chains attacking them. Kim Te Hun counterattacked. He leaped into the air and used the chains binding the monsters to finish them off with one powerful blow. Kim Te Hun's eyes widened as he roared, "All right, stop shouting like that. The monsters are going to turn on you." The hostages froze, realizing something was wrong, that they might have just done something incredibly stupid. One of them uttered, "Huh?" Narendra Nehru stood nonchalantly, observing the terrifying, fire-breathing tentacle, watching the battle as a horde of giant monsters prepared to advance on Kim Te Hun. The grievously injured man stood on the corpses of the monsters he'd just fought, still forcing himself to fight on. Kim Te Hun didn't flinch. He roared at them, "You damn monsters. I don't care how strong you are, I will defeat every last one of you. So come on, bring it all on." The bound hostages, witnessing this, could only scream in panic and worry. "Kim Te Hun, be careful." Narendra Nehru let out a loud, satisfied laugh, his evil cackle echoing through the chamber. He mocked, My, such heroic sentiment." Kim Te Hun's face was drenched in blood, but his gaze remained resolute as he yelled, "Hang on, Wong, this battle will be over soon. You can do it." Narendra Nehru's dark eyes suddenly froze when he heard what Kim Te Hun had said. Narendra Nehru looked towards the doorway, where a figure had just appeared. Who was that? He was stunned to see someone standing there. Huh? When did that bastard show up? Without making Kim Te Hun wait, Park Yuang revealed his skill as a light began to glow from the palm of his hand. Model. Blinding flashes of light. Park Woong focuses all his strength into his ultimate skill, shouting to Kim Te Hun, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll do it right now." The scene shifts to Isaka Ryo, who is bound by chains of light. He lies on a pile of rubble, covered in injuries, his mouth agape. Park Woong is stunned to see Isaka Ryo in such a pathetic state. In disbelief, Park Woong points at the fallen Isaka Ryo and looks at Kim Te Hun, asking quizzically, Mr. Kim Te Hun, what is all this? They were that bastard Naru's men. They infiltrated the security team, so I just took them down. Kim Te Hun calmly replies to Park Woong's question. Their footsteps hurry along as they advance, discussing the current situation while they move. I can't believe I was only gone for a moment and things turned out like this. Alright, now's not the time for that. We've already taken over the gate management room. That scumbag was just using people as hostages to summon the monsters inside. Kim Te Hun analyzes the situation in detail for Park Woong. Right now, we need to deal with both the monsters and those thugs. The thugs are the easy part. Kim Te Hun glances at Park Woong and says, but if we ignore the monsters, the hostages will be in danger. The hostages are bound and kneeling, watched over by glowing red eyes. In the worst-case scenario, they'll all die. Hearing Kim Te Hun's analysis, a panicked Park Woong doesn't know what to do and hurriedly asks, so what do we do now? Kim Te Hun calmly replies, this is where your skills come in. Park Woong is even more surprised to hear his skills mentioned. He stammers, my gate control skill. You mean me? I know how to control gates, but the tricky part is, I need to know a gate's exact location to control it properly. You mean, connecting the gates to call other guilds for help? Park Woong asks doubtfully, skeptical about using his skill to control the gate. Kim Te Hun's face turns serious. Not exactly. What I want. Park Woong waits expectantly to hear Kim Te Hun's plan is to eliminate the monsters. And just like that, multiple gates are controlled and forced open, emitting a blinding light. These gates begin to shine even brighter. The monsters are pulled powerfully into the gates, unable to resist, only letting out guttural growls. The power of the gates intensifies, pulling in more and more monsters. Watching from above, Narendra Nehru can't believe the incredible power of the gates. What? Why did it have to appear? He erupts in fury, roaring. What the hell is happening? The gate grows larger and larger, forming a huge, dark vortex with terrifying power. The gate had sucked in a massive number of monsters. As Park Woong steps out from a portal, he looks up, his eyes wide with stunned thoughts. He said before that he'd open gates to suck the monsters away. But I was a little doubtful it would actually work. Then, Park Woong's face breaks out in a sweat as he stares wide-eyed, thinking, but now, I'm a complete believer. Park Woong stands behind Kim Te Hun, who stands tall and imposing before the gate he has opened. Park Woong's mind is still racing. Now that the monsters have been sucked away, all that's left is that bastard Nehru. He can definitely defeat him and save everyone. Then, Kim Te Hun slightly turns his head and calls out, hey, Park Woong. He's startled by Kim Te Hun's words. You've now completed your mission of opening the gate here. It's pretty dangerous for you here now, so take everyone and run. Quickly. He hastily replies, what? His calm demeanor vanishes as he raises his voice. What do you mean by that? I can fight too. But Kim Te Hun remains perfectly calm, turning away with a smile as he says, your job here is done. That scumbag is also an S rank. So, he's a bit out of your league. You should go, now. With that, Kim Te Hun stomps his foot down hard, shattering the floor. Suddenly, the atmosphere crackles with tension as his opponents appear. Kim Te Hun, gripping two steel wires, looks towards them and says to Park Woong, if I'm going to focus on defeating him, I won't have time to protect you and the others. Narendra Nehru is already in front of him, roaring, Kim Te Hun. He clasps his hands together, smiling at Nehru. All right, I hear you. Bring it on. Standing behind them, Park Woong can't help but worry, and he quickly begins to evacuate everyone. He yells, everyone, follow my lead. This way. Kim Te Hun glances back, a hint of concern on his face. He says, good. It looks like everyone has started to evacuate. Then he looks up at the man and says, now, it's just me and that bastard. He immediately rushes forward with all his might. He dashes past, glancing at the man before stopping in front of Narendra Nehru. The man, looking eager for a fight, charges forward, saying, you've got some nerve. You think just because we're both S ranks our power is the same? Then, Narendra Nehru holds out his hand as flames erupt around him, and he booms. Let's see how you plan to fight against this. A stream of fire shoots out in the direction Narendra Nehru points. He points directly at Kim Te Hun, directing the flames straight towards him, and says, a brat like you is going to die here today. That's a certainty. Then, the flames reach him, forcing him to shield his head. And the fire explodes. Boom, from the ground. He thrust his hands towards him. Two demons with sharp, wicked teeth growled. He sneered. Even if you managed to save those hostages and sucked all my monsters into that gate, Kim Te Hun was on his knees now, wounded by the man's power. Blood spewed from his mouth. The man continued, "But nothing you've done will help you defeat me." He raised his hands, summoning beasts with a terrifying aura, and spoke to the kneeling hero. "This battle will still end in my victory." Kim Te Hun sat silently amidst the rubble the man had created, enduring his curses. "You dare test my patience and blaspheme against the divine. Therefore, your end." Then Narendra Nehru's eyes glowed red as he snarled, "Will be to become a sacrifice for me." The monsters behind him glared at Kim Te Hun, their eyes burning bright red. Suddenly, Kim Te Hun slowly stood up, smirked, and said, "You wretched old man. You talk way too much, Narendra Nehru." Kim Te Hun's face was smeared with blood, but he was still smiling as he spoke. "You think I'm just going to die like this? Think again." Hearing this, Narendra Nehru's eyes widened. Then, Kim Te Hun held out his hand, and a red aura swirled around it. This mysterious red power shot straight towards the old man, causing everything on his side to break apart, piece by piece. They were slowly sucked into Kim Te Hun's ferocious power. Narendra Nehru stood there, confused, and roared as he looked up. "What?" He looked at Kim Te Hun, who was merely holding out one hand. As the power grew, he thought, is this brat only now revealing his full strength, so he was hiding his true power? But then, Narendra Nehru laughed, making Te Hun look up from channeling his power, wondering what he was doing. Narendra Nehru spread his arms wide, laughing hysterically, and none of the energy dared to approach him. Refusing to be defeated, Narendra Nehru clasped his hands together to summon his own power and said, "Kim Te Hun, even if you hide your strength, you'll still become my sacrifice. I'll make good use of that body of yours. You understand?" He continued, "In this battle, you thought you were the only one hiding your true power, didn't you?" This statement stunned Kim Te Hun. "Huh?" Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a corner, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He looked as if he'd seen something terrifying. His hand was still outstretched, channeling power, but his head had turned to the right. There, he saw some of the hostages he had rescued. They were shocked to find themselves here, saying, "Ah, how did?" Then they screamed. Horrifyingly, one of their bodies was being burned to ash, and their agonizing cries began to echo. Kim Te Hun, still not understanding what was happening, watched in shock and asked, "What is going on?" Their blood was now gathering behind Narendra Nehru, forming a shape like a red wine glass as he chanted a spell. "Now, all offerings will be presented to the divine." The chalice of blood grew larger with his incantations. "I offer this to the Great One." The air was now filled only with Narendra Nehru's terrifying prayers. "Aid your disciple. Punish those who scorn your faith." Kim Te Hun looked up, appearing bewildered and terrified. Narendra Nehru's hands remained clasped as he bowed his head and chanted, and a green power began to emerge, spreading everywhere. It completely covered Kim Te Hun's red aura. A beast created from his power bared its treacherous maw, ready to strike. And this was the S-rank bone dragon. This was all happening in one of the city's tallest skyscrapers, causing a massive plume of smoke to appear in the sky, billowing out from the building. The beautifully constructed skyscraper, once covered in glass, now had a corner of its windows completely shattered from the fight. Park Gun-woo was at the head of the rescued hostages, and in front of them stood a group of robbers. Both Park Gun-woo and the others were terrified, sweating profusely, but he still spoke to reassure them. "Those damn robbers aren't all dead yet. They were waiting for us out here." The robbers held weapons over their shoulders, wearing masks that only showed their eyes. Their leader spoke, "How did these people escape from the boss's area? Something bad must have happened in there." The others chimed in. "All right, well, they're just a bunch of civilians. We can take care of them easily. Nice and easy." The moment he finished speaking, the robbers suddenly cried out in pain, clutching their faces, and even vomiting blood. Park Gun-woo and the others stood there, stunned and confused, as they watched the robbers slowly turn to ash. Before they died, they managed to get a few words out. "What? What's happening to our bodies?" Then they screamed hysterically. Park Gun-woo frowned and looked up, confused and afraid. Suddenly, rubble began to fall from the ceiling onto where they were standing, sending them into a panic. They wondered, "What's going on?" He looked out the window and saw chunks of debris falling everywhere. He shouted, "What the hell is happening here?" This intense shaking. Park Gun-woo was screaming in desperation. "What is it?" Back with the two fighters, Kim Te Hun was now at a disadvantage as the S-rank bone dragon charged at him. It knocked him into the air. He fell deeper and deeper, and the beast drew closer and closer, getting closer. Kim Te Hun plummeted down with the debris, racked with pain. Standing above, Narendra Nehru unleashed a blue flame that engulfed the entire floor and let out a booming laugh. Then, he roared, "So it really is true. When it comes to the power of mythical beasts, dragons are in a class of their own, aren't they? As Kim Te Hun continued to fall, he gritted his teeth and thought, this is bad. Suddenly, a chain wrapped around his arm, then shot out and smashed into the building's glass facade, shattering it instantly. The chain pulled taut, punching a massive hole where it hit. It created a gaping hole leading straight out into the vast sky, and he felt himself being pulled towards it. Kim Te Hun desperately dug his feet in, trying to stay grounded. His whole body dropped flat, his face just inches from the floor as his hands braced against the surface. He struggled to look up, panting heavily as he said, just what kind of power does this monster have? Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open, his brow furrowed as he realized something. Right in front of him was the monster, radiating a terrifying blue energy. It lunged straight for his face, but in that instant, his mind seemed to slow to a crawl. Narendra Nehru, riding atop the beast, charged at Kim Te Hun, ramming into him and sending him flying backward. He slammed into the building wall, blasting a massive hole through it. Then, with a deafening scream, Kim Te Hun was thrown outside along with chunks of the shattered wall. Kim Te Hun was flung outside, but the beast and Narendra Nehru had no intention of letting him go, shouting, "Now, die, you foolish bastard." With his power returned, Kim Te Hun flew into a rage, charging forward and screaming, "You!" Kim Te Hun thrust his hand towards Narendra Nehru and the monster, unleashing a power that seemed to overwhelm the creature. He yelled, "You think you can beat me just because you have that dragon?" Not to be outdone, the monster quickly opened its maw, answering Kim Te Hun with a colossal blast of energy. The immense power rushed towards him once more. For a moment, he was frozen by its terrifying magnitude. Instantly, the power erupted, causing a massive explosion that shook the heavens, the earth, and the vast ocean. Everything was shattered into tiny fragments, flying amidst the chaos. Narendra Nehru and his beast flew straight through the destruction, surrounded by a tide of green energy that covered everything. Standing atop his beast, he remarked, "Truly unexpected." Narendra Nehru looked over at Kim Te Hun, who was now pinned to a wall by his arms and legs, and said, "To think you could survive an attack like that." The same chains from before were now wrapped around his limbs, pinning him to the wall. After such a fierce battle, he was still alive, but utterly exhausted, lifting his head to pant for breath. Now, Kim Te Hun's head hung low as he was suspended against the wall. He growled with frustration and resentment. Nehru shared the sentiment, thinking, "This bastard." He was like a tiny fixture pinned to the side of the massive building. Before him, the S-rank Bone Dragon and Narendra Nehru stood watching. His mind seethed with resentment. He's too strong, especially with the demons and that bone dragon he summoned. With my S-rank power, I should be his equal on paper. Kim Te Hun opened one eye, lifting his head slightly. But it seems the gap between us is just too wide. The thoughts continued to race through his mind. But wait, if he had to make a sacrifice to get a bone dragon like that, there must be some kind of limitation to his power. Nehru's back came into view, revealing a black void and his hands, which were bulging with pulsing veins. Kim Te Hun focused on Nehru's bulging veins, thinking, if there wasn't a drawback, he'd be invincible among the S-ranks. Kim Te Hun lifted his head and stared straight at Narendra Nehru, thinking, I have to find the weakness in this power of his and find a way to counterattack, fast. Suddenly, Nehru started to laugh. Narendra Nehru looked down from his perch and said, for a bastard like you who dares to look down on the divine, I've already figured out your little plan. You get it? This comment left Kim Te Hun completely bewildered. Then, Narendra Nehru smirked and continued, right now, you're feeling utterly helpless because you know you can't defeat me. So, you're biding your time, looking for my weakness. So, hearing this, Kim Te Hun's face filled with anxiety, his brow furrowing as he broke out in a cold sweat. Narendra Nehru went on, I understand really. You're a sharp one, I'll give you that. But then, Narendra Nehru suddenly let out a massive roar, and the power he released shook the very heavens around them. But do you really think your little scheme has any chance of succeeding now that I've seen right through it? That horrifying wave of power once again flooded the entire space. Narendra Nehru and the S-rank Bone Dragon flew towards the building where Kim Te Hun was pinned, unleashing that destructive power. At that moment, pure panic and terror filled Kim Te Hun as he let out a loud scream. Hearing the scream, everyone inside the building, including Park Gun-woo, ran out with worried faces to see what was happening. When they got a clearer look, their faces contorted in absolute. It turned out the S-rank Bone Dragon had located the hostages and was now charging straight towards them. Taking cover, Narendra Nehru once again unleashed that same power on the building, sending rubble flying everywhere. Meanwhile, At the main headquarters, which was illuminated by spotlights from all four sides, the coordinators were in a panic. Someone shouted urgently, "Everyone, hurry up! The emergency connection gate to the Dawn auction house is complete." All the VIPs were already lined up neatly, standing before a large, circular portal of light. Following the coordinator's signal, they shouted, "Focus up, we need to get there. The priority mission is to rescue the hostages first." The lead female coordinator, sweating profusely with anxiety, held a walkie-talkie in one hand while pressing a screen with the other. She said in a panic, "But right now, only the South Korean side has managed to connect to the gate." The person in charge of this rescue mission was Captain Mak Sung-jin, an experienced S-class player. But even so, they would still face many unpredictable dangers that couldn't be foreseen. Mak Sung-jin stood at the head of the team, hands in his pockets, and said calmly, "It's fine." He then continued, "We've already obtained some information on the crooks over there. I need to get there quickly to rescue everyone." This statement made the female coordinator's eyes widen with a mix of surprise and worry, leaving her speechless. Mak Sung-jin then roared an order to his entire team. "Everyone, move out to the Dawn auction house, now." He turned his head halfway, shouting fiercely, "These demonic bastards will pay for their actions today." The people behind him were ready to follow his command. Inside, all the hostages had collapsed. Just then, Bak Gan-won, his head bleeding and his body covered in other wounds, suddenly regained consciousness. His body ached all over. He struggled to open his eyes and see what was happening in front of him. Before Bak Gan-won was a massive explosion with a blinding flash of light. Kim Te Hun was already standing there. He held out both hands, blocking the wave of power that was approaching everyone, which made Bak Gan-won jolt upright. He feared for Kim Te Hun's life. He rushed forward, shouting, "Kim Te Hun." At that moment, Kim Te Hun roared as he single-handedly fought against the blast. With his strength, he managed to forcefully push the energy blast away from Narendra Nehru and his beast. But Narendra Nehru refused to back down, laughing loudly as he said, "This was your choice." The bone dragon then opened its maw, unleashing another blast of power. Narendra Nehru then looked down proudly and spoke, "If you want to save everyone, then sacrifice yourself in the bone dragon's hellfire." Bak Gan-won, watching from behind, saw him once again having to block that immense power all by himself. It seemed that Bak Gan-won didn't even have the strength to stand, only able to shout advice at, "Kim Te Hun, run. You've already done more than enough. Besides, you don't need to push yourself any further. If you fall, none of us will be able to escape anyway. So just save yourself and get out of here." Before he could finish, it seemed Kim Te Hun was in trouble. Struck by their blast of power, he screamed in pain, but a single thought remained in his mind, "I just have to endure." Facing the ferocious beast that was still radiating power, he didn't lose his resolve. "It's impossible to face that bastard Nehru while he's controlling the bone dragon. Like I thought before, I need to wait until his weakness is revealed. Only then can I turn the tables." Up above, Narendra Nehru continued to laugh arrogantly. Kim Te Hun stood there, exerting all his strength to block the attack and protect everyone, thinking, "I may be on the defensive right now, but its power just keeps getting stronger and stronger." A powerful thought surfaced in his mind. "I can't give up. Everyone here still needs my protection." His face was filled with the determination and strength to withstand this massive wave of energy. His eyes glowed crimson as he thought, "I can hold on for a little longer, but this isn't the best solution. Think, find a way, fast." The strongest thought in his head right now was how to save everyone. Suddenly, a trembling voice sounded beside him. "Looks like you could use a little help." Upon hearing that, his body seemed to freeze. Kim Te Hun, confused, quickly turned his head to look. He saw Bak Gan-won struggling to crawl towards him. Bak Gan-won looked up at him, his face full of questions. Kim Te Hun looked back and thought, "What was that voice?" Suddenly, a notification appeared. The power of Predation is being recalibrated. Both of his hands suddenly blazed with a power that left him completely baffled. His hands were now surging with even more strength. The notification read, "Predation rank has increased to A rank." The messages continued, "Because you cannot yet control this new power, your body is in an overloaded state." A new wave of power surged around him, making him grit his teeth in discomfort. He said to his own body, "What is this?" The rank flashed again, Predation S-rank. Upgrading again, Predation SS-rank. He couldn't even keep his eyes open. Grok! Narendra Nehru, standing on his beast, looked down and furrowed his brow. Even he was confused. He looked down and said, "What in the world is happening?" His red power is spreading across the entire area, overwhelming the power of that bone dragon. The rank has been raised once more. Predation SSS. At that moment, Kim Te Hun was overflowing with brilliant red power, and the notification windows kept appearing. Predation is at its highest state. Your body is being overloaded. Then, his body exploded with toned, bulging muscles as he screamed out in agony. Thoughts still ran through his mind. So, predation has reached its highest level. Does this mean the Emperor temporarily granted me this power? That body suddenly smiled. So many thoughts were running through his head. But right now, his body couldn't control this immense power. His arm, like a great boulder, began to crack and splinter apart, and he thought, I'm shattering. Am I going to die like this? His leg began to crack in the same way, while thoughts continued to race through his mind. I've already tried my best this time. Kim Te Hun's mind was still racing, but everything had finally reached its limit. But I can't accept falling like this. His body, too, began to slowly crumble away. The pain made him scream his lungs out. By now, his entire body had cracked apart, leaving only his torso. The immense pain caused him to slowly collapse. Kim Te Hun fell, his face planting straight into the ground. Narendra Nehru watched from above, thinking, has he finally submitted? Kim Te Hun's wave of power was so immense that Narendra Nehru had to shield his eyes, even from up there, as he pondered. But that terrifying power, right before he fell. What the hell was something so monstrous? Kim Te Hun had now collapsed to the ground, and Narendra Nehru was absolutely certain in his mind. But no matter what, this is my victory. A lot of blood flowed from Kim Te Hun's body. The man stood there, still thinking about his condition. Perhaps he pushed some potential within his body far beyond its limit. But in the end, unable to withstand that power, his body exploded, and he collapsed. Narendra Nehru's thoughts continued. He definitely won't be able to get up again. With a look of clear annoyance, Narendra Nehru said, in the end, you were just a blasphemer of the gods. Narendra Nehru remained above, shouting, this is the result of opposing me. No matter how hard you struggled, your only end was death. Then, Narendra Nehru and his beast approached him. Suddenly, the beast's limbs began to fall apart. The claws from before fell off and scattered below. This left Narendra Nehru utterly confused, with no idea what was happening. The stone spikes on Narendra Nehru's body seemed to be falling off, causing him to look down and see Kim Te Hun steadily getting to his feet. Narendra Nehru's gaze shifted, filled with anxiety. Another beast had appeared, radiating brilliant red power. It was several times larger than his bone dragon. The red beast was just as menacing as it opened its mouth, unleashing a ferocious power. It roared as it advanced toward Narendra Nehru. Standing on his bone dragon, Narendra Nehru looked up, filled with anxious confusion. What is this? Kim Te Hun's voice, now sounding somewhat different, suddenly spoke up. Heh, a god, you say? Narendra Nehru stood there, completely baffled. Kim Te Hun stood with his head down and said, what does a god mean to me? Narendra Nehru stood there, looking on in fear and bewilderment. Now drenched in sweat, he stared and spoke. You bastard. You're not that bastard Kim Te Hun, he screamed. Who the hell are you? Looking at the man wielding that terrifying power, he yelled, how can you possess such ultimate power? This is impossible. Then, Kim Te Hun held out his hand, overflowing with power, and spoke. As for that, you can go ask that god you worship down in hell. Before he even finished the sentence, he unleashed a horrifyingly immense power. He said, you are going to die right now. Narendra Nehru's face tensed up, sweating as he said, what? Narendra Nehru was immediately sliced apart by waves of his power, each part of his body falling in a different place. Kim Te Hun stood there, holding his hand out towards where Narendra Nehru was collapsing on his beast. A wave of power immediately filled the space, sweeping away everything, both him and his beast. The notification appeared again. You have learned a new skill. Pact with the devil has been memorized. In a silent, gloomy space where darkness enveloped everything, a sudden beam of light shone down on Kim Te Hun like a halo. Kim Te Hun stood silently amidst the bleak and terrifying scenery. He mumbled in confusion, but this is where that bastard Nehru and I were fighting. Suddenly, blazing red chains shot towards him from nowhere, looking as if they had just been heated to an extremely high temperature. Those chains rushed forward and wrapped tightly around him, restraining him and giving Kim Te Hun no chance to resist. In that situation, Kim Te Hun was truly panicked. Before he could even understand what was happening, a giant boulder hurtled out of nowhere, smashing straight into him with terrifying force. He was knocked flat. He hit the ground, spitting blood in absolute agony. Then, in his subconscious, he thought in bewilderment, was my stone skin skill nullified? What is happening to me? From somewhere, a pair of hands were doing something. In front of Te Hun, there appeared a mysterious and majestic giant statue. On the statue's head was a crown made of skulls, surrounded by blazing red streams of light, radiating a menacing energy. Te Hun writhed at the statue's feet, clearly feeling a terrifying power invading his body, making him scream in despair. Te Hun muttered in a panic, "My skill." How? In the midst of his delirium, a cold and cunning voice rang out. "Your skill? Your stone skin skill, you mean?" Hearing the mysterious man's voice, Kim Te Hun was dumbfounded. The man continued, "Those skills. How could you possibly say they're yours?" He replied in confusion. "Huh? If I absorb you right after this." A giant mouth resembling a dragon's appeared from a blazing red circle. A potential false awakening. That would surely be quite delicious, wouldn't it? The monster roared, charging towards Kim Te Hun with terrifying speed. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed with tension, his heart swelling with fear. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Te Hun jolted awake, his blankets and pillows flying everywhere. His entire body was drenched in sweat, his breathing ragged. But when he saw his surroundings, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Was it a dream?" The wounds weren't there. The hand that had been injured during the fight was now perfectly fine. What on earth is going on? Just then, Park Seong-jin walked in, holding a bag of pastries, and came over to check on Kim Te Hun. "Ah, you're finally awake." Te Hun was startled. He recognized the man in front of him as the awakened Park Seong-jin. Seong-jin asked, "Would you like something to eat?" As Seong-jin and Te Hun ate, they talked. "This is an apartment that the association and the auction house prepared for you. Basically, it's compensation, as well as a reward for helping them during the recent terrorist incident. During that incident, thanks to you, we were able to rescue all the hostages they captured. As for that S-rank awakened, he's already been brought to justice. It was a pretty major terrorist attack. Luckily, thanks to you, many people were able to survive. You passed out after that fight. Many friends and relatives came to visit you, but they've already left. Your family and that younger brother of yours cried their eyes out. The association director was worried sick. Couldn't sit still." Seong-jin recalled their expressions from that day. He couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Seeing his expression really cracked me up. Anyway, after the battle, we had you checked out. You can rest easy. There's nothing wrong. We didn't find any lasting effects on your body. I was worried you might have been affected by the demonic energy from fighting that Nehru guy, but everything's fine," Kim Te Hun stammered, sweating bullets. "But, for some reason, I've completely forgotten everything that happened at the auction house. My actions then, and even the bloody battle with Nehru. What happened back there? What about my fight?" Park Seong-jin replied, "Well, that's unexpected." Kim Te Hun responded, "Yeah." Park Seong-jin asked further, "Now that you mention it, I am curious, what exactly did happen to you back there?" Te Hun recalled the scene from that day. Park Gon-wook was on the ground with a look of fear in his eyes. In front of him stood a tall, burly young man with red hair. Te Hun continued his story. "When I was on the losing end against Nehru, something happened." Seong-jin immediately asked, "Then, who was the one who took him down?" Te Hun answered, "I can't explain it. When I passed out, the only person left at the scene was the awakened Park Gon-wook. At that moment, Park Gon-wook said, 'Mr. Te Hun, what's wrong? Say something.' Then, Gon-wook's eyes widened because of something. It turned out to be Kim Te Hun, but for some reason, he had turned to attack Gon-wook. With just one blow, he made Park Gon-wook cough up blood and collapse on the spot. He even looked surprised. 'Oh? Beaten in just one move? But this is good enough.' Kim Te Hun flashed a sinister smile. 'Now then, time to return this body to him.' After saying that, Kim Te Hun collapsed, and his hair reverted to its usual brown color. As he lay there, Seong-jin found him and ran to help him up, calling out, 'Wake up, Te Hun.' Outside, someone said, 'Everyone, move quickly. Search for the hostages here. The hostages are just a little shaken up. It seems they don't have any major injuries. But the monsters summoned by Nehru are nowhere to be found. And that bastard has also mysteriously disappeared.' Seeing this, Park Seong-jin lamented, 'Seriously, Kim Te Hun, what in the world happened to you here?' Back in the present, Park Seong-jin said, 'When the hostages there had calmed down, we asked them about the situation. They couldn't really know everything clearly, but they did say, you defeated Nehru and then passed out.' Te Hun replied with resignation, 'Well, that makes sense. They aren't awakened, after all, so there's a lot they wouldn't know.' Park Seong-jin continued, 'As for someone like Park Gon-wook, he also didn't remember anything, just like you. It's as if some force has taken away both of our memories. I guess this might be an after effect of facing Naru's demonic energy. But hey, everything turned out fine. So congratulations and thank you. We're still investigating the battle site, so if we find anything else, I'll let you know. Seonjin thought to himself, could it be that I was affected by that guy, Naru's demonic energy? Is that why I lost my memories from that time? Sounds a bit absurd, doesn't it? But I clearly remember my arm shattering when I tried to use Predation. I must have pushed myself too hard using Predation to fight that Naru guy. As he was lost in thought, something appeared. Contract of Demon B. Can summon a demon by connecting to the demon realm. Mana. 200 out of 1000. Kim Te Hun was shocked. What's this? Is this Naru's skill? Did I absorb it after defeating him with Predation? It says here it only needs 200 mana to activate. That's a little different. Back then, he needed a sacrifice, but right now, I only have 180. As he was lost in thought, Park Seonjin called out to him. Hey, Kim Te Hun. He turned around. Seonjin, you have a visitor. Tae Hyun was surprised. Huh? Ah Hyung walked in through the door, carrying a fruit basket. Seeing this, Park Seonjin said, since you have a guest, I'll be leaving now. Kim Te Hun looked at her, complex emotions welling up inside him. Ah Hyung spoke first. I came to visit you. Lim Ah Hyung, an S-rank awakened, an A-class player. The bustling city view unfolded, familiar yet suffocating, with glaring sunlight beating down. The snacks and drinks on the table were the same old boring things. Kim Te Hyun didn't really feel like eating. Suddenly, the fruit basket was slammed down with great force, crushing the food beneath it with a sickening crunch. Kim Te Hyun stared at the scene, startled as his expression darkened. Lim Ah Hyung, sitting opposite him, didn't seem to notice his change in mood, and said coldly, I heard you were injured while fighting some robbers. But now that I'm here, you look perfectly fine, don't you? Looking at the unsightly mess on the table, Kim Te Hun, though slightly annoyed, still sat down across from her to answer. I was only slightly injured. Overall, my health is fine, there's no lasting damage at all. Lim Ah Hyung picked up a ripe red apple as if she wanted to vent all her anger on it, and continued, during this terrorist incident, I heard you saved a lot of hostages and took down a pretty strong boss. Kim Te Hun seemed to hesitate. Well, that's true. Her anger turned into a force that threatened to crush the apple. Lim Ah Hyung, angry and a little tense, said, it seems you also faced 2 S-rank awakened there, didn't you? The sunlight on her face only highlighted the irritation in her eyes as the poor apple was squeezed even tighter. Kim Te Hun still didn't understand what she was getting at. Asterisk squish. Asterisk. The apple was completely crushed, showing just how pissed off Lim Ah Hyung was. She raised her voice. I know you're strong, but don't get cocky and think you're the best. I'll train hard and catch up to your level in no time. Her grip was so strong that pieces of the apple splattered all over Kim Te Hyun's face. He finally understood where her frustration was coming from, but he still didn't quite get why she was so angry. Is this jealousy, or is she worried? He decided to ask. So, why did you really come here, anyway? Lim Ah Hyung turned away, avoiding his gaze, and gave him a reason he found completely unbelievable. I came to visit you. Of course, Kim Te Hun didn't believe her. He was getting tired of dealing with this girl. Seriously, dealing with her is exhausting. Should I call security? Meanwhile, seeing his lukewarm attitude, Lim Ah Hyung got even more annoyed, thinking through gritted teeth. Kim Te Hun, if only this idiot knew how worried I was about him. I was so worried, wondering if he was seriously hurt. I heard that terrorist attack was a huge incident with many awakened involved, so that's why I came to see him. But looking at him now, he's completely fine. She could also sense that he seemed much stronger. The powerful aura radiating from him was way more intense than before. I don't understand what happened to him during that incident. Watching the anger on Lim Ah Hyung's face grow more and more obvious, Kim Te Hun remained completely clueless. Across from him, Lim Ah Hyung recalled the incident during the previous test, the time they accidentally kissed, and she blushed secretly. But she couldn't stop worrying. Compared to when they faced each other in the last test, he's improved so much. The gap between us is just getting wider and wider. She couldn't help but ask him, Hey, Kim Te Hun, how could you possibly? Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted their conversation. Without a word, they both stopped and looked toward the sound. A little shocked and worried, they turned towards the door. Who would be coming to this guy's house? The footsteps grew closer, and their hearts skipped a beat, a little anxious about who it could be. Kim Te Hun reacted first, confused as to why that person would be here. Lim Ah Hyung recognized the visitor and exclaimed in shock, Huh? The intruder was none other than her older sister. Do Young? She's startled, not expecting to run into her younger sister in a place like this. Why on earth is her sister here with this guy? Lim Young. Without waiting for her sister to react, Lim Young steps forward, firing off questions. Why are you here? How did you get into Kim's house? Then, as if hitting on the crucial point, she continues to press her. The passcode to his front door. How did you know it? Do Young regains her composure and sternly reminds Lim Young, could you please not call me sister? Do Young casually explains, as for that, this house was provided to him by the Awakened Association. They just told me the passcode. Suddenly, Do Young freezes, noticing the other two have let their guard down in their surprise. You idiots, never let your guard down like that. She gives a soft, dangerous smile, then swiftly closes the distance, getting behind Kim Te Hun and locking him in a hold. Lim Young can't react in time. It all happened too fast. She can only stammer out, huh? What? Tae Hyun is now completely restrained. Seeing this, she panics and rushes forward, trying to help. What do you think you're doing? From her dominant position, Do Young scoffs in reply. What am I doing? The smirk on Do Young's face widens. She looks at her worried little sister with amusement, her curiosity piqued. I come here only to find two S-rankers having a pleasant chat in the same house. I wonder, what kind of relationship do you two have? With that, she provocatively touches Kim Tae Hyun's lips. Kim Tae, flushed with anger, Lim Young yelled, what are you talking about? That's impossible. That's a crime. But her deeply blushing face gave her away. Regaining some composure, she retorted, he's still a minor. While Do Young was distracted, Kim Tae Hun yanked his hand away, breaking free and snapping. That's enough. Do Young was startled by his strength. Kim Tae Hun continued, can we stop this joke right here, player Do Young? He glared irritably at the girl who tried to pounce on him the moment she arrived, asking with displeasure, what brings you here? If you're asking me to join your guild, I've already refused. Young shot back, annoyed. His attitude was as irritating as ever. Rubbing her sore wrist, she said, just like the first time we met, huh? You're still just as rude. I only came to see how you were doing, that's all. Then, her voice suddenly softened. I even brought you some fruit. Kim Tae Hyun was stunned by the unexpected kindness. Fruit? Do Young continued. That's right. I heard from the association president that you're training to power up for the Asian Awakeners Grand Tournament, correct? She didn't wait for Kim Tae Hyun's reply, her tone growing more confident. It's true that rescuing those people and defeating two Awakeners at the Dawn Auction House was very good, but looking at the rankings, you're still only in 30th place. As she spoke, she moved closer to Kim Tae Hyun. If you want to break into the top 5 and become a representative for the competition, you'll obviously need to work much harder. You're going to need a lot more points. Therefore, with that, Do Young placed a hand on Kim Tae Hyun's shoulder. I've definitely brought you a special gift. She drew out her words, seeing the curiosity and surprise on his face as her hand slowly slid down to his wound. The continued right to clear a dungeon, she explained with an excited voice. The Temple of the Fire God. You've heard of it, haven't you? The gloomy scene of the auction house reappeared in the darkness. A motorboat was approaching a distant island. The place was shrouded in mist, but even from a distance, you could see how shattered and desolate the island's landscape was. The voice of the Night Spectre rang out. So that's the Dawn Auction House, is it? A voice replied, yes, sir. The closer they got, the clearer the destruction became ruined and shattered, with dust and smoke rising suffocatingly. The Night Spectre observed, his expression unreadable. Looking at it now, you can see it's completely changed after the Awakeners' attack. After a few more bombings, it's safe to say it's almost completely collapsed. He continued to observe while questioning his subordinate. So, after that attack, Naru, any word on whether that guy is dead or alive? The other man replied, that has yet to be confirmed. We have no further information on him. The underlings hesitated, asking each other, this is obviously serious, but should we really report it to the boss? The Night Spectre replied, his voice firm, no need. We can control the situation. He was confident. The objective of attacking the auction house had been achieved. It didn't matter if that Naru guy was dead or had simply disappeared. After all, we only hired him for the job, he continued. However, the sound of a loudspeaker echoed through the dark night. It came from a large patrol boat that radiated an overwhelming presence. The captain spoke through the loudspeaker. Stay where you are. You are all surrounded. The small motorboat seemed tiny in front of the massive ship. The captain on the ship continued to address the illegal intruders through the loudspeaker. This is a restricted area. No one is permitted to enter. Only the awakened patrol team is allowed here. If you know what's good for you, drop your weapons and surrender now. But then there was a loud noise, and in an instant, the massive ship was immediately swallowed by the vast sea, completely engulfed. The patrol boat of awakened beings couldn't react in time as it sank to the bottom of the sea. Their deaths were so sudden, they never knew what hit them. This mysterious disappearance is about to cause the mastermind behind this incident, the Night Demon, protected his and his accomplice's boat. His voice echoed with danger, laced with a deadly curiosity. After this, I've started to take a real interest in that awakened one, Kim Te Hun. As he spoke, he unleashed his power, leaving the patrol team no chance of survival. Back at the Nightwalk Guild's headquarters, the air was filled with excited cheers. As Kim Te Hun continued his climb into the top 5, Yu Ah-in stood beside him and announced in a loud voice, "For this dual dungeon raid, player Kim Te Hun will be joining us." The more she spoke, the louder and prouder her voice became. As you all know, during the terrorist attack at the Hyungdong auction house, he played the biggest role in saving the hostages. You could say he's currently the most promising young awakened in all of South. The cheers grew even more passionate as they all chanted his name in unison. Kim Te Hun, Kim Te Hun. Yu Ah-in spoke up, quieting the excitement from below. However, Yu Ah-in always gets straight to the point, since he's joining us for this dungeon raid. I've already considered how we'll split the loot between our guild and him to ensure both parties are more than. Kim Te Hun breathed a sigh of relief beside her. Asterisk, that's what I wanted to hear. Of course. When it comes to splitting the spoils, who in their right mind would accept the short end of the stick? Asterisk. Kim Te Hun thought to himself. Asterisk. This raid on the Fire God Temple is a golden opportunity for me. Asterisk. The scene of the Fire God Temple appeared. True to its name, it was a dungeon with an entrance that looked like a blazing fire. Kim Te Hun was in awe. Asterisk. This is the second dual dungeon I've entered since the competition. Asterisk. His thoughts continued. Asterisk. Before I regressed, the Nightwalk Guild did successfully raid the Fire God Temple dual dungeon, but the price. Asterisk. Almost all the awakened who participated in that raid were wiped out. High risk, high reward, I guess. Asterisk. Asterisk. If I successfully clear the Fire God Temple, my contribution points to the association will skyrocket. Asterisk. He calculated internally. Still, he had some worries. Asterisk. Last time, I don't know if it was real or not, but my hand nearly shattered into pieces. Asterisk. Asterisk. Right now, my strength and stamina still haven't fully recovered since I was hospitalized. Raiding this dungeon is going to be much harder. Asterisk. As he thought this, he glanced at the person next to him. Asterisk. But if I'm raiding it with player Yu Ah-in. Asterisk. He then looked down at the members of the Nightwalk Guild. Amidst the cheering, Kim Te Hun had one clear thought. Asterisk. We'll definitely succeed. Asterisk. The day of the Fire God Temple raid arrived, along with the over-the-top enthusiasm of the Nightwalk Guild's fans. They held up a gaudy, flowery banner, completely unsuited for the. But this raid was only going to have 2 members, Kim Te Hun and Yu Ah-in. Kim Te Hun looked a bit helpless and surprised, while Yu Ah-in was extremely excited. The crowd outside shouted encouragement. We'll be waiting for you two. Good luck. Be careful, Captain. The captain's safety is all in your hands, Kim Te Hun. Kim Te Hun asked, confused. Hey, Yu Ah-in, what are they talking about? Kim Te Hun's voice was full of exasperation. What the hell? Why are we the only 2 raiding the dungeon? Yu Ah-in replied casually. You could just think of this as a little date for the 2 of us. Her tone was teasing, but her smile was captivating. Kim Te Hun couldn't help but curse inwardly. Asterisk. Are you kidding me? We could die in here, and she's still making jokes? Asterisk. Without arguing for too long, Kim Te Hun and Yu Ah-in headed straight into the Fire God Temple. A breathtaking view appeared within the dungeon's suffocating atmosphere. Streams of blue fire seemed to scorch everything around them. Yu Ah-in looked at the scene inside, smiled, and let out a curious, oh. Before them, the dungeon was submerged in the blue light of a seemingly endless fire, with a few withered trees scattered about from the lack of water. This looks incredible, she remarked. Looking at the dried-up bushes and the strange veins of blue fire, she continued, This dungeon is definitely different from the others. I never imagined it would be like this. Standing at the entrance, Kim Te Hun looked in and made his assessment. The Apocalypse dungeon I encountered last time was completely different from this. Yu Ah-in agreed. The Apocalypse dungeon that appeared during the Awakened evaluation test. Yu Ah-in sat down before the chasm, leading deeper inside, her mind suddenly blank. It seemed she couldn't think of any way to get into this dangerous-looking pit. She asked Kim Te Hun, "How are we supposed to get down there? There are probably a ton of monsters below." Her mind was still trying to figure out a way down. A long tentacle shot up in a flash, wrapping around her neck so fast she could only let out a gasp. Ah! In an instant, the tentacle coiled around her entire body and dragged her down. Kim Te Hun was frozen, unable to react in time, simply staring as she was captured. He could only shout, "You are in." Only then did Kim Te Hun finally realize what was happening. He exclaimed in a panic, "This is bad. How could this happen?" He plunged his knife into the cliff face as an anchor and immediately leaped into the pit without a second thought, hoping to rescue Yu Ah-in in time. But as he dove down, he saw that Yu Ah-in had already turned the tables. The one who had just been caught by the tentacle turned around, unleashing her pseudo-awakening, causing her body to radiate a sparkling green light, which stood out starkly against the blue hue of the divine fire filling the cavern. After defeating the annoying monster that had just pulled her down, Yu Ah-in shouted up to Kim Te Hun, "Just jump on down, it'll be fine." Her tone was brimming with nonchalant confidence. Kim Te Hun couldn't believe his ears. Just jump down like that? He looked down at the falling Yu Ah-in, and below her, countless monsters of all grotesque shapes were waiting to tear her apart and turn her into a delicious meal. Yu Ah-in didn't falter in the slightest, twisting her body in midair, using the momentum of her fall to channel her power and strike the reckless fools blocking her path. The force she emitted was immense and overwhelming. The hideous monsters were swiftly defeated. Wherever she fell, a rain of monster blood followed. Kim Te Hun watched, his heart filled with a mix of excitement, joy, and fear, thinking to himself, did she just take down an A-rank monster with a single punch? He continued his descent, cautiously following Yu Ah-in while his thoughts raced. The last time I met her, she must have been hiding her true strength. He silently gave Yu Ah-in a high appraisal. As expected of a guild master, even if she's not the strongest S-rank, her power is no joke. Then it dawned on him, that must be why she thought the two of them were enough to clear this dungeon. As he thought this, Kim Te Hun activated his own pseudo-awakening, unwilling to be outdone by the woman ahead of him. If that's the case, then I need to try harder too. I can't fall behind. Kim Te Hun quickly caught up to Yu Ah-in, and a warm-up battle began. They defeated monster after monster, fighting all the way to the bottom of the deep pit, where a blue light shone, both alluring and— Yu Ah-in spoke first, laughing with delight. "We finally made it to the bottom." As she spoke, she rolled her shoulders, as if the bloody slaughter they just went through wasn't even enough of a warm-up for her. Kim Te Hun followed right behind, stepping over the monster corpses to move forward. Yu Ah-in grumbled, "I didn't think this pit would be so deep." Kim Te Hun brushed some blood off his hands, looking a little more battered than Yu Ah-in, and gave a brief reply. Yeah, he thought to himself, the monsters here seem strong, but they're no match for her at all. But that just makes me wonder, in my past life, with this much power, how did her entire guild nearly get wiped out in this dungeon? While Kim Te Hun was lost in thought, Yu Ah-in approached and handed him an item, saying, "Here, take this, Kim Te Hun." She offered him a black ring. The design was very simple, almost crude, with a dull black color. The only distinguishing feature was a shield emblem. He recognized it. Is this the Knight's Ring? A unique grade Knight's Ring. It greatly increases the wearer's strength and endurance. He thought, looks like she prepared this for me, knowing my hand injury hasn't fully healed. With this ring, I can make up for some of my lost strength. Meanwhile, Yu Ah-in was still talking animatedly. Last time, I told you I had a gift for you. This ring is it. As for activating the dungeon, that was just a little test for you. Kim Te Hun was flustered. He knew she was a guild master, but for her to just give him a unique grade item like this. Yu Ah-in didn't notice his confusion and asked enthusiastically, "So, what do you think? With that, you'll consider joining our guild, right?" Kim Te Hun was starting to see her in a new light. He reminded himself, I really need to reevaluate her as a person. Outwardly, however, he put on a disgruntled expression and asked, "You had such a good item. Why are you only giving it to me now?" Yu Ah-in didn't expect that reaction and was momentarily flustered. "Well, that's because Kim Te Hun cut her off. "If you'd given it to me earlier, taking care of those monsters would have been much easier." Yu Ah-in knew she'd lost the argument and quickly changed the subject. All right. I've given it to you now, so let's move on." Kim Te Hun wasn't an unreasonable person. "Anyway, thanks a lot." Having said that, he didn't forget to add a warning, but those were just small fry. This dungeon isn't that simple, so we need to be more careful. Yu Ah-in agreed. Just then, Kim Te Hun seemed to spot something, and his voice rose with excitement. Looks like we're close to the center of the dungeon. Following Kim Te Hun's gaze, she saw an altar, which seemed to be the source of the blue flames they had seen from the dungeon's entrance. At the center of the altar was an object, what looked like a core egg, emitting the same blue light as the flames above. It radiated heat and smoke, and was surrounded by what looked like— While Te Hun was curious and excited, Yu-Ah-in was wary. She observed the egg, unable to determine its rank. Meanwhile, Kim Te Hun stared intently at the egg, silently appraising it. I wonder what kind of magical beast this is. It just looks like an egg. With that, he drew his knife, intending to probe it. This could belong to the dungeon boss. He turned to Yu-Ah-in and said, "We need to observe it before we act." Before he could even finish his sentence, he saw that Yu-Ah-in was already gone. Turns out, she had already dashed forward. She charged forward. Her shout echoed through the sealed dungeon, amplified and twisted into something horrifying. Kim Te Hun was stunned by this reckless player. He could only call out to her before yelling, "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Ju Ah-young had already leaped excitedly toward the distant egg. Driven by curiosity and a competitive spirit, she charged straight at the bright green object. Kim Te Hun couldn't stop her in time, shouting, "Why would you act without consulting me?" as he rushed to follow her. As he was about to catch up to Ju Ah-young, just a short distance from where the floor had buckled under her power, Kim Te Hun was finally able to ask, "Are you okay?" Ju Ah-young turned around with a threatening expression, asking him a baffling question. "Are you asking if I'm okay?" But then her demeanor instantly shifted to playful as she replied, "The egg is completely shattered," as if the devastating blow hadn't come from her at all. Behind her, the egg was indeed smashed to pieces, its fragments flying everywhere. A faint blue flame flickered from within. She continued her playful assessment. Judging by its sturdiness, its shell probably had the same defense as an S-rank monster. But since it was a stationary object, it was more or less simpler for me to attack. Then she asked Kim Te Hun triumphantly, "So, what do you think?" Kim Te Hun was horrified. She actually broke it. How could it have been that simple? Another flash of blue light emanated from within the broken eggshell. Ju Ah-young only had time to ask, "What?" before a massive explosion rocked the entire dungeon. Caught off guard, a confused Ju Ah-young exclaimed, "What is this?" Kim Te Hun could only gasp. "Oh, no." A voice rang out, "I never thought a human would reach my shrine." Both Kim Te Hun and Ju Ah-young were startled, cautiously turning toward the source of the sound. It was a blue phoenix. It continued, "I am delighted that you have come." Its eyes glowed crimson, a striking and demonic contrast to its azure body, instilling a sense of dread in them both. It continued, "To show my delight, I shall allow you both to melt in my blue flames." So its identity was clear. It was the master of the fire god's shrine, the S-rank blue phoenix. As it spoke, it unleashed a threatening aura of blue energy. Kim Te Hun and Ju Ah-young realized it at the same time, exclaiming in surprise, "A phoenix? A phoenix, a legendary creature with immense magical power and the ability to regenerate. It was considered a nearly immortal being." Kim Te Hun thought to himself, "So, this is the master of the fire god's shrine? Are those blue flames its power?" The light grew stronger and stronger, engulfing both Kim Te Hun and Ju Ah-young. Kim Te Hun sensed something was wrong and turned to check on his companion. "Hey, Miss Ju Ah-young." She had almost collapsed to the ground, but managed to shout, "Watch out for its blue flames and its mind control." Then, as if realizing something, he quickly jumped back to dodge an attack from Ju Ah-young, who was now being controlled. He tried to evade, finding it hard to fight back against his own partner. Meanwhile, the controlled Ju Ah-young's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she launched a ferocious assault. The system window appeared. S-rank player Ju Ah-young is under the control of the Blue Phoenix. Kim Te Hun still hadn't noticed the unusual killing intent in Ju Ah-young's eyes. He kept dodging her attacks, asking in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Ju Ah-young, under complete control, unleashed a flurry of dangerous punches with all her might. Kim Te Hun barely managed to avoid them, still in disbelief. "Why are you attacking me?" The barrage of punches and kicks continued relentlessly. Kim Te Hun couldn't dodge them all, but he couldn't bring himself to fight back either. "Why are you doing this instead of helping me?" With no other choice, he had to resort to using his awakened ability to take Ju Ah-young down. He tried to restrain her, shouting in an attempt to snap her out of it, "Hey, Miss Ju Ah-young, wake up." He tried to reason with her, hoping she would break free from the control, not wanting to retaliate too fiercely for fear of hurting her. "If we fight like this..." Before he could finish his sentence, Ju Ah-young, having lost all control, forced herself up, activated her awakened ability, and seemingly poured all her strength into a massive blow against Kim Te Hun, giving him no time. The force was so powerful it caused a huge explosion in the dungeon, as dust and shattered rock mixed together and rained down. It seemed as if Kim Te Hun had been defeated, buried beneath a thick layer of rock. But then, one of Kim Te Hun's awakened chains burst out from the rubble and bound Ju Ah-young. The controlled Ju Ah-young suddenly showed signs of resisting. Kim Te Hun emerged, challenging her loudly. "Before I regressed, who was it that crushed all the attacks from your Nightwalkers Guild, huh?" Ju Ah-young was completely immobilized by Kim Te Hun's chains and the paralysis they induced. Kim Te Hun now fought back, preparing a blow intended to knock his mind-controlled companion unconscious. As he prepared the strike, he tried to comfort her. This might hurt a little. But as a boulder was lifted high into the air, his tone intensified. "Just bear with it." He actually went through with it, knocking Ju Ah-young out cold. The blow was so forceful, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Kim Te Hun said nonchalantly, "The chains and the paralysis they induce won't last long, so she'll wake up soon." As Kim Te Hun wiped some dust from his face, he suddenly noticed a pair of eyes watching him. "What now?" The Blue Phoenix, which had been leisurely watching the humans fight each other, spoke in a mocking tone. "Would it be a problem if I killed her before she wakes up?" Awake? It's as if that brutal fight had absolutely no effect on it. The creature let out another gleeful laugh. "Want to try out all the little toys I have in my collection?" Its blood-red eyes glowed with a deadly aura, filled with sadistic amusement. Witnessing this, Kim Te Hun showed no fear, retorting with confidence. "You surprise me," the Blue Phoenix said, but he was still in his pseudo-awakened state, radiating a dazzling red light as he declared with conviction, "I will kill you and get out of here." Kim Te Hun chained the unconscious Du-ayon to his back and drove his dagger into the cliff face. Using it as leverage, he began to climb towards the opening they had smashed through earlier. But of course, the Blue Phoenix wasn't about to let them go that easily. He had only climbed a short way when Kim Te Hun's sharp senses detected an attack heading right for them. The Blue Phoenix seized the opportunity, firing several streams of blue fire at the rocks below, setting off small explosions that sent debris flying everywhere. It laughed, taunting Kim Te Hun. "What was that you said?" The creature was genuinely surprised by his confidence. "Curious," it asked, "why don't you show me what you've got?" It blocked Kim Te Hun's ascent, its tone dripping with condescension. Then it was startled when it noticed the dagger Kim Te Hun had just embedded in the cliff was now hurtling towards it. "Huh?" Forced to retaliate, Kim Te Hun wrapped his chain around the dagger and flung it straight at the Blue Phoenix. The dagger passed right through its body, but it was completely unharmed. Of course, an attack like that was nothing more than a tickle to the Blue Phoenix. It was still laughing with delight. That attack actually felt kind of nice. But then, its tone immediately turned serious. "But my body is like fire itself." Kim Te Hun continued to use his full strength, controlling the dagger to slash at the Blue Phoenix. It watched him pour all his strength into the attack, gloating, "Even if you attack me, even if you try to slice through my flesh with that blade, all you'll do is release these brilliant flames." As if to prove its point, the Blue Phoenix unleashed a wave of force, shattering Kim Te Hun's chain to pieces. Kim Te Hun watched in shock. The Blue Phoenix gloated, "Impossible. How could a mere mortal like you possibly defeat me?" In a flash, it was right in front of Kim Te Hun, its eyes flashing with the thrill of toying with its tiny prey before the kill. Kim Te Hun and Du-ayon were in mortal danger. It seemed the Blue Phoenix had grown tired of its game. It charged up a massive attack, intending to end the fight once and for all, and unleashed it on Kim Te Hun and Du-ayon. The resulting explosion was even bigger than the last. The ground shook as if it would split apart, and the two of them were hanging by a thread. Even the smallest fragments of rock from the aftershock were incinerated by the Blue Phoenix's dazzling blue flames. It seemed all hope was lost for them, as the blue flames appeared to drain the very life from everything around them. But Kim Te Hun had managed to escape the deadly blast at the last second, swinging to a nearby section of the cliff. Watching the Blue Phoenix focus its attack on his previous location, he let out a silent sigh of relief. He found it baffling. He knew it was a phoenix, but why did it possess such an unnatural ability to regenerate? Having used a lot of energy to narrowly escape death, he caught his breath. The Blue Phoenix, still unaware, continued to launch terrifying blue fire attacks. It kept attacking the spot where Kim Te Hun had just been. Watching its destructive power, Kim Te Hun began to ponder. Those massive flames. No matter how he looked at it, this was no ordinary Blue Phoenix. An answer flashed through his mind. Could it be a great phoenix? The word great in Great Phoenix. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Unlike other monsters, this one possessed a special power. It's a mutated specimen. To distinguish it from other monsters, it's given the great title by adding a plus or minus sign to its current level. His thoughts raced. If this really was a great phoenix, then with his current skill set, there was no way to negate its regenerative abilities. The only way to win was to use his predator skill to its absolute fullest potential. Kim Te Hun's mind flashed back to a recent event, the battle at the Dawn auction house. But using that skill could cause him to explode, just like what almost happened at the auction. The Predator skill couldn't be used recklessly. It had to be the final blow. But the reality was, he stood no chance of defeating the Blue Phoenix without it. He was torn. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the person on his back stirred. Du Ayeon was awake, and she let out a curse. Damn it. Startled, she had no idea where she was or what was happening. Then she looked down and realized she was bound. Dangling from the side of a cliff, she shrieked in shock. Kim Te Hun flinched. Huh? Du Ayeon suddenly demanded. What? Why am I tied up? She yelled, then cried out, Ow, that hurts. Her attention then shifted to the Blue Phoenix. And why is that monster so huge now? That's not a normal phoenix, is it? Just then, the Blue Phoenix seemed to notice that they had dodged its fatal blows, and it turned to resume its assault on the area. Everything was becoming a chaotic mess for Kim Te Hun. The surrounding explosions forced him to shout so Du Ayeon could hear him. He explained urgently, Don't move. But as if things weren't chaotic enough, Du Ayeon started grilling Kim Te Hun. You did this? Untie me, now. Kim Te Hun ignored her, leaving Du Ayeon tied up as he replied, Someone as easily manipulated as you should, just stay quiet. Du Ayeon protested. I just let my guard down. Wait, am I being controlled by someone? Kim Te Hun glared at her angrily. You don't even remember a thing. Du Ayeon, not wanting to stay tied up, continued to demand from Kim Te Hun. Whatever, just hurry up and untie me. Suddenly, an explosion landed near them, making them both whip their heads around. One blast, then another. The cliff they were hiding behind was also blown apart. Through the cloud of dust, the Blue Phoenix now noticed where the two were standing. It spoke in a threatening voice. How dare you touch my body? Let me teach you a lesson, you insolent humans. It was startled as a familiar blade flew towards it again. The humans it so despised were still alive. At the same time, Du Ayeon had been freed as she wished, excitedly joining the battle. The two coordinated perfectly, charging towards the Blue Phoenix to attack. Kim Te Hun, still worried, warned her. This time, you absolutely cannot fall for its hypnosis. Du Ayeon replied confidently. Don't worry, I won't let that happen again. A malicious glint flashed in the Blue Phoenix's eyes. It was completely enraged. How dare you, you wretched humans. With that, the Blue Phoenix gathered an even stronger force than before. Its power radiated with pure menace. It gloated. With this level of attack, don't you understand it's useless against me? The Blue Phoenix moved closer to the two. Kim Te Hun, while activating his pseudo-awakening, shouted a signal. I'll go first. The system displayed a notification. The Monarch's heart has been activated. Your abilities have been enhanced. But Du Ayeon was one step ahead. No, this time. As she spoke, she activated her own pseudo-awakening, creating a gleaming spear and slashing towards the Blue Phoenix. It was taken aback. What? Kim Te Hun was also stunned. That last slash had clearly affected the Blue Phoenix. Du Ayeon radiated immense power, her eyes flashing with aggression and boundless confidence. Let your big sister handle this. She had activated the S-rank warrior's spirit, Berserk mode. All skills are activated by reviving mana. There's also a concept known as burst. Immediately after activating it, Du Ayeon leaped into the air, charging straight for the Blue Phoenix above her. This was a dangerous technique, as it could cause permanent damage to the body, so most people were hesitant to use it. But if one could control that power, even for a moment, the force it unleashed was truly terrifying. As soon as she faced the Blue Phoenix, she swung a powerful slash. The attack was so strong that it cut the Blue Phoenix in two. This was a transcendent power, and the only sound was the piercing scream of the Blue Phoenix. But she wasn't done yet, immediately dashing behind it. Bam! Without hesitation, Du Ayeon landed another punch right in its face, followed by a kick, hoping to finish the Blue Phoenix off. Then she quickly moved away, because she knew what was coming. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, blowing away everything in the vicinity. The remnants of the battle seemed to merge with the flow of mana between her and the Blue Phoenix. Du Ayeon struggled to her feet not far away, staring intently at the explosion. She was exhausted, her breathing becoming ragged. Sweat dripped down her cheeks, but she wasn't sure if the Blue Phoenix was dead or not. Du Ayeon's eyes fluttered shut, and then she collapsed to the ground. This was her limit. And yet, the blue phoenix, was still alive. It approached her, letting out an enraged roar. How dare you? A pathetic human like you dares. You think you can defeat me in that state? With all the fury it could muster, it shot towards Due Yong at top speed, screaming, I'll kill you. Suddenly, chains shot out from nowhere, flying straight at the blue phoenix. The chains completely restrained it, and it looked down in shock. You, Kim Te Hun, appeared with a knowing smile. How do you destroy the ability to regenerate? You need a destructive power that far surpasses it. Because I am a cautious man, I would never let my guard down against a monster like you. He held Du Yong in his arms, his aura radiating killing intent as he said, You have wounded my pride. You should prepare to receive this final, destructive blow. Outside, a group of people waited anxiously for Kim Te Hun and Du Yong. They whispered amongst themselves, their faces etched with worry and curiosity. It's taking a while. You think they're okay? A person at the front spoke up, cutting through their chatter. It'll be fine. They're both S-rank warriors. After hearing that, a few others chimed in. Yeah, but our guildmaster never loses once she enters a fight. Hearing this, Du Yong's 3 aides all thought of the same thing, her crushing monsters, as if it were a daily chore. Meanwhile, Te Hun would just stand and watch. They wondered if that was really okay. Just then, Kim Te Hun walked out carrying Du Yong in his arms, stunning everyone. They rushed towards him and her, bombarding them with questions. They're out. Is everything all right, Captain? It looks like someone's injured. Suddenly, one of her 3 assistants seemed to realize something and paused. Kim Hun, not understanding what was happening outside, instinctively asked, Huh? But he quickly composed himself and confirmed to the group before him, the Fire God's temple has been cleared. Following this incident, the news exploded, with headlines about Du Yong and Kim Te Hun flashing across the screen. Romantic rumors erupted, claiming they had a secret dungeon date, just the 2 of them. A few comments were attached below. The first commenter said, I heard they even visited a private hospital together. A second commenter quickly chimed in. Isn't this the first romantic rumor between 2 S-rank hunters? A third commenter seemed quite excited. It makes perfect sense, since only the 2 of them went into that dungeon. After reading, her finger trembled unconsciously on the screen, and her whole hand holding the phone was shaking. Du Yong's face was now as red as a tomato. She stammered, This is... She immediately turned to her 3 assistants and demanded, What in the world is this? They avoided her gaze, pretending they knew nothing. Du Yong continued to interrogate them. The dual dungeon raid was conducted publicly, so why is this rumor spreading everywhere now? And what the hell is this content? This is so embarrassing. You guys are behind this, aren't you? The tallest assistant stammered in reply. Clearing a dual dungeon is a huge deal, so it's hard to keep it a secret. The red-headed one made an excuse, saying, I only told a few close friends. I'm sure they all promised to keep it a secret. The remaining assistant could only say, This is so unfair. I only did it for you, Guildmaster. I didn't mean any harm. My loyalty is beyond question. Du Yong just gave a cold laugh and replied, Then, let's all die together today. Suddenly, the chairman burst through the door and said sternly, Hunter Du Yong, I heard that your skill exploded in that dual dungeon. His face froze when he saw the scene in front of him. Are you all right? Before him was a complete mess, with tendrils of blue mana enveloping Du Yong. He asked helplessly, What is going on here? The chairman took Du Yong for a walk around the library to talk more easily. She asked him, How do I look? Sipping her coffee, she said, I've been training for so long to control my skill explosion. I managed it for 1 minute in the dungeon, and it didn't affect my body at all. The chairman smiled, delighted, and said to her, Is that so? He continued, So how about it? Te Hun's true strength. The thing you wanted to test. Du Yong's expression gradually turned serious as she looked at him and said, What? She recounted. In the end, after I lost my mind fighting the Blue Phoenix, Te Hun handled everything. As she spoke, she began to recall the situation. Du Yong looked downcast as she remembered Te Hun's face and continued. Besides, the raid on the Fire God's temple only ended 2 days ago. This time, he said he's heading for the deep abyss. Just how strong has he become? Her words stunned the chairman so much that he had to repeat, The deep abyss? He looked at his own fist and thought to himself, My God, his growth in power is explosive. But isn't that a good thing for the new Korea? Du Yong looked at him thoughtfully for a moment, then said, That's why I don't understand. He looked at her, wanting her to elaborate. Huh? Du Yong recalled the journeys Kim Te Hun had been through, and explained. Everyone wants to become stronger, but after reaching a certain point, wouldn't they normally feel satisfied and take a break? But Te Hun shows no signs of stopping. An image of him appeared in her mind, telling her, "Instead of stopping, I choose to keep moving forward. I'm trying to take advantage of every condition I possibly can." Du Young turned and asked the chairman seriously, "Why is Te Hun trying so hard to become this strong?" The rustling wind blew leaves past them. He hesitated before replying, Perhaps I know the reason." She was completely astonished by his words. She asked again, just to be sure she hadn't misheard. "You do?" She waited intently for his answer. "It's probably out of patriotism," he declared grandly. "It must be." Du Young was speechless at his reasoning and replied, "What?" He still didn't get it and continued to imagine Kim Te Hun as a hero, fighting off the evil surrounding him. He went on about an era filled with monsters and rampaging evil awakeners. So that the country can pass through this era safely and prosperously, he has a strong desire to rise up and help the nation. That is why Te Hun pushes himself to become so strong, never stopping, no matter how difficult it gets. Du Young threw cold water on his theory, saying, "That's not it. Whatever the reason is, it's definitely not that." This made the chairman freeze. What? The scene shifts to the deep abyss, home to the Vampire Lord's castle, a place shrouded in the deep red of blood. Inside, corpses were strewn everywhere, and a single person was sitting comfortably on a throne amidst the chaos. Human bodies were treated like animal carcasses, pierced by arrows, swords, or daggers, left in pieces. Everywhere you looked, there were corpses. Of a woman. Like a meticulously planned conspiracy. A man appears and respectfully places his lips on the back of her hand. Suddenly, a voice rings out, and the man immediately ceases his actions, listening for the command. The red-haired man, exuding an overwhelming aura, sits with his legs crossed on his throne and orders, "Let us connect our powers through blood." This man is the Prince of the Abyss and the Vampire Lord, Yermon, his level, unknown. The man in the black cloak bows his head in reverence. "Thank you, my lord." His master, Yermon, glances down at him, his expression unchanging as he speaks. "Thank you? And how does it feel, receiving the power of the vampire race?" The man slowly removes his black cloak, calmly replying, "There were quite a few others with skills and powers similar to my own." He completely throws back his hood. He lets out a savage laugh, revealing the malice in his blood-red eyes. He continues, "But after receiving your power, I will now be the strongest among them all." This is China's national-level player, Jiang Lin Biao. Two guards stand watch before the gate to Area 22 of the Abyss. Inside, a scene of utter desolation appears. In the sky hangs a crimson blood moon, making anyone hesitate to step inside. And now, Kim Te Hun has also arrived. Tents marked with the number 22 have been erected, with soldiers standing guard, resembling a miniature military base. He says, with satisfaction, "After my regression, this is the first time I've set foot in the Abyss, isn't it?" Suddenly, a voice draws his attention. "Welcome to the Abyss, Mr. Kim Te Hun." The man bows respectfully as he introduces himself. "I am Paul Becker, an A-rank player. I'm affiliated with the World Player Association and also the manager for Area 22 in the deep levels of the Abyss. It's a pleasure to have you here." He raises his head and introduces himself once more to Kim Te Hun. "My name is Paul Becker." He is the manager of Area 22 of the Abyss, an A-rank player affiliated with the World Player Association, Paul Becker. Becker leads Kim Te Hun around, introducing him to their area. "According to our records, this is your first time in the deep levels of the Abyss, is it not?" Kim Te Hun calmly follows behind and answers, "Something like that." Becker makes a suggestion. "In that case, you'll need to hire players who can act as guides or mercenaries." He explains further. The World Player Association has established a player zone, a safe base that also serves as a staging point to support explorers. They are in every discovered area within the Abyss. However, the deep levels of the Abyss are a dangerous place. So much so that even within the player zone, you can be attacked by powerful monsters at any moment. Becker notices that he doesn't seem concerned, so he tries to press the point. Therefore, even if you are an S-rank player, hiring other players to accompany you is essential. Unfortunately for him, that still wasn't enough to make Kim Te Hun even consider it. He bluntly replies, "No, I don't need them." Paul Becker is bewildered. "Huh?" Kim Te Hun was about to say more, but before he could finish, a crack appeared in the ground. A giant centipede burst forth from the fissure right behind him. Paul Becker is stunned, and he shouts out a warning. Player Kim Te Hun, "Watch out, monster." But what startles him even more is that Kim Te Hun defeats the monster in an instant. Without even breaking a sweat, Kim Te Hun stands atop the monster, looking down confidently as he replies, "Humph, can't even take a stroll without a few pests getting in the way." A moment later, the area around him is piled high with monster corpses. He lets out a sigh. Paul Becker must have gone back by now, and having come this far, there's probably no one following me anymore. Kim Te Hun recalls the events he's been through and thinks, thanks to absorbing the Great Phoenix's power at the Temple of Fire, I met the conditions to activate the pact with the devil at the auction house, and I also obtained the necessary 200 magic points. He gazes thoughtfully at the 2 purple stones in his hand, but then his skill window pops up. B rank pact with the devil opens a gate to the abyss. He can't help but wonder why the skill has changed. Instead of simply summoning a monster like that bastard Ophis Ouroboros, it's transformed into gate creation. The next thing that catches his eye is the symbol at the very end, 1 out of 1. That must be the number of uses. It might have become a one-time use skill. At that thought, a cold sweat breaks out on Kim Te Hun's brow. Could this be some kind of special effect? The 2 stones in his hand glow with a brilliant purple light, making him exclaim, "There are dozens of monsters here. Good thing I brought these stones with me. This should be enough." Kim Te Hun immediately crushes the 2 stones. The player screen displays a notification. Magic amplification stone used. Magical power temporarily amplified. Those 2 stones were magic amplification stones, an item created and used by consuming magic stones when needed, with the effect of temporarily amplifying the user's magical power. After activation, a gruesome skull gate gradually appears. It extends its arms and legs, forming a complete portal. It's shrouded in purple flames, giving off a dangerous aura that warns people not to step inside. When the notification window appeared again, the contract with the devil was activated, and a gate was created. Kim Te Hun slowly stepped inside, eager to see what kind of species he would encounter. As he entered the gate, he was overwhelmed by the sight before him. It was a magnificent castle shrouded in an alluring and mysterious atmosphere. Every corner of it was so perfect that it stunned him, making him suspicious of the castle. He cautiously climbed the steps leading to the castle, thinking to himself, I've never heard of a place like this in the abyss. Even after using a mana amplification stone to maximize my skill's effect, what in the world kind of place have I ended up in? I guess I'll just have to find out for myself. Before Kim Te Hun could finish his thought, several succubi appeared behind him. Kim Te Hun immediately sensed their presence and spun around. A massive shockwave erupted, but he stood his ground, dagger at the ready. A girl's voice caught his attention. "Oh my, don't you point that ridiculous thing at me." The blue-haired one wondered, "What kind of flavor should I let you taste?" The pink-haired one added on. Then the blonde one chimed in excitedly. A human. A human. These were S-rank succubi. Kim Te Hun couldn't believe what he was seeing. Succubi, monsters that drain a man's life force through mental attacks like illusions and hypnosis. Kim Te Hun carefully collected his thoughts, but a normal succubus is only B rank. These are S rank. Could she be a mutated monster? The target I need to defeat to form a summoning contract? The pink-haired one didn't stop, adding, "Poor human, it seems you've taken a wrong turn." The blonde one was intrigued. "You look delicious." Kim Te Hun paid no mind to their words and made his decision. "If you're the contract target I need to beat." He launched himself straight towards them. "Then I'll just have to take you down." The blue-haired one remained calm, letting out a simple, "Oh," as they dodged every single one of his sharp attacks. They giggled, treating him like a new toy. "How exciting." The blue-haired one looked at him with amusement and said, "But that enthusiasm of yours isn't half bad. The more you struggle, the more interesting it gets." Kim Te Hun said nothing, dashing towards them at his top speed. Just as he neared them, a heart-shaped burst of light exploded. Thinking they had him under control, they laughed excitedly. "Taste my sweet nectar." After taking the full brunt of their attack, the human Kim Te Hun stood perfectly still, unmoving. Besides, there's no way a man can resist our hypnosis. Before the blue-haired one could even finish her sentence, Kim Te Hun was already upon her. He sent her crashing to the ground with a single punch, leaving only her piercing scream behind. Her 2 sisters couldn't comprehend what had just happened before their very eyes. "What? Sister?" Not giving them a chance to counterattack, Kim Te Hun activated the skill, Knight's Battle Will. He commanded, "Kneel." His aura slammed them to the ground. They groaned in pain. "It hurts." How? How is this possible? How could an ordinary human like you resist our enchanting hypnosis? Kim Te Hun slowly walked towards them. Resist what? The screen was flooded with notifications. Skill detected. Confirming temptation. He looked down with a smug expression. Only the incompetent would be mesmerized by monsters like you. Another notification appeared. Temptation successfully resisted due to a mysterious power. Kim Te Hun moved closer and said, "Now, let's form a contract." The succubi could now only manage weak, faint whispers. To form a summoning contract with a monster, one of two conditions must be met. One is to fulfill the monster's desire, and the other is to conquer the monster by force. The red-haired one struggled in fear, but it was useless. As Kim Te Hun activated the skill, he thought to himself, "This should fulfill the condition, right? With this, I can command an S-rank monster." Suddenly, a notification popped up that stopped him cold. Not a contract target. Kim Te Hun was stunned. "What do you mean, not a contract target?" As a storm of questions flooded his mind, a voice echoed from behind him. "It seems you're no ordinary human." The voice snapped him back to reality. Kim Te Hun whipped around to see another group of succubi approaching him. Their leader spoke, "You'll make an excellent offering for the queen." She was an S+ rank elite succubus. The scene shifts to the inside of the castle, under a dome covered in purple roses. Below, men were bound by thorny vines, hanging upside down everywhere, and yet, every single one of them wore a look of pure bliss. Just then, a succubus maid appeared and announced formally, "My queen, a human has infiltrated the castle." From behind a red curtain, the powerful, hazy silhouette of a woman appeared. She was curious. "Oh, a human." Then, she burst out laughing. This should be some fun entertainment. The magnificent castle, with its impossibly long staircases, was built on a solitary rock formation, emitting flashes of light amidst billowing, pitch-black smoke. The sounds grew more intense. The chase was on, led by the red-eyed demons guarding the castle. They had bat-like wings, tails, and horns on their heads, all scrambling to catch Kim Te Hun, who was running ahead of them. They roared in fury, shouting, "You coward, you bastard who only uses dirty tricks." Another one added angrily, "He's a prize for the queen. Capture him alive." Kim Te Hun glanced back at the three of them, chasing him desperately, and cursed, "Damn it." While he was busy looking back, two more succubi appeared out of nowhere right in front of him. They shattered the glass, sending shards flying to block his path. As they stared intently at Kim Te Hun, he was startled. "What the hell? Why are there so many succubi?" They lunged forward even faster. Seeing this, Kim Te Hun started to lose his composure. Their numbers were ridiculous. Kim Te Hun was surrounded by countless succubi, all striking with lightning-fast attacks. Kim Te Hun used his skill to break through the encirclement. His entire body, clutching his blade, began to emit an intense light. The face of a hell demon appeared behind him again. Terrified by this light, the succubi were caught off guard and thrown backward. Inside the castle, a shocking blast of red light erupted, sending the succubi flying out along with it. A huge chunk of the ceiling was gone, and below, only Kim Te Hun remained standing. After dealing with the succubi, Kim Te Hun wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand and let out a breath. He thought to himself, usually, succubi wouldn't concentrate so much force on a single person like this. Then, there's only one possibility. The monster that can command even the succubus captain. The one they call their queen is here. Just as he had that thought, Kim Te Hun snapped to attention, suspiciously eyeing a succubus in a maid outfit, who stood before him with her head bowed. She kept her head bowed and spoke respectfully to Kim Te Hun. "Yes, it seems you are the first human to ever make it here. Please, feel free to enter. The queen is waiting for you." Kim Te Hun paused, looking at her with an expectant smirk. The scene changes. Kim Te Hun is now standing alone before a closed gate, with strange vines slithering all over the ground. Above, many white roses were planted. The flowers were in bloom, their white petals fluttering down, mixing with the red tiles where Kim Te Hun stood. The scene was truly eerie. Those ugly, slithering vines crept everywhere, winding along the base of the walls. Looking closer, he saw they were binding human beings. They were entangled by the thorny stems of the roses. The thorns wrapped around their bodies, hanging them upside down as a white liquid dripped from them. Kim Te Hun stood with his hands in his pockets, looking towards a palanquin veiled by a thin white curtain. Slithering vines crawled out from the base of the palanquin, but he could make out the silhouette of a woman sitting inside. From behind the thin curtain came the voice of a woman, one that sounded like the succubi Kim Te Hun had fought. She leisurely introduced herself. "Welcome to my palace. I am the mother of all desires. The queen here is called Rosalia." The corners of her mouth curled into a wicked smile, revealing her fangs. After hearing her introduction, Kim Te Hun's mission updated in his mind. The summoning contract was activated. The target for the contract was right in front of him. Kim Te Hun seemed to understand, thinking to himself, "So, this thing was my real objective after all?" Kim Te Hun opened his mouth and asked her again, You are Rosalia? She answered without hesitation, full of a queen's pride. That's right, Rosalia. She enunciated each letter of her name clearly. Kim Te Hun's brows furrowed. Unbelievable, he thought to himself. A monster that speaks human language? Rosalia let out a bewitching laugh and said slowly, There's nothing strange about it. You're not a monster, yet you understand our language, don't you? See? Kim Te Hun stood frozen, thinking, She's right. I can understand what they're saying. So, what is your purpose for coming here? Rosalia, still seated with the air of a queen, got straight to the point, then began listing possible answers herself. Is it out of curiosity? For fame? Or simple interest in this place? Or perhaps you wish to satisfy your desires? The tentacles rubbed against each other, a crimson liquid oozing from them, accompanied by Rosalia's impossibly wicked and provocative smile. White rose petals drifted down. Kim Te Hun opened his mouth and replied, No. He maintained his posture, looking at the palanquin full of writhing, slithering tentacles, and stated his reason for being there directly. I came to make a summoning contract. After a long pause, Rosalia slowly repeated what Kim Te Hun had just said. A summoning contract? She laughed, as if she'd just heard something hilarious. She couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing even louder. Her laughter grew and grew. You've got some nerve, human. Seeing Kim Te Hun just standing there, she continued to laugh heartily. Tentacles dripping with red liquid slowly pulled back the curtain, revealing a hand with sharp claws pointing straight at him. But don't be so naive. The curtain was finally pulled back completely. Inside, Rosalia sat with her legs crossed, surrounded by tentacles. There she was, pointing at Kim Te Hun. She spoke with a mocking tone. Since when does a toy get to demand a contract with its master? This woman, Rosalia, was the Lord of the Abyss and a mystery-ranked succubus queen. Rosalia's attitude shifted, her initial seductive allure completely gone. She commanded her tentacles to shoot rapidly toward Kim Te Hun, but he simply stood still, his hands in his pockets as he spoke. You're not wrong. Then, Kim Te Hun slowly moved his hand behind his back. The image of a demon manifested beside Kim Te Hun. On one side, Te Hun was controlling his demon. On the other, tentacles were rushing toward him. Kim Te Hun's expression turned ice cold. Then I'll just have to subdue you by force. The tentacles attacked fiercely. They were massive and carried an immense force. Upon impact, they shattered a huge pillar. But Kim Te Hun was no pushover. Kim Te Hun nimbly dodged the attacks. Looking at the tentacles, he smirked. His familiar blade appeared, along with a hand now equipped with a chain of light. Kim Te Hun controlled them with a few flicks of his wrist. He unleashed a series of high-damage slashes. His eyes widened and hardened, a black streak appearing within them. Aiming for the seated Rosalia, Kim Te Hun gripped his blade and charged at her to attack. Kim Te Hun raised his blade high, the chain of light glowing a furious red. His arm and the blade transformed into stone. In a direct assault, Kim Te Hun's hand and blade became a massive, sharp, triangular block of stone, hurtling towards Rosalia. She remained seated, her legs crossed. Just before reaching her, the stone mass Kim Te Hun had created suddenly crumbled to dust, the chain of light falling with it. Rosalia hadn't moved an inch, apparently without using any skill. Kim Te Hun couldn't believe what was happening. Huh? Rosalia sat there looking at Kim Te Hun, pointing her fingers at him as she laughed with utter contempt. You're just so weak. She snapped her fingers. Kim Te Hun, still hovering in midair, suddenly saw Rosalia's throne flip upside down. Panicked, Kim Te Hun had no idea what was happening to him. He could now see Rosalia sitting on her throne, looking down on him. He was falling from towering skyscrapers. Kim Te Hun couldn't control his own body. What the hell is this? My skills won't work. Staring into the void he was falling through, Kim Te Hun thought, has the very space around me been altered? No. This was Kim Te Hun plummeting past skyscrapers. And then, he plunged into water. He sank deep into the water. He struggled desperately. An illusion. This is an illusory space. It was an illusion Rosalia had created to drown Kim Te Hun. He thrashed in the water as it filled his mouth and enveloped him. He finally understood the situation as the realization hit him. An illusion. But when did I even fall under its spell? Rosalia sat on her throne with her writhing tentacles, looking down at the churning surface of the sea. Waves crashed against each other, creating a white foam. She covered her mouth, gloating over her victory. Her lips curled as she uttered each word. When did you fall for the illusion, you ask? From the very moment you stepped in here, you fool. The scene shifts to Rosalia, pinning Kim Te Hun down. She used her tentacles to bind his entire body, a wicked smile on her face. Kim Te Hun's eyes were shut tight, completely unconscious, as tentacles coiled around him on the throne, bathed in sunlight. Rosalia was on top of the unconscious Kim Te Hun. He lay there, his eyes shut tight. Rosalia's tentacles were wrapped around his neck and waist. She gave a cunning smile, revealing her fangs. "Since when, you ask?" Rosalia coiled her tentacles all over Kim Te Hun's body. She looked at him with a satisfied smirk. "You were caught in the illusion the moment you entered." Kim Te Hun sank into the water, large bubbles rising to the surface. Kim Te Hun gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, I have to break free from this illusion." Suddenly, a bright light flashed before his eyes. His eyes shot open in shock. Kim Te Hun suddenly found himself sitting in the back seat of a car. The man in the driver's seat was his father. The gentle, long-haired woman in the passenger seat was his mother. And the quast after Gideon. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Was that innocent little boy sitting there properly? To me as a child? A young Kim Te Hun excitedly told his parents. They said on TV that high-rank awakened earn a ton of money. The boy was still thrilled with his own story. "That's why I have to become the highest level awakened. To buy mom and dad the best food, the nicest things. Everything in the world." His father's eyes crinkled into a smile, and his mother smiled gently at his words. "My sweet boy." Young Kim Te Hun's mother said softly to him, "But mommy doesn't need any of those things, honey. I'm happy as long as you're healthy and happy." Hearing this, young Kim Te Hun's face fell slightly. "Why would you say that? That's so boring." Kim Te Hun then thought about his parents. That's right. They were always like that. More than wanting me to be a high-rank awakened, more than wanting to escape poverty. They were poor. But inside that tiny car, the family of 3 was laughing and talking, the air filled with the sounds of happiness. All his parents ever wanted was for him to be happy. Kim Te Hun's eyes were filled with joy as he smiled, basking in his family's warmth. Fire, a blazing red inferno reflected in Kim Te Hun's eyes. He was horrified. The scene of the accident flashed before him. The car was a mangled wreck, flames soaring as if to devour the entire vehicle. His parents sat there, unconscious, as the fire raged around them. The window was shattered, and his father's face was covered in bloody wounds. His mother sat silently in the passenger seat, slowly being consumed by the flames. The fire was spreading to where Kim Te Hun sat, and he was surrounded. He was so terrified he couldn't even scream. Through the shattered windshield, he could see a man and a woman standing outside. They were holding a young man in their arms, wailing in agony. The heavens are so unfair. The man's face was utterly devastated, tears streaming down his face as he whispered, "Oh, no." The woman, still clutching the young man, screamed in disbelief and regret. "How could you do this to my family?" Staring blankly, all Kim Te Hun could utter was, "What, uncle?" A savage smile and a mocking voice made Kim Te Hun's eyes fly open. "You useless brat." Now, the image before him was of 2 thugs relentlessly kicking a helpless victim who couldn't fight back. The 2 kept kicking him mercilessly. "Stop faking it and get up. Our little Te Hun must have awakened with some insane endurance stat." Kim Te Hun stood before the blazing car, looking at his trembling past self. He thought to himself, "That's right. This is my memory." He remembered shouldering his luggage and setting off with his comrades. Kim Te Hun was carrying a heavy load on his back. He was panting, sweat beading on his forehead. "A powerless nobody like you wants to go to the abyss? You should know your place." Watching the men who were mocking and looking down on him, Kim Te Hun remembered. Because he was an unawakened, because he had no power, he had to endure misery day after day, without a single word of protest. But what hurt him most of all was his aunt crying out to him, "Te Hun, what are you saying? Did I do something wrong? In your condition, where could you possibly go?" On a road blanketed with falling snow, Kim Te Hun stood with his luggage, his head bowed, unable to look his aunt and uncle in the eye. His aunt, still worried, tried to persuade him, "Money isn't an issue. Let's not worry about that anymore." Kim Te Hun finally replied, "That's not it. Aunt, uncle, just for helping me all this time. I'm already so grateful." His aunt and uncle were stunned to hear him say this. He sank back into his thoughts. Not only could he not help anyone, but his very existence brought misfortune to those who helped him. That's right. The current Kim Te Hun looked at his past self. His parents wanted him to be happy, but to obtain that happiness, the 2 versions of himself were practically facing off against each other. The Kim Te Hun of the past walked right through the Kim Te Hun of the present, heading toward a light. He realized then that he needed power. Skill usage detected. Queen's hypnosis has been activated. Rosalia was using her hypnosis skill to control Kim Te Hun, resisting the skill with an unknown power. Resistance has failed. All stats are decreased. Binding chains. Unusable. Knight's Will. Unusable. King's Heart. Unusable. Paralysis. Unusable. Stealth. Unusable skills. 1 out of 8. Kim Te Hun roared with all his might. Submission. He used his skill to shatter the illusions surrounding him. Corpses were strewn across the stone floor, their bodies soaked in blood. Rosalia chuckled, one arm crossed over her chest and the other propping up her chin. You're full of surprises. To think you survived an encounter with the Iron Horse. However, there were a few interesting things in your memories. Rosalia glanced at the image of Kim Te Hun's past self. First, for some reason, there are memories of a man who looks much older than you do now. Second, although they seem to be from the same time period, there are memories with completely opposite outcomes. A Kim Te Hun who was bullied and couldn't fight back, and a Kim Te Hun with extraordinary power who crushed the same bully who tormented him before. The defeated bully was lying at his feet. Well then, just to be sure, Rosalia's crimson tentacle shot out. What kind of secret are you hiding? She used her tentacle to shatter the Iron Horse in front of him. Watching the fragments scatter, she covered her mouth with a mocking laugh, but then, her red eyes widened in utter disbelief. She stood frozen as she saw what lay beyond. Vast spaces. And most shockingly, she saw the king. His entire body radiated a white light, his long white hair flowing behind him. Rosalia stumbled backward, unable to believe her eyes. She stammered, That person is the king." She was still in shock, at a loss for words. Behind her, crimson lightning began to spark, arcing across her body. She collapsed to her knees, looking up at the crimson lightning as her reflection appeared in the shattered fragments. Her face was drenched in sweat. Staring at the tentacles lying on the ground, her mind went blank. How dare you peek into someone else's memories? She whipped her head toward the source of the sound. A knife was already at her throat. What a twisted hobby for a queen. Rosalia knelt on the ground with Kim Te Hun's knife to her throat. Kim Te Hun said, "I'll say it again, Rosalia. Accept the summoning contract." She still managed to laugh. "You think those cheap memory reels can defeat me? Fool. You think that little toy can kill me?" Kim Te Hun said defiantly. "There's only one way to find out." Rosalia glanced sideways and sneered, letting out a cold huff. How arrogant. But suddenly, a tentacle appeared and shot out like a flash of lightning. Rosalia wrapped a tentacle around Kim Te Hun, her fingers brushing against his face as she said, "I will accept the contract." With that, she bit down hard on Kim Te Hun's shoulder, sending blood splattering everywhere. Kim Te Hun let out a scream of disbelief. Contract conditions fulfilled. Summoning contract established. Rosalia was still biting tightly into Kim Te Hun's shoulder. The skill, Contract with a Demon, has been converted into Queen Sovereign. Skill level has been adjusted. New skill, Perfect Hypnosis, has been added. Skill level has been adjusted. She released Kim Te Hun and retracted her tentacles. Charm stat has increased. Brushing a tentacle against Kim Te Hun's face, she said, "Hey, sleep well, my chosen one." She smiled, satisfied with her actions. Kim Te Hun lay unconscious, his eyes shut tight. "Mr. Kim Te Hun," he heard someone calling his name. Kim Te Hun slowly opened his eyes. He woke up and sat up abruptly, seeing a man with neatly styled hair. He wore glasses, and behind him was the magic circle that had summoned him. The man asked, "Are you all right, sir?" Kim Te Hun was still confused. "I'm glad to see you survived." The dazzlingly handsome man who just spoke was the administrator of the 22nd floor of the Abyss, a member of the World Player Association, A-rank player Paul Baker. In a space filled with only sand and bases, Kim Te Hun asked, "Where is this?" Paul Baker said, "This is the player area. I was on my way back when I found you lying here." Kim Te Hun rubbed his aching head and said, "What happened?" He thought to himself. "Did Rosalia bring me here?" System updates appeared in Kim Te Hun's mind. Summoning skill, Queen Sovereign, rank B, can summon Rosalia, Queen of Demons. Mana cost, 200. Hypnosis skill, rank B, can hypnotize opponents. Mana cost, 40. Charm requirement, 130. Not only that, but this wasn't a dream. A powerful surge of energy was flowing through Kim Te Hun's body. The demon contract was changed into the Queen's summoning skill. I even got a new skill, Hypnosis. With the Rosalia summoning skill, I'll be able to use her in the Asian Friendship Tournament and face off against players from other countries. An image of Rosalia appeared in Kim Te Hun's mind. And the hypnosis skill Rosalia gave me has infinite range too. But why did Rosalia change her mind? Kim Te Hun was stunned as he thought about it, about what she said at the very end. Rosalia had one arm crossed over her stomach and the other covering her mouth as her tentacles wiggled. Hey, sleep well. The king's chosen one. Just those few words whispered by Rosalia were enough to make Kim Te Hun turn pale and stammer in fear. She knows about the king? Paul Baker suddenly called out. Ah, Mr. Kim Te Hun. This snapped him back to his senses. He looked over at Paul Baker. Paul Baker continued, what will you do now? Do you need to hire a guide? Kim Te Hun smiled politely and replied to Paul Baker, thank you. I'm fine. Everything's taken care of, so I'm going home now. A clear blue sky and early morning sunbeams shone down on a city of towering skyscrapers, each one stretching up to catch the morning light. One skyscraper had a rather spacious rooftop. Below, people bustled back and forth, going about their work. Dua Yun was stepping out of the building. She walked down the steps in her high heels. Congratulations on your discharge from the hospital, Guildmaster. Hearing the congratulations, Dua Yun's steps faltered in surprise. A man with a large scar on his face, followed by two underlings, was clapping loudly. You're looking well, aren't you? The scar-faced man was still clapping. He was the vice guildmaster of the Nightwalkers, the A-rank player Han Sudong. Dua Yun adjusted her suit jacket and said, I've sparred with a few people and I feel fine. Han Sudong cackled. That's our guildmaster for you. I've got some interesting news for you. Hearing this, Dua Yun shot him a look and asked, what news? He pictured Kim Te Hun in his mind and said, I heard that player Kim Te Hun has returned after entering the abyss. Dua Yun was shocked to hear this and exclaimed, he's back? She was still in disbelief. He really came back? Well, either way, there's no way Kim Te Hun could have explored deep inside all by himself. Han Sudong crossed his arms and answered with an arrogant smirk. That place is an S-rank tomb. Returning isn't the issue. The important thing is who went to meet player Kim Te Hun. Dua Yun was even more shocked, asking urgently, what? Who met him? Han Sudong smirked. Osayamiro, one of the four major guilds. A tall, imposing player stood before Kim Te Hun. It was Guan Kang-hyuk. Kim Te Hun broke into a cold sweat. The man had a scar across his nose. He bared his teeth in a grin and asked, you Kim Te Hun? He arrogantly challenged him, let's have a fight. Guan Kang-hyuk, guildmaster of the Osayamiro Guild, an S-rank player. Guan Kang-hyuk charged straight towards Kim Te Hun. He was the leader of Osayamiro, one of the four major guilds. This man was known as the strongest tank in New Korea. He'd fought monsters for dozens of hours straight, and there were many rumors about him. One of them claimed he had wiped out hundreds of monsters. His most famous ability was concentrating power into his hands. Well then, let's begin. Power erupted from Guan Kang-hyuk's body. Recruiting members through duels. Bring it on. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Stop. Kim Hun rushed forward, looking like she was about to slap him. He was stunned. Huh? Guan Kang-hyuk shouted in surprise. Secretary Kim? She spoke up. Do you want to get another call from the Human Rights Commission? Guildmaster, don't you know you'll be banned from the abyss if you do this? What kind of excuse will I have to come up with this time to keep you out of trouble? Kim Te Hun just stared, bewildered. She then turned and greeted him. I'm Kim Hun, secretary to the guild, master of Osayamiro. He remained in a combat stance. Kim Hun explained, it's true that our guild master's recruitment method is a bit barbaric, but now that I'm here, I'll handle Mr. Kim Te Hun's recruitment into the guild. At this, Guan Kang-hyuk, standing behind them, became extremely annoyed. Secretary Kim, what are you talking about? What's so barbaric about it? If player Kim Te Hun wants to join the guild, he can do it without a fight. It's no big deal. Kim Te Hun was skeptical. If there was no selection process, wasn't this just forcing people to join? Secretary Kim agreed. You're not wrong. But I do have a suggestion for you, Mr. Kim Te Hun. From what I understand, player Kim Te Hun, you're planning to participate in the Asian-friendly match, she continued. Among the four major guilds, we, Osayamiro, specialize with our countless dungeon raid schedules, we can guarantee you prime opportunities to explore the abyss. If you join our guild, we will undoubtedly make up for whatever you're lacking, Mr. Kim Te Hun. Kim Te Hun listened in silence. Guan Kang-hyuk stepped forward from behind them, laughing cheerfully as he slapped Secretary Kim on the shoulder, making her flinch and turn around. He said, that's enough, Secretary Kim. Then he shot a disdainful glance and smirked. If he wanted all that stuff, he would have come to us a long time ago. No. Kim Te Hun suddenly cut Guan Kang-hyuk off. I've changed my mind. Hearing this, both Secretary Kim and Guan Kang-hyuk were stunned. Guan Kang-hyuk asked in surprise, what? But Secretary Kim cheered enthusiastically. That's more like it, Kwon Kang-hyuk asked hesitantly. So, you mean you want to join Osai Miro? Kim Te Hun laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? Kwon Kang-hyuk's eyes widened, not understanding what Kim Te Hun meant. Kim Te Hun stood face to face with Kwon Kang-hyuk and said confidently, "Let's do it your way." Kim Te Hun's expression turned cold as he continued. The winner gets what they want. How about it? Kwon Kang-hyuk said, annoyed. This little brat. The Osai Miro headquarters stadium was brightly lit, with thousands of people and numerous cameras gathered to watch. Reporters swarmed Kim Te Hun for an interview. Is it true you're being strong-armed into joining Osai Miro? What is your connection to the Nightwalker Guild and the player Yui? Why did you agree to a duel with Kwon Kang-hyuk, an opponent nicknamed the strongest tank in New Korea? Do you think you even have a chance of winning? The questions, the flashing screens. They all surrounded Kim Te Hun. A fire ignited in his eyes, his killing intent flared. The people behind him were pushing and shoving. This is so annoying. Get out of the way, damn it. I just want to get one picture. Someone asked the fuming Kim Te Hun, why aren't you saying anything? Then someone in the crowd yelled, ah! A hand in a green sleeve reached out with a shout. Hearing it, Kim Te Hun went, and turned to look in the direction of the sound. A girl in a green suit, wearing glasses, her hair in a half-up bun, and clutching a camera, frantically pushed through the crowd, shouting, I need an interview too. Get out of the way. I have to get an interview. She was Reporter Kim, occupation, rookie reporter for C Economic, defining characteristic, desperately trying to avoid getting fired. Reporter Kim's hand trembled as she tried to push forward. A strong male hand suddenly grabbed her outstretched arm. The man was Kim Te Hun, now holding Reporter Kim's hand. She looked up at him in a panic. Kim Te Hun looked down at Reporter Kim and greeted her. Long time no see, Reporter Kim. We met during the selection exam, didn't we? Reporter Kim, embarrassed, turned bright red and stammered, ah, that's right, it's been a while. Player Kim Te Hun. Reporter Kim, you two know each other? You're just pretending to be close to Kim Te Hun, aren't you? The crowd nearby gossiped about Reporter Kim. Standing there, Reporter Kim started to daydream. He even remembers someone who just passed by like me. Celebrities really are on another level. Kim Te Hun extended his hand toward Reporter Kim and said casually, I can't answer any questions right now. If you have any, just ask her. As you all know, I have an appointment with Kwon Kang-hyuk, so I don't have time for interviews. With this bombshell dropped in her lap, Reporter Kim froze, every hair on her body standing on end. All she could manage was, Reporter Kim was immediately swarmed by a mob of journalists asking, Reporter Kim, what's your relationship with Kim Te Hun? Suddenly surrounded, a terrified reporter Kim didn't know what to do, only managing a confused, huh? Having successfully passed off his problem to Reporter Kim, Kim Te Hun waved, gave a gentle smile, and walked away, saying, well, that's settled. Kim Te Hun walked towards a staircase where a brightly lit gate was opening. With his hands in his pockets, he ascended the steps one by one. He paused, his brow furrowed. Green spotlights swept across the arena, where thousands of people were seated, waiting. Kim Te Hun and Kwon Kang-hyuk stood facing each other. Kwon Kang-hyuk let out a challenging smirk, a fierce red fire burning within him. So, you showed up? I was worried you'd get scared and run off. Not to be outdone, Kim Te Hun's own form had shifted, ready for battle. He replied confidently, any last words? If not, then let's get straight to it. Kim Te Hun's body became encased in rock as flames erupted around him. He too was ready for this fight. Down in the stands, thousands of people sat watching intently as the voice of the level 8 player and commentator, Choi Hye-sun, boomed. Here we go, folks. The battle you've all been waiting for is about to begin. There is only one path to victory, forcing your opponent to surrender. How will this forced recruitment match play out? Kwon Kang-hyuk settled into his stance. All right then, let's see what you've got, kid. The member recruitment battle.com begins now. As the starting gong rang out, both fighters thrilled at the prospect of this explosive clash. Kim Te Hun was ready. Let's do this. With a light wave of his hand, he summoned a colossal monster. I'll show you my power, he thought, planning his strategy. Right now, just by summoning a monster, the overwhelming pressure of my royal aura is enough to crush S-rank monsters in a single blow. Even for a player of Kwon Kang-hyuk's caliber, dodging this won't be easy. He thought this sovereign-class monster would be enough to intimidate his opponent, but he was stunned to see no reaction at all. Heh, that's a little intimidating, I'll give you that, but it's not nearly enough. Kim Te Hun was stunned by his response. Suddenly, he felt something blur past his back. It was a panther. What? Before he could finish his thought, Kwon Kang-hyuk was already pouring all of his power into his fist, concentrating his might into a single point. Ethereal images swirled around that fist. One punch. His fist slammed forward with the power of a giant brown bear. He was sent flying back a great distance. The deep cracks that formed in the ground beneath him were a testament to the punch's terrifying power, but he had managed to wrap his arm in golden chains, mitigating most of the damage. His opponent rushed at him like the wind, massive, long horns sprouting from his head. Your fighting skills are pretty good, but you're dead wrong if you think you can beat me with that level of power, he charged, thrusting forward as the phantom image of a giant bull appeared, just like the bear before it. You really are strong, Kim Te Hun replied calmly, a smile still playing on his handsome face. His opponent leaped into the air, exuding the same aura, this time taking the form of a giant elephant ready to crush the tiny prey beneath its foot. Kim Te Hun was taken aback by this bizarre technique. With a devastating crash, the entire colossal elephant stomped down on his small frame. Rock and debris flew everywhere, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Kwon Kang-hyuk landed on a ledge, smirking, pleased with his attack. As the dust settled, Kim Te Hun was still standing firm in the arena. Not bad, your escape skills are impressive, but how do you expect to win if all you do is run and hide? He taunted. A smile spread across Kim Te Hun's wounded face. He laughed loudly. Guildmaster, if you're out of beasts, then this fight is as good as mine. As if provoked, Kwon Kang-hyuk began to advance, gathering his power. That's rich. You're the one on the losing end, and you still have the nerve to talk like that? Fine, if that's how you want it, I'll end this right now with this next attack. The phantom image of a giant dinosaur materialized behind him. The audience roared with excitement. There it is. Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk's final transformation. The crowd went wild. The stage where the two had been fighting was already in ruins from just 3 of his attacks. Kim Te Hun looked tiny next to the colossal dinosaur. With a combat form like that, this fight will be over in a flash. Even if he's a promising rookie, there's no way he can beat the Guildmaster. Han Soo-jong and Yoo Ah-young sat in the stands, watching the match. Yoo Ah-young was ecstatic. It's true. You can only appreciate how powerful they are by seeing it in person. How can you be saying that at a time like this? Han Soo-jong chided her. If he loses, player Kim Te Hun will be forced to join the Asamire Guild, but there's nothing we can do about that. Then, we have to stop it. The match continues. Joo Ah-young analyzes Gun Kang-hyuk's ability. Guildmaster Gun Kang-hyuk's skill, Berserker's Rage. It's a power that simulates the rage of a wild beast. It grants him the strength and overwhelming pressure of a predator in battle. Once he unleashes this skill's final form, no matter how powerful player Kim Te Hun is, he'll have a hard time stopping it. Joo Ah-young reassures them, hey, there's no need to worry like that. The Kim Te Hun, I know, he won't go down that easily. You could say he always has an ace up his sleeve for situations just like this. He gathers his power and charges at him, but he just stands there waiting. That smug smile appears on his face again. The audience in the stands watches the match restlessly. Huh? What? What's going on? Everyone is completely floored. The Guildmaster. He's on his knees. What? How? He still doesn't understand what just happened, filled with anxiety and shock. If you're on your knees, then I guess I win. On another note, as I said, Guildmaster Gun Kang-hyuk was the one who requested a one-on-one duel. His opponent, player Kim Te Hun, happily accepted. Secretary Kim explains to the Players Association. A wave of shock washes over the entire stadium. No one can believe what they're seeing. The audience gasps at the outcome before them. The Guildmaster is kneeling. The man who's survived countless battles and conquered so many dungeons is on his knees. No way, this must be rigged. A rematch. This one doesn't count. It was fixed. Void the match. Do it over. As he stood on the stage, the roars of dissatisfaction with the result echoed endlessly. He looks at him. You're still on your knees. I foresaw some of this, but I never thought the battle would play out like this. He truly is one of Korea's strongest players. The moment he closed in for close quarters combat, the hypnosis took effect. Kneel. He grinds his teeth, his face contorted with anger and humiliation. Did I lose? Impossible. I remember charging in to attack him when some kind of mind control skill took over. I lost consciousness for just a moment. God damn it. He grits his teeth in frustration. Everyone, silence. His roar echoes throughout the entire stadium. The entire audience freezes. Ha, Guildmaster. I don't know what kind of skill that kid used, but I lost. And when you lose, you have to accept it. Therefore, all members of the Onamiro Guild will accept this result. If anyone has a problem with that, you can come up here and take it up with me directly. The guildmaster has completely admitted defeat. Looking down from the stands, Ju Ah-yong watches the two of them. He must be absolutely furious right now. But I never thought that in such a brief moment, player Kim Te Hun could turn the tables like that. He really does always have some surprising skill up his sleeve. You truly are an incredibly mysterious player. Guildmaster Ju Ah-yong laughs, tossing popcorn into her mouth with great amusement. After his speech, a furious Gun Kang-hyuk stomps over to him. Just as he turns, keeping an eye on him, Gun Kang-hyuk is already towering right in front of him. Kim Te Hun extends a hand for a handshake. That was a good fight. Gun Kang-hyuk doesn't shake his hand right away, instead asking, "I want to ask you one thing. Did you plan to win like this from the very beginning?" Kim Te Hun smiles and replies, "Well, maybe just a little." He laughs, amused by his answer. "Ha, you're one arrogant brat." Then, Gun Kang-hyuk also extends his hand, and accepts the goodwill handshake. He asks him bluntly, "A promise is a promise. So, what'll it be? Do you want money, or some special item?" Kim Te Hun answers him just as frankly. "Those things are nice, of course, but I don't want any of that." Gun Kang-hyuk looks at him, puzzled. "Then what do you want?" Kim Te Hun answers without hesitation. "The Minotaur's Labyrinth." Gun Kang-hyuk is utterly stunned to hear it. He continues, not giving an inch, "I want to participate in that labyrinth raid." This makes Gun Kang-hyuk break out in a cold sweat. Scene change to the Awakened Association headquarters. In his office, the chairman and Tae-guk are in discussion. Tae-guk asks, "The Minotaur's Labyrinth?" The chairman clarifies, "Yes, it's a dungeon located at the very end of the abyss. That labyrinth is a complex space filled with countless traps. Many Awakened have lost their lives there." The chairman's expression grows more solemn. Even though it's at the end of the abyss, it's a place many S-rank Awakened have aimed to conquer, and all of them have failed. Currently, the Onamiro Guild holds the rights to raid that labyrinth, but this hasn't been made public yet. Tae-guk asks worriedly. "Then, how did player Kim Te Hun find out about that? Is this really okay?" Understanding his concern, the chairman replies, "Of course, the situation there is extremely volatile. There's no telling what might happen. Because we don't know what's going on in the abyss, we need to be cautious." He leans on the table and continues, "But there's no other way. All we can do now is put our faith in the Awakened, who are preparing to attack that dungeon. Of course, if I were younger, I'd have joined that raid myself." Tae-guk looks at the chairman with respect. "Mr. Chairman." He looks at him pensively. "It's just that, if you're that concerned, then instead of worrying about the difficulties of clearing dungeons, you should focus on finding more powerful new Awakeners. I hope what I'm worried about doesn't happen." Suddenly, an urgent call on the notification screen caught his attention. A girl from the Awakened Association said frantically, "Chairman, I'm sorry to call you so suddenly, but this is an emergency." He calmly asked back, "An emergency?" She quickly explained the situation. "The Japanese Awakened Association has contacted us." The chairman was a bit confused now. "What did you say?" "If this is about the Hongdong auction house, that matter is already closed." Taegu, who was standing beside him, couldn't understand either. The girl continued to explain, "Well, the Saintess has sent an invitation to player Kim Te Hun." After hearing the word Saintess, the chairman immediately pictured a woman who was as arrogant as she was terrifying, which gave him quite a shock. Meanwhile, Kwon Kang-hyuk stood before a gate. Behind him, fully armed troops were lined up in neat rows. This was the gate management facility. This young man just got punched square in the mouth, but instead of being scared, he's grinning like a complete lunatic. This was 16. If that's the case, then this is bad. What's wrong with this guy? He's gone insane. "Hi." Uksu looked at Tae-hun with a bit of caution, then started running his mouth again. "You bastard. Are you asking for another punch?" The moment Uksu finished his sentence, he ate another fist from Tae-hun. Tears fall, and the game begins. If this is 16 years ago, it means Tae-hun can awaken too. Kim Te Hun, a 35-year-old man who still worked as a porter for the Awakened. During one expedition, the party unfortunately ran into Asmodeus, an SSS-rank monster that wiped them all out, leaving Tae-hun as the sole survivor. Just as Tae-hun was about to be sent by Asmodeus to meet his ancestors, a being calling himself a king appeared. He stopped space and time, granted power to Tae-hun, and then shipped him back to the past. Not only that, but he returned right at the moment he was getting the crap beaten out of him by Hai Uksu, a trash tier, Awakened, and his cronies. Seeing him get hit, Hai Uksu's friends got fired up and charged at Tae-hun. They thought they'd easily take him down, like always, but they were wrong. This time, Te Hun put them on the floor with just a few basic moves. For 35 years, he had lived as someone who couldn't awaken. Te Hun had done everything he could, from daily physical training to learning all available information about the abyss and its monsters. With his knowledge of different skills and even real-world combat techniques, there was no way he would lose to these amateur thugs. This bunch didn't even know the first thing about fighting. Speaking of the abyss, its appearance had changed the entire world. This was a place where monsters that once only existed in novels had appeared. After the abyss was discovered, humans awakened extraordinary powers, and with that power, they defeated the monsters. They also explored the potential of the abyss. Thanks to that, a person's worth was no longer judged by their character or effort. Instead, it was based on their rank and awakened power. If someone had a high awakened rank, they would have a good life. For ordinary people like Te Hun, who couldn't even open a status window at the age of 35, they could only accept a life of poverty, being despised and trampled on, becoming mere servants to the awakened. But that was the story of his previous life. In this life, Te Hun had awakened at the age of 19, and he would take full advantage of this chance to rise to the top. Back to the main events. While Te Hun was feeling pleased with himself for teaching the bullies a lesson, Hyuk-shu had recovered from the unexpected punch. What? Awakened? Kim Te Hun, you're dead meat. With those words, Hyuk-shu activated his rock power. It was a body enhancement that made him tougher by forming rock on his skin. He then began to charge and relentlessly attack Te Hun. Te Hun relied on his quick reflexes to successfully dodge, then took the opportunity to counterattack Hyuk-shu. But he forgot one thing. His opponent's skin was incredibly hard. In the end, he took recoil damage and injured his arm. Before Te Hun could even regret it, Hyuk-shu landed another punch that sent him flying back, crashing through a nearby wall. Haha, even if you're going to pull tricks, you should know your place. You've come to your senses now, haven't you? You damn unawakened piece of scum from the bottom of society. What are you going to do now, huh? Keep running like you just did? Or are you going to flail around with those useless skills of yours? Hyuk-shu said smugly, slowly walking closer to Te Hun. He glared down at him as if he were an insect. Te Hun didn't answer and began to think deeply. All awakened possess one skill and one rank. It starts from F rank, which is basically the same as a normal human. The highest is S rank, which includes individuals who fight in the territories of beings called monsters. The physical abilities and skills of an awakened are exponentially greater than those of a normal person. But the F rank predation skill he now possessed was a skill no one had ever seen or even heard of before. And on top of that, it was the lowest rank. Theoretically, Te Hun didn't stand a single chance of winning against the C rank Hyuk-shu, but for some reason, he felt like he wouldn't lose to him. From the rubble, Te Hun slowly got up, a dense, dark aura radiating from his body. This made Hyuk-shu start to feel a little uneasy. What the hell is that? It can't be. Did you really awaken? But you're just Kim Te Hun, a nobody from the bottom of society. Te Hun was also surprised. He was shocked by the power surging through his body. Is this predation? I can feel magic flowing into my will. I don't know what's going on, but I just need to kill the user, and this will all be over. Hyuk-shu said confidently and charged in, trying to land a cheap shot on Te Hun, but a simple lift of Te Hun's hand completely blocked his attack. Then, the layer of rock on Hyuk-shu's skin slowly cracked and crumbled. Even he couldn't withstand the power from that single gesture and was thrown backward. He was knocked out cold. Te Hun's system immediately announced that predation was complete. By hunting your prey, your rank has changed to E, and you have learned a skill. New skill. Stone skin. After the party was over, Te Hun took the bullied kids to the nurse's office. Since Toon was the only one conscious, while treating them, the school nurse asked him how they all got injured. Toon replied, "We fell down the stairs." Somehow, she didn't ask any more questions and let Toon go. Awesome. I've awakened, and I even got revenge on Hyu. The problem is predation. Thinking of this, Toon fell into deep thought. My rank, something that takes a lifetime of training to change, increased after just one fight. It's only rank F, but it has the power to overwhelm even a rank C. I can steal the skills of those I defeat. Why would that person, the king, give me a power like this? Why did he send me back in time? There are countless questions, but in the end, there's only one thing I have to do. Learn about predation. Having sorted his thoughts, Taeun arrived at his uncle's house. After his parents passed away, he went to live with him. So for Taeun, his uncle's house was his own home. It's been a long time since I've been home. Uncle will be home late. Maybe I should look up information on similar skills? Tun smiled happily, eagerly pushing open the door to enter the house. As soon as he entered, he saw Hoang-jung, his uncle's son, kneeling before three strangers. Hoang-jung, Why aren't you at school? Toon instinctively glanced at the overturned money box in front of him and immediately understood the situation, cursing angrily under his breath. Hoang Jong, that bastard. Before I regressed, I remember he always wanted to team up with other bullies. He stole all the money in the house and caused a huge mess. I didn't think it would be today, of all days. One of the three strangers saw Tiun and questioned Jejong. Who's this guy? Jejong stood up and whispered into the ear of the blonde guy, who appeared to be the leader. Whoa, I was wondering who that was. Turns out you're Jong's relative, huh? If you don't want to get beaten up, you'd better stay out of this. And pretend you don't know anything. We'll just take the money and leave. The blonde guy threatened as he slowly approached Tun. Then he mockingly patted the boy's head and said, "You haven't awakened yet, have you?" After a moment of silence, Tiun replied with a sinister smile. "Perfect. I was looking to test it out." "What?" The moment the blonde guy finished speaking, he received a loving punch from Taeun. After knocking the blonde guy down, Tun began to cast his predation skill, but instead, he received a notification. Predation function cannot be executed. What? Predation isn't activating. While Ten was still in shock, the blonde guy fought back. Then, he and his buddies used their skills in combination to ambush Taeun. Bind, poison, bleed. All three rank C skills were aimed directly at Tun. A loud explosion erupted, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Just as the blonde guy's crew thought Tun had been vaporized, Tun's system notification rang out. Skill usage has been detected. Bind, poison, and bleed have been confirmed. Due to a mysterious power, resistance is successful. First, it doesn't activate, and then it just nullifies skills at will. I don't know what's going on, but I'm sure it's powerful. Tun emerged from the cloud of dust like a god. Then, quick as a flash, grabbed the blonde guy by the neck and slammed him to the ground. After finishing the job, Tun looked down at the three delinquents lying unconscious on the floor and thought, I guess I've learned two things by now, huh? The status window is only visible to the pseudo-awakened. Status window, name, Kim Tun, age, 19, rank, E. Strength, 3, stamina, 6, speed, 5, mana, 10, debilitation, 71%, magic, 10 out of 10. Skills, Predation E, hunts the selected pseudo-awakened target. Mana, 5. Stone Skin E, reinforces the body. Mana, 1. Detailed information about the pseudo-awakened is recorded here, but while it's detailed, it's not everything. First of all, I've had more than enough mana to activate Predation, but it still wouldn't turn on. Skill, Predation E hunts the selected pseudo-awakened target. Mana, 5. In other words, the description mentions mana, but to activate Predation, there must be other factors at play besides just mana. On top of that, the passive effect of the Predation skill isn't mentioned in the description either, the one that resists and nullifies skills. The ones related to abnormal statuses like poisoning or bleeding, well, I'll figure it out sooner or later. More importantly, Tun let out a long sigh. Then he glanced at Jong, who was kneeling before him, and asked, "What are you doing?" Only then did Jong dare to look up. He cried and begged, "Hyung, after witnessing that side of you, I was so impressed. I, Hong Jong, your cousin, will self-reflect on my actions. Please, just forgive me this one time. Whether it's licking your shoes or barking like a dog, I'll do whatever you tell me to." To add sincerity to his words, Jong began to bark. With a look of disgust, Taeun cursed inwardly. What a pathetic bastard. I knew this guy was cunning back in the day, but I never thought he'd stoop this low. Well, there's no point in dealing with him now. Anyway, there's a more urgent matter that's going to happen today. Remembering something, Tun said, "All right, I'll let it slide." Jong looked up with an expectant face and asked, Really? Tun stated his condition. "You have to come with me to settle this matter." Hearing that, Jong curiously looked up at Tun. Night was falling. In a restricted area, 3 people stood before an energy cage that surrounded a rift gate. Monsters were continuously pouring out of the gate. A rift gate is a phenomenon where monsters appear when a rift suddenly opens up, a path leading to the abyss. If this isn't handled, it will lead to a dungeon disaster. The young man with glasses sighed softly as he looked at the rift gate. It's been 10 years since I've seen a dungeon rift. The gate was created so suddenly, and monsters are pouring through to harm people. The long-haired girl spoke up. Looking at these monsters, it's clear that if we do nothing, a dungeon disaster will happen soon. The red-haired girl asked worriedly, "Should we evacuate the nearby areas?" The young man with glasses replied confidently, "No need, because I have my B-rank barrier skill. Besides, this rift gate is only C-rank. That means the strongest monster to come through it will be a C-rank monster. In other words, Even if an unexpected crisis occurs, suddenly, the barrier behind them was shattered by monsters. Seeing this, the two girls on the team cried out, "Captain!" The captain turned his head and swung his leg, kicking the monsters' heads clean off. Then he declared, "B rankers like us are more than enough to handle this." At the same time, Ti-un and Jung had already set off, running toward the rift gate. On the way, Jung wouldn't stop nagging. "So isn't everything fine over there now? You said the control staff was already there, didn't you? So everything should be fine, right?" Tun, getting a headache, spoke up. "Be quiet. Enough with the whining. You're right. Based on the preliminary mana estimation, it's a C rank rift gate. Furthermore, the responders are B rank, so they shouldn't have any problem facing C rank opponents." Jong exclaimed, "Right. That's exactly what I meant. But that's only if it's really times, a C rank dungeon." These words from Tun made Jung, who was about to start nagging again, fall dead silent, his eyes widening in fear. At the rift gate, the captain sat down next to a monster's corpse, lost in thought. Strange. How could these low-level monsters tear right through my B-rank barrier? Could it be that the amount of mana leaking from here is higher than my rank? "Captain, something's inside the gate." Hearing the shout, the captain quickly turned to look. He saw a monster with a body far larger than the previous ones, emerging from the rift gate. The captain's eyes widened as he stared at the monster in disbelief. What? That enormous monster? It's an A-rank giant astral bug. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth and let out a roar, shattering the B-rank barrier and releasing the horde of monsters to swarm out. The captain made no move at all. He just stood there, stunned, staring at the giant astral bug. "It's not C-rank. It's..." Before he could finish his sentence, a massive wave of energy engulfed the captain and his two team members. A loud explosion erupted, and smoke and fire immediately enveloped the entire containment zone around the rift gate. Elsewhere, Jung asked while running after Tun, "Hey, let's just say you're right, but this is ridiculous. How could you possibly know all of this? They didn't even issue an evacuation order because there was no sign of the monsters. Asterisk. Because I've already experienced this before. Asterisk," Tun thought to himself. Aloud, he replied, "Intuition. My intuition told me. You're lying. Don't tell me you're trying to fool me." Before Jung could finish his sentence, horrifying screams suddenly erupted in the distance. "Run. It's the rift gate. Arr, help me." Jung turned his head to look back. When he saw a huge number of monsters chasing after civilians, he couldn't help but panic. Tiun, however, spoke calmly. "Remember what I told you to do? If you remember, then get going." Jung asked worriedly, "What about you?" "Me? I'll handle these bastards and catch up with you in a bit." As he spoke, Tiun activated his acceleration skill and walked toward the horde of monsters. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building, a man looked down worriedly at the chaotic streets below, then turned to speak to someone behind him. "The situation is deteriorating rapidly, just as you said. The rift gate that was supposed to be C rank turned out to be A rank. There are no reinforcements available because everyone else is busy conquering dungeons and exploring the abyss. Right now, the only way to resolve this crisis is with an A rank awakened. You are our only hope. Please, help us." The Berserk Blade, Anhunsu. Hearing this, Anhunsu bit his lip. With tears streaming down his face, he declared, "Everyone, just hold on. The hero, Anhunsu, is on his way. He is the A-rank awakened, the Berserk Blade." Trait, Puberty Syndrome. While Tun was eliminating monsters, he was also continuously testing his predation skill. A moment later, Tun smiled and thought to himself, "Just as I thought. The predation skill fails due to the exhaustion level. If the exhaustion level exceeds 70%, it no longer works. Most skills are activated based on mana usage. But that doesn't mean mana is the only thing to worry about, because of the exhaustion level. The exhaustion level increases when using a skill or engaging in physical activity, and the higher the exhaustion level, the weaker the skill becomes, and your body's movements will feel heavier. Unfortunately, there's a lot to keep track of. I've discovered that if I absorb the life force of a dead monster, I can recover my mana. It makes using skills much simpler then." Muttering to himself, Tun used his predation skill again. A system notification appeared. "The target's life force has been absorbed. Digestion is complete, so mana can no longer be absorbed for recovery. You have successfully hunted your prey and restored your mana," Tun whispered with delight. And the good news was, a system notification. "Your rank has changed to D. Predation from E rank to D. Stone skin from E rank to D." Tiun grinned excitedly, thinking to himself, "The more I use predation, the more I level up. At this rate, I can reach S rank or even SS rank. No, I might even become the first ever SSS ranker. Very quickly, the monsters here were completely wiped out by Tun. All done. Should I head back to Hoangda? Before he could finish his sentence, a loud crash erupted behind Tun. He turned around to see a giant A-rank python falling into a skyscraper. Then, Taeun saw Hyunsu appear in the air above the giant python. He raised his sword, which glowed with a golden light, preparing to strike down the monster. He roared, "You filthy monster! I will make you pay for the lives you have stolen. This warrior of justice, and Hyunsu, will pass judgment upon you." Hearing this, Taeun looked at Hyunsu with an expression that was 30% assessment and 70% contempt. The giant python, of course, wasn't just going to lie there and die. It reared up and swung its fist toward Hyunsu, but it was just a futile struggle. Hyunsu's full-power slash was not something it could block. A pillar of golden light shot into the sky, and the giant python was defeated by Hyunsu. Watching the entire process, Tun marveled. He can easily take down an A-rank monster. He's definitely an A-rank awakened. The one who handled the dungeon break all by himself before I regressed. The Mad Sword. An Hyunsu. He's as strong as the rumors say. Just then, Hyunsu struck what he thought was a cool pose and spoke. "You foolish monster, you have just died by my sword of justice," Tun added in his mind. "And he's just as dumb as the rumors say, too. But why isn't Hyunsu here?" Before I regressed, I remember him having a bloody battle with a giant orc. On the other side of the city, Hyunsu stood on the giant python's body, clasping his hands in prayer. "You poor people, may you all rest in peace." He was about to say something else when he suddenly froze. System notification. Skill perception. The next second, Taeun watched in horror as someone suddenly appeared behind Hyunsu and plunged a sword through his chest. Hyunsu coughed up a mouthful of blood, startled as he turned around. He cried out, "What?" The mysterious person grinned and said, "Got you," and Hyunsu. At the same time, in a brightly lit room, Jong was standing with a frown, looking at Naeun, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, wondering, "Is this really okay? A lot of people are going to die tonight. One of them is our school nurse, Choi Naeun. She's going to die while focusing on helping people instead of evacuating. You can use your sleep skill to make people fall asleep, right? Then make Naeun fall asleep and evacuate her to a safe place. I'll take care of the rest." Recalling Tun's words, Jae-jung wondered to himself, how could Tun Hyung know all of this? Or is there some logical reason for it, but there's no other explanation? A moment later, something occurred to Jae-jung, and he exclaimed, "Could it be Tun Hyung? Did Hyung Nim awaken a skill that lets him see the future? No way. Seeing the future? That's amazing. It's insane. Absolutely insane." Back with Taeun, he was forcing a smile while cursing inwardly. "Damn it, something's very wrong here." Hyunsu clutched his chest, demanding loudly, "Who are you? Spit it out." The mysterious person didn't answer, just grinned and said, "To think you're still alive after being stabbed right in a vital spot. What a surprise. A-rankers really are different, aren't they? This just makes the hunt more interesting." Hyunsu didn't know who the mysterious person was, but Tun knew. This mysterious person was the B-rank villain, Han Sang-do, with his B-rank stealth skill. They call awakened who commit crimes villains, and among them, the B-rank villain Han Sang-do was a crazed murderer. During the dungeon break, when monsters were pouring out, he went around killing people for the thrill of it. Tun muttered in confusion, "But I'm sure I never met him before I regressed. Did the future change because of me? You bastard! You're a villain, and I will punish you with my own 2 hands." Hyunsu roared, charging at Sang-do with his weapon. But he had only taken a few steps when tremors started coming from beneath his feet. The giant python he had just defeated was rising once again. Hyunsu cried out in shock. "What? A giant orc?" Sang-do laughed wildly. "Haha, what amazing recovery ability. That's an A-rank monster for you." Hyunsu had no choice but to ignore Sang-do and focus on fighting the giant orc. "It's no use. I'll leave that monster bastard to an Hyunsu." With that, Sang-do flashed a bloodthirsty smile and turned to look at Taeun, who wasn't far away. "Well now, I didn't think I'd have an audience here. Haha, perfect. The more prey, the better." As he spoke, Sang-do lunged towards Tun. "Die." Sang-do's blade slashed straight for Taeun's neck, but was blocked by a layer of stone skin. Clang. "Idiot." Taehyun smirked sarcastically as he kicked Sang-do in the face, sending him flying. "Getting my ass kicked, 'cause I let my guard down." Sang-do cursed in anger. "You bastard. So you were an awakened one all along." Taehyun cracked his shoulders and slowly walked towards Sang-do, B-rank villain, Han Sang-do. The lunatic who goes around killing people with his stealth skill. "That's you, isn't it?" What a stroke of luck, running into you here. As he spoke, Tae Hun activated his stone skin skill on both hands and waved them at Sang-do, taunting him. The two clashed, and thanks to his stone skin, Tae Hun was able to block Sang-do's slashes. For a moment, they were evenly matched, with neither side able to land a decisive blow. After a few exchanges, Sang-do suddenly backed away with a sinister smile. You're pretty strong. I guess that confidence isn't just for show. Who knew this sword would be useless against you? I don't know how much you know about me, but you must be thinking you can win just because my attacks aren't working, right? But listen here, kiddo. The world doesn't work the way you think it does. With that, Sang-do grinned, and his figure vanished right before Tae Hyun's eyes. Tae Hyun grew cautious, thinking to himself, stealth, so he's hiding? But he has to know that won't change a thing. Your attacks are still useless against me. Yelling, Tae Hyun spun around and threw a punch. Are you so sure about that? Sang-do's voice echoed in Tae Hyun's ear. His figure suddenly appeared behind Tae Hyun, swinging his sword down with full force. Tae Hyun was startled and quickly raised an arm to block. Only this time, it was different from all the previous blocks. A bleeding gash appeared on Tae Hyun's arm, leaving him stunned. Sang-do burst into maniacal laughter and began circling Tae Hyun at high speed, slashing relentlessly. Tae Hyun could only stand his ground, crossing his arms to endure the onslaught. Sang-do taunted. Do you have any idea how many awakened ones I've hunted? They're all a bunch of delusional fools who think their skills are invincible. I've found your weakness. Now you're just getting frustrated and want to run away, don't you? You should at least know this before you die. All skills have a weakness. After the barrage of attacks, Tae Hyun was covered in more wounds. He spat out a mouthful of blood, lamenting to himself. Who would have thought stone skin had a weakness like this? This skill doesn't completely block attacks. A strong hit shatters the stone, and the broken part is replaced by a new stone with weaker resistance. He was aiming for this weakness from the very beginning, but, just as I thought, I can definitely go toe-to-toe with him, even if he is a B-rank opponent. Because my physical skills aren't just D-rank. Tae Hyun grinned and suggested, shall we end this little test here? Sang-do asked, confused. What? Then he laughed loudly and charged at Tae Hyun. Have you gone mad from being cornered? Tae Hyun calmly asked, B-rank villain, Han Sang-do. Do you know why I wanted to find you? Haha, what the hell are you babbling about? Because I want to steal your skill. Answering bluntly, Tae Hyun unleashed his predation skill without holding back. Immediately, a terrible feeling washed over Sang-do. He stopped, thinking, what is this sinister feeling mana? Has this bastard been hiding his true power this whole time? But then, Sang-do thought of his own skill and regained his confidence, grinning once more as he rushed toward Tae Hyun again. Heh, you idiot. I don't know what this skill is, but do you really think you can hit me when you can't even see me? Tae Hyun activated his predation skill, creating a barrier that enveloped them both, and replied, didn't you just say that every skill has a weakness? I realized this after tearing a few monsters to shreds. Among those monsters, countless managed to escape my sight, but in the end, the predation skill devoured every last one of them. Simply put, no matter where you hide or where you run, predation will find you. As if to prove his words, several tentacles suddenly appeared inside the barrier, aiming precisely at the invisible Sang-do. What? Before he could even finish his cry, Sang-do was restrained by the tentacles. At that moment, Tae Hyun raised a hand and made a crushing gesture. Instantly, Sang-do's body was squeezed by the tentacles until he was ripped to shreds. On another battlefield, where the giant orc and Hyunsoo were fighting, a large area had been reduced to ruins. Currently, a dying Hyunsoo was lying on the ground, whispering, damn it. If that villain bastard hadn't sneak attacked me. The hero of justice. The undefeated warrior. Even for me, and Hyunwoo, death is not something to be taken lightly. Opposite him, the giant orc strode towards Hyunwoo, growling continuously. It raised its fist and brought it crashing down where he lay. But when the dust settled, the giant orc was shocked to find Hyunsoo gone from the crater. As it was trying to figure out what happened, Tae Hyun suddenly appeared a short distance away, carrying the unconscious Hyunsoo. What the hell is this? How did you end up getting wiped out like this? On the ground? That monster really was strong. No wonder. Anyway, this is more convenient. With that, Tae Hyun used his predation skill again. He smiled at the giant brain as if it were a delicious meal. The rising sun signaled the start of a new day. At a house in a residential area, a middle-aged couple opened their door to find Tun and Jejong standing in front of them. With his hands behind his head, JJ laughed and said, Dad, Mom, I'm home. Haha. Tun greeted them politely. Sir, is everything all right? Seeing that both of them were safe, the middle-aged couple burst into tears. Oh my goodness, we were so worried you'd been taken by monsters. Jaejong smiled and said, "It was nothing, right, Hyung?" Jaejong's parents recounted, "You probably don't know since you haven't been home in a while, but our house is a mess, as if someone just wrecked it." Jaejong said awkwardly, "Ah, no, it's nothing, right, Hyung?" Toon chuckled softly and replied, "I wouldn't know." The media had also begun to report on the Fishergate incident from last night. Breaking news. A massive Fishergate has appeared after 10 years. According to government directives, the warning regarding the Fishergate has now been completely lifted. Due to the possibility of another outbreak, the government has ordered nearby schools to be closed for a week, and news about the number of survivors is gradually being released. The public could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The camera cut to the first three-person team that had appeared at the Fishergate, who had luckily survived. They were currently being treated at a hospital. The team leader kept whispering, "It wasn't C rank, it was A rank." Next to him, a bewildered Neung told the police, "When I woke up, I was already here." As for Hu, he stood before a crowd of reporters and shouted, "To all the citizens, I was not the one who defeated the giant brain. The real hero is someone else." However, because the giant brain's corpse has not yet been found, and the whereabouts of the villain who attacked the citizens remain unknown, the public is very worried that the safety precautions may. Next up on the news. Turn off the phone. Toon smiled and looked up at the tunnel entrance before him, saying softly, "Good. Luckily, no one mentioned my name. All right. Time for the next phase then. Personal panel. Name Kim Te Hun, age 19, rank D, strength 15, stamina 20, mana 40, debilitation 5%, magic 40 out of 40. Skills. Predation rank D hunts a selected target, mana 10. Stone skin rank D reinforces the body, mana 3. Stealth rank D can conceal oneself, mana 5. So, I have 3 skills now. The stealth skill is a great gain, but at my current level, it's difficult to use all 3 skills. Using skills recklessly could deplete my mana instantly and increase my debilitation level. That would be a dangerous move, and the best countermeasure for this is potions, which can restore mana and vitality upon use. But potions are expensive, so I'll have to hunt to earn money, and to hunt, I need a legal license. In fact, even using skills without permission is already considered illegal. So, I only have one option left, to explore undiscovered dungeons. With a plan in mind, Te Hun stepped into the tunnel. After squeezing through a narrow, hidden crevice, a spacious area appeared before Tun. Countless pairs of crimson eyes immediately stared at Tun. It turned out this was a monster's den, led by 3 B-rank spider goblin sisters. The 3 spider goblin sisters exclaimed in shock, "How dare a human come here? How did you find us? Haha, let's paralyze him and have a feast." Tun looked at the 3 monsters and lamented, "B rank isn't high enough to change my rank. Do I have to absorb 100 of these things?" The 3 monsters, enraged by Tun, roared, "How dare you? You arrogant, lowly human, do you even know what situation you're in? We're going to eat you alive." They puffed out their mouths and simultaneously shot their paralysis skill at Tun, then laughed triumphantly. "Haha, how do you like that? Can you feel your body becoming immobile and gradually getting paralyzed?" Without a hint of fear, and without making any move to dodge, Te Hun just stood his ground, smirked, and activated his predation skill. The system announced, "Successfully resisted a debuff." Just as I thought. You guys have a pretty useful skill. As soon as Te Hun finished speaking, he pushed his predation skill to its full power toward the monster horde. After that, horrifying screams from the monsters echoed continuously through the tunnel. Before long, the screams gradually faded and finally stopped completely. The system announced, "You have successfully hunted. Successfully absorbed a new skill. Paralysis." At the same time, in the building of the New Korean Player Awakened Association, there were 3 people in a room, including the Deputy Director of Human Resources of the New Korean Awakened, Geguk, the Commander of the Night Mortals, and an S-rank player, Aeon, and the President of the New Korean Player Association, and also an S-rank player, Jingi. Standing before 2 S-rank players, Geguk felt the pressure and thought to himself, "The 2 best. Awakened of the New Korean Player Association. A player, an awakened who is legally licensed to use skills. Their abilities for things like exploring the abyss, clearing dungeons, and so on. Currently, there are 5 of the strongest players in Korea. They mostly hold the balance of power among the awakened. The largest guilds among Korean players include the 4 great guilds, the Primal Warriors, the Alchemist Artisans, the Mages, the information providers and investigators known as the Nightwalkers, and the authorities that manage the players. including the new Korean Player Association. And right in front of me, Ah Young was smiling at Jinhui. "It's been a while, Mr. Chairman," Jinhui said. "Thank you for coming. I know you're busy. Have you found anything?" Ah Young's smile faded, and she asked with a serious gaze, "You mean the Vicious Demon Guild?" The Vicious Demon Guild, a criminal organization formed by the most wicked among villains. All its members wear a gold ring engraved with 3 skulls. Ah Young handed Jinhui a file and said, "These are the Vicious Demon Guild's recent movements, as well as a list of the players they're targeting. But I'm sure you didn't call me here just to personally hand over a document, did you? So, what is it?" Jinhui asked with a smile as he took the file. "Tisk, you're sharp. I wanted to ask for your opinion on this." Ah Young spoke up, curious. "My opinion? Miss Ah Young, when did you start conducting player evaluations?" Ah Young replied suspiciously, "Of course, when I turned 19. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Ah Young said, "Mr. Chairman, don't tell me." Jinhui smiled and asked, "Do you think a high school student could face a monster?" Back with Te Hun, his backpack was now filled with mana stones. He sat on a mountain of monster corpses, making a phone call. "Hello, is this one of the 4 great guilds, the alchemists?" "Ah, yes. The thing is, I'd like to buy some potions." Due to the gate incident, the school was closed for 7 days. Taking advantage of that time, Te Hun practiced clearing some dungeons, using monster core mana stones to create potions or equipment to trade with the Alchemist Guild. Besides that, his greatest achievement during these 7 days was successfully leveling up to a C-rank awakened. After the closure order ended, Te Hun returned to school. The rumor that he had defeated Bo Hyuk had now spread throughout the entire school. Most of the students were astonished, but quite a few were also worried for Te Hun, because the incident had escalated to a point where the S-rank awakened. Lee Dong-dae would certainly not let it go. And as expected, on the very first morning the school reopened, Lee Dong-dae and his 2 lackeys came looking for Te Hun right in his classroom. A little about Lee Dong-dae. He's the 3rd-generation heir of the Tisan Corporation, the corporation that sponsors Tisan High, and he's the king of the bullies at Tisan. Furthermore, Lee Dong-dae was the one who ordered Bo Hyuk to bully Te Hun before he awakened. Right now, Lee Dong-dae was sitting across from Te Hun like he owned the place, opening with a greeting, "Long time no see, old friend." Hearing this, Te Hun cursed right back. "Who's friends with you? Shut your damn mouth. You son of a bitch. Do you know who you're talking to?" The lackey behind Dong-dae yelled and was about to charge forward to deal with Te Hun, but he was immediately socked in the face by Dong-dae. "Can't you see I'm talking?" Dong-dae warned his subordinate, then continued to speak to Te Hun with a smile. "Kim Te Hun, I'm sure you're feeling pretty pleased with yourself after defeating Bo Hyuk." However, Dong-dae then unleashed his power and stared at Te Hun menacingly. "But you should watch who you're standing in front of, don't you think? You'd better listen while I'm still being nice. This is the power of an S-rank awakened. Impressive, really. But you know what?" Te Hun thought to himself. "I'm curious to see how you'll act when you meet a real predator." His hand was just beginning to prepare a skill when a female voice suddenly cut in. "Lee Dong-dae, that's enough. Stop," Lim Ah Young said, slowly approaching Dong-dae and Te Hun. She used a skill to restrain the arm of Dong-dae's lackey, who tried to stop her, then glanced at Te Hun with a warning. "Kim Te Hun, you too. That's enough." Te Hun remained silent, but in his heart, he had already tacitly agreed. Lim Ah Young is the class president, a Cheeble heiress, the younger sister of the S-rank awakened Du Ah Young, a model student, the future #1 of a noble family, a future SS-rank player with countless titles, and predicted. The problem is, she's very headstrong and doesn't back down easily. Just like right now, when Lee Dong-dae was acting friendly as if he genuinely just wanted to talk with Te Hun as a friend, she didn't hesitate to call him out. "Friends? Then what about punching him in the face?" Dong-dae's fake smile vanished. His eyes blazed as he retorted, "Lim Ah Young, watch that sassy mouth of yours. Got it?" Ah Young didn't shy away from the confrontation. "I will use force if you don't leave. Shut up and get lost." After the two glared at each other for about 5 seconds, Lee Dong-dae sighed, waved his hand, and said, "All right, let's stop here. I have no intention of fighting in this classroom." However, Dong-dae then created a fireball and shouted, "You think that's what I was going to say?" Seeing this, Ah Young immediately gathered her energy to prepare for a fight. Just as the two were about to throw down, the bell rang, and then the school's broadcast an announcement from the media club. A special class will be held. A special class, hosted by the Player Association, will be held in the main hall. All students, please gather in the main hall immediately. A special class. The Player Association. Yongdu mumbled, then smirked at Taeyun and Agang. "Well, aren't you too lucky?" With that, he turned and walked away. Are you okay? You don't have to thank me. Agang slowly retracted her power and spoke to Tae-eun, but by then, he was no longer sitting there. While Agang was still bewildered, Tae-eun, standing by the door, called out impatiently, "What are you doing just standing there? Didn't you hear the announcement? Everyone's gathering in the main hall. I'm going on ahead." Agang watched Tae-eun leave, her eyes filled with suspicion. He had managed to move without her noticing at all. Has Tae-eun always been like this? Before long, all the students had gathered in the main hall. While everyone was busy speculating about this special class, Taeguk stepped up to the podium to speak. "My name is Go Taeguk. On behalf of the Player Association's management, I am here today for 2 reasons. First, to apologize for the association's delay in responding to the rift. And second, to announce a change that will affect the players among you, those who hold the future of the association." Whispers and murmurs began to spread through the crowd. "A player test? What does that have to do with us? Don't you have to be 19 to qualify? That means we can't participate this year, either." Not wanting to keep the students in suspense, Taeguk quickly clarified. "You might have thought so, but I'm here today to announce that, from this point forward, this will concern all of you. Due to the recent gate outbreaks, the number of monsters appearing in dungeons has suddenly skyrocketed. The Awakened Association has come to realize that we are facing a severe shortage of personnel. Therefore, through these trials, we will begin recruiting candidates, including high school students. High school candidates will be selected based on various factors, including their skills, evaluation scores, academic performance, and even their attitude." While the other students buzzed with excitement at this news, Tae-eun, with the memories of a 35-year-old man, simply smirked, thinking to himself, "What a load of lies. These selections are supposedly open to all students, but the screening process is already underway." It was happening through Taeguk's skill, Observer's Eye. Observer's Eye allows him to get a general overview of the abilities of any target he looks at. By focusing, he can even view a target's status window. Standing on the podium, Taeguk used Observer's Eye to scan the students as he spoke. He couldn't help but be impressed. The quality of the potential recruits here was far better than at the other locations. They had the potential to become excellent players. But the most surprising of them all, Taeguk's eyes landed on Youngdu. His stats were 1,924, and then Agang, with stats of 2,335. The HR department sent me a list of promising candidates, sure, but I never expected to find so many untrained, high-potential awakeners here. I need to write up a recommendation letter for the association as soon as I get back, Taeguk thought gleefully. Just then, Youngdu raised his hand to speak. "Excuse me, Sir Awakener. You said you were here to announce the player selection trials, but aren't there people here who are completely unsuitable for these selections? What I mean is, these trials are only for those among the awakened who have the potential to become players. Isn't that right? In other words, I don't think the unawakened should have to listen to this difficult conversation." Youngdu shot a glance at Tae-eun before continuing smugly. "Power isn't the only thing that makes a great player. It's also about their awakening level, their ability to handle difficult situations, and their extensive knowledge of the abyss. To become a player, one must master a certain level of complex skills, but ultimately, only those who have awakened can ever hope to achieve such stats. For the unawakened, isn't this just rubbing salt in their wounds? They have nothing to be evaluated on. So, you went through all that trouble just to see if I've awakened or not?" Tae-eun thought. As if reading his mind, Youngdu raised an eyebrow in challenge. "What about it? If you've awakened, then prove it." Hearing Youngdu, a few other students snickered and turned to look at Tae-eun. Only Agang, who was standing at the front of the line, turned around in anger. She was about to yell at that bastard Youngdu, but then she remembered Tae-eun might find her annoying, so she turned away and ignored it. With no one objecting, Youngdu grew bolder and pressed his point with Taeguk. "Therefore, I hope you will remove those unawakened bastards from this hall as soon as possible." "This is no place for them," Taeguk replied amicably. "I understand your point. However, whether to participate or not is up to each individual. Kim Te Hun, have you no shame? How can someone like you even be considered a candidate, or do you just not care about the Awakener trials?" Youngdu continued his tirade. Standing on the podium, Taeguk inwardly scorned Youngdu's arrogant attitude. An S-rank player, and yet he's bullying someone weaker. How despicable. But it was this very attitude that made Taeguk curious about Tae-eun. Why would he pay so much attention to a relatively unknown, unawakened student? Was it simple anger and jealousy? Jealous of something? Let me see what that kid's potential is. Taeguk used his observer's eye to assess Tun and saw the results. The unidentifiable information shocked him so much he froze on the spot. As for Tin, he remained completely calm in the face of Dongdae's provocations. It's true that if you can't prove you're an awakened one, you can't even dream of entering this association's selection process. But you don't necessarily have to reveal your true strength just to get nominated. With this in mind, Taeun played along and replied to Dongdae, "You're right. I guess I was being too thoughtless. How could an unawakened person like me participate in this selection? I'm just here getting in you guys' way. So, I'll see myself out. As for you guys, you can lock yourselves in here and enjoy your wonderful little training session." Toon affectionately raised his middle finger as a farewell and turned to leave. Taeguk was still utterly dumbfounded. Because his observer's eye didn't work on Toon, this had never happened before. Not even the chairman or Du Ion had ever been an exception. So why didn't it work on this kid, Toon? As if reading Taeguk's mind, before stepping through the door to leave the main hall, Toon stopped, looked at him, and flashed a devilish smile. Instantly, Taeguk's observer's eye displayed Toon's stats an unbelievable number, 1096. After leaving the hall, Toon went to the library to find more information, but it wasn't long before Dongdae's lackeys came looking for him. "Dongdae is looking for you. Come with us." "And if I don't?" Toon replied, with a smirk. "Your mom owns a restaurant, doesn't she?" This question put Taeun on high alert. Seeing this, the guy let his mouth run wild. Dongdae sends a message. "You pathetic bastard son, do you want to make your mother suffer even more? Isn't she suffering enough already? But don't you worry. We're going to drag you to Dongdae one way or another." Asterisk, crash, bang, boom. Asterisk, the once peaceful library suddenly turned into a battlefield with broken furniture strewn everywhere. Toon grabbed one of Dongdae's lackeys lying on the floor, hoisted him up, and said, "Don't make me ask twice. Where is he?" A short while later, Toon arrived at the room. The physical training room, the location where Dongdae had arranged to meet. As soon as he saw Toon, Sun Hondo, an A-rank player, and also Dongdae's defender, immediately used a skill, then reported to Dongdae. "This is unexpected. What do you think? After that kid got here, I cast several skills that cause adverse effects, but none of them worked. With this level of status resistance, he must be at least A-rank." Hearing the answer, Dongdae laughed with delight and said to Toon, "Just as I expected. You're an awakened one too. In that case, shouldn't we have a little chat? My words might have been a bit rude, but I have no intention of fighting you. In fact, I want to recruit you to work under me. I plan on establishing a guild after graduation, under my name as the heir to the Taeson group. But even if I am a genius, I can't do everything by myself. You know what I mean, right? Not with talentless people like that fool Boshu, but with truly talented people like you, Kim Toon. Forget the hatred. And come work for me. You'll have both money and fame. I'll make your family rich." Toon cut off. Dongdae's pathetic speech. "You talk too much crap. Recruitment, money, and fame? Dongdae, you've crossed the line." As he spoke, Toon used his Rada skill, a clear declaration of war against Dongdae. Dongdae let out a sigh of regret. "Oh, you're right." Immediately after, he also unleashed his power and declared, "Just as I thought, a stray dog needs to be taught a lesson." Seeing this, Sun Hondo immediately created a barrier that enveloped the entire court. This was a skill that covered the space with magic. People outside couldn't sense the magic within it. Once it was done, he said, "With this, no one will be able to interfere with the young master's battle." Right after that, Dongdae ferociously charged and attacked Tun like a storm. But it seemed the Rada skill didn't have much effect on Dongdae. Just a few of his punches made Tun cough up blood. "Ha. Do you see the difference between us now?" Dongdae shouted triumphantly and continued to enthusiastically give Toon a beating. Hondo, watching from the side, secretly felt it was a pity for Toon. Kim Toon, he has a high-level body enhancement skill and is also an A-rank awakened, with his combat skills and willpower far surpassing the other students. Hardly anyone in this school is his match. But today, his opponent is a genius, so there's no way he can win this fight. You'd be better off giving up and surrendering. Just then, Hondo couldn't hide his astonishment, his eyes widening at what was happening before him. The tide of battle had turned. Tun was shifting from a disadvantageous position to a counterattack, gaining the upper hand. After taking such a beating, he finally returned the favor to Dongdae with a direct punch to his face. "Impossible! The young master is losing a one-on-one fight?" Hondo couldn't hide his shock and exclaimed. Dongdae was now curled up in a heap on the floor, screaming nonstop, "You bastard! Kim Tun, what did you do? Why can't I move my body?" Hondo was even more shocked to hear that. He couldn't move. Isn't body enhancement the only skill Kim Te Hun has? What kind of monster is he? It's finally working, Te Hun said smugly. Te Hun had obtained a total of 3 skills from Predation: Stone Skin, Stealth, and Paralysis. He didn't use all of his skills from the beginning. A C-rank paralysis wouldn't easily overcome an S-rank resistance, and Stealth is useless against ranged attacks. Predation was a last resort and shouldn't be used so openly, so Te Hun's goal was to wait for an opportunity to use paralysis during close combat. Status effect skills are more effective with direct contact than from a distance, so with the damage and paralysis effect being applied continuously with each punch, even in you have been paralyzed. You have completely resisted it. You have been paralyzed. You have completely resisted it. Lee Dongdae's system kept repeating this notification until it changed to, you have failed to resist paralysis. At that moment, Dongdae was completely immobilized, left at Kim Te Hun is a genius too. In a one-on-one fight, he even surpassed the young master. But the battle. Hondo looked hesitantly at Dongdae. Dongdae suddenly burst out laughing and said, I acknowledge your strength, Kim Te Hun. I guess I underestimated you. If that weren't the case, there's no way I'd lose to a failure like you. So from now on, let's fight seriously. As he finished speaking, he pulled a small stone from his pocket and crushed it. Immediately, a giant skeleton engulfed in hellfire appeared behind Dongdae and gradually merged with him. As soon as the enhancement process was complete, Dongdae launched an attack at Te Hun. Te Hun managed to jump high to dodge, then counterattacked with his stone skin skill. But to Dongdae, the attack was like a mosquito biting steel. The moment his hand touched that entity, the layer of stone on it shattered. He was then thrown a long way back by a massive force. That's the true form of the young master's skill. Normally, it's very difficult to use the full power of the young master's Inferno Heart. With S-rank power and a high-level skill, it needs a boost. Just now, the young master used an amplifying magic stone created by refining a magic core. As a monster's core, it temporarily amplifies the mana in the user's body. With that support stone, the young master can now fully utilize his S-rank power. The problem is, Hondo thought to himself, then worriedly shouted, Young master, you should stop. Are you trying to kill him? Besides, that's too much magic for your body to handle. Your blood vessels will burst from the uncontrollable, rampaging magic. A fire arrow shot straight towards Hondo. Shut up. How dare a mere guard like you give me orders? This loser insulted me, and you want me to spare him? Dongdae turned to look at Te Hun, launching an attack with all his might while screaming frantically, Die, die, you bastard, Kim Te Hun. This is bad. Just as I thought, the young master is losing control. His mind is in chaos. How is he going to get out of this berserk state? Hondo rushed to the crater, created by Dongdae's punch, anxiously holding out his hand and urging, Kim Te Hun, are you still alive? Give up and run now. I'll stop the young master, so hurry. Immediately after, he was greeted with a punch from Te Hun. Run? What nonsense are you spouting? You're telling me that after you people started this fight? This isn't surprising. I admit that S-rankers are strong, so, from now on, I'll be serious. As he finished speaking, Te Hun chugged a few potions. Instantly, his health and mana were restored. At the same time, he activated his Predation skill, ready to show Dongdae a real party. Elsewhere, at the headquarters of the New Korean Player Association, Jin couldn't help but be astonished after hearing Go Taegu's report. 1,900, 2,300. Yes, Lee Dongdae is 1,900. And Lim Arang is 2,300. Without a doubt, both of them are S-rank awakeners. The other staff members were just as shocked and began to whisper among themselves. Even for an S-rank, an untrained person with a power level of 1,900, that's clearly the level of an A-rank player. Does that mean he's on the same level as the Saintess of Japan? Jin laughed heartily. Finally, we have a player on par with the Saintess of Japan. The Saintess? Taegu thought to himself. The Saintess. The leader of the players in Japan. A monster whose stats surpassed 2,500 when she first appeared at the age of 19, she stunned the entire awakened world. That's right, even that monster only just surpassed 2,500. How can she compare to his stats when he's only just started to awaken? Remembering Te Hun and his initial stat of 5, Taegu shuddered and began to doubt himself. Was it a hallucination, or was the measurement wrong? In any case, I have to check it myself. Returning to our protagonist, Dongdae was now being devoured by Te Hun's predation skill. As he struggled, he refused to accept it, screaming endlessly, How? How could this be happening? How could I lose to a failure like you? Kim Te Hun, I'm the heir to the Taeson Corporation. I'm an S-rank. You bastard, you have to die. I am Lee Dong-jin. I don't care if you're an heir or what rank you are, because this is the power of a king. With that, Tae Hyun amplified his predator power. A cataclysmic explosion erupted in an instant, engulfing the entire field in a sea of flames. Now, this is a surprise. Tae Hyun looked at Seon Hongdo with great interest. A moment ago, it was he who risked his life to rush in and save Dong-jin, while he was being dragged in by the predator's skill. If not for that Dong-jin guy would have already bought a one-way ticket to meet his ancestors. Thank goodness the young master is safe. Hongdu let out a sigh of relief, then timidly asked Tae Hyun, "What are you planning to do? Our young master is the heir to the Tisan Corporation. How do you intend to handle this?" Hey, who was the one who started this fight? Let's be reasonable here. Besides, do I look like someone who gets scared by those kinds of threats? Don't worry, I have no intention of killing him. But in exchange, you should pay a price for this. Forgiveness. Hongdu was baffled by this. A price? Let's see. Tae Hyun mused. He's the heir of the Taesan Corporation, after all. Tae Hyun stroked his chin thoughtfully and then made a suggestion. Shouldn't I receive 1 billion in compensation? Outside, the loud noise and tremors from the explosion caught everyone's attention, and they immediately rushed out to the field to check on the situation. Seeing the gym on fire and rubble scattered everywhere, the students began to panic. What's going on? Was it a monster attack? No, that's not it. Lim Ah-gang silently denied it. This terrifying mana and these flames. This is definitely Lee Dong-jin's power. But who is he with? Could it be? In her mind, Ah-gang pictured an image of Tae Hyun being tortured by Dong-jin. Everyone, step back. In any case, just stay put right here. Don't go in. It's dangerous. While Choi Neum was instructing the students, Lim Ah-gang zipped past her like a gust of wind and dashed straight into the gym. I was wrong. I should have never let those two be in the gym alone. This is all my fault. Kim, Tae Hyun, please. You have to survive. With her heart racing in panic, Lim Ah-gang rushed into the flames. However, what she witnessed was the complete opposite of what she had imagined. Tae Hyun was standing there, looking completely unfazed, while Lee Dong-jin was lying motionless on the floor, covered in wounds. While Ah-gang was still stunned, Tae Hyun spoke up to ask for a favor. Perfect timing. I need a witness. No, wait. I need someone to help carry him. Could you carry him to the nurse's office? No, actually, the hospital? Thanks. Ah-gang finally snapped out of it and rushed over to support Dong-jin, then turned to confront Tae Hyun. How did things turn out like this? Tae Hyun just shrugged and said, "How should I know? When I came in, I just found him collapsed here. Looks like he fell down the stairs or something." Fell down the stairs? Ah-gang looked doubtfully at Dong-jin's near-dead condition. Tae Hyun pretended not to notice and continued his request. "Anyway, I really don't know what happened, okay? So wherever you go, don't mention you saw me here. Well then, I'm off." And with that, Tae Hyun vanished without a trace, leaving Ah-gang behind with Dong-jin. Only after reaching a spot quite far from the school did Tae Hyun finally let out a sigh of relief. Perfect. Lim Ah-gang is there to handle that Lee Dong-jin guy. Now, all I have to do is wait and see how the Taesan Corporation reacts. If nothing happens, then this whole incident is settled. With that thought, Tae Hyun opened his status window to check it. By defeating Lee Dong-jin, he had acquired a new skill, but it was not one he had anticipated. Monarch's 5-Heart Charm, rank C, increases party members' mana stat by 10, charismatic aura. Like a celebrity? Why did I get something like this from hunting Lee Dong-jin? I don't get it. Moreover, instead of absorbing his Heart of Flames' skill, I got the Monarch's Heart skill that boosts party members' stats. That Lee Dong-jin guy had a skill like this? But still, this is good. A skill that affects all party members is rare, regardless of its rank. It can be used with various other skills and combined with any skill I want. That makes the Monarch's Heart skill much better. This is even better than I thought. After taking stock of his spoils, Tae Hyun was about to head home to rest when he was blocked by a convoy of cars. "We've found him. Student Kim Te Hun." Go Taeguk stepped out of the car, radiating a dangerous aura. With a cold expression, he said, "I have many things to ask you. Let's start with this. What were you just doing in the gymnasium?" Tae Hyun's mind started racing. Why is Go Taeguk here? Is he talking about what just happened in the gym? Or the incident in the lecture hall? Which one is he talking about? Go Taeguk from the Awakened Association. The chance to speak directly with this guy is extremely rare. But what if he knows I was the one who caused the trouble and is starting to make his move? I have to test the waters. With this in mind, Tae Hyun decided to probe him. "If you mean the gym, are you referring to the explosion?" "Explosion? Go Taeguk thought for a moment, then glanced towards the smoke rising from the school. You mean that fire over there? That's not a problem. Other agencies will handle that. It seems I still haven't received your answer. What did you do in the gymnasium? So he doesn't know about the explosion? With that realization, a cocky smile spread across Taehyun's face. Right. I figured you'd already know. You people came looking for me because you want me to join the military enlistment, didn't you? Hit right where it hurt. Taeguk laughed awkwardly and replied, Military enlistment? How can you be so bold? What are you talking about? Is this still not enough? Tae-hun said, as he unleashed his power, intentionally revealing his ability once more. Only this time, it wasn't just Taeguk. Even the men with him could feel that immense power. Furthermore, the reading on Taeguk's observation skill was no longer 1,996, but had skyrocketed to 5,214. This terrified him. He couldn't believe it. He's even stronger than before. So the number I saw earlier wasn't a fluke or a mistake. Kim Te Hun, who are you really? In another scene, Lee Yong-soo, an S-rank player and the chairman of Taeson Group, asked Hondo after hearing his full report. So, to summarize, the only son of the family was injured, and the 1 billion in compensation is the price to be paid. You want me to handle this matter as quietly as possible? Hondo knelt on the floor, trembling as he replied, It's my fault. Whatever you say, I will. Lee Yong-soo cut him off. Do as he wishes. Yes, sir. Ha ha, what a cunning little brat. Very interesting. But we'll have to compensate him at a price equal to what he's done, won't we? With that, Lee Yong-soo snapped his fingers, and two mysterious dark figures appeared. Seeing them, Hondo panicked and tried to intervene. Mr. Chairman, the opponent is still young. This is too cruel. Shut your mouth. I have no interest in hearing a dog bark. Back to our main character. As soon as he got home, Tae-hun threw himself into working out at the gym, his goal being to train his body in preparation for the military enlistment. JJ, hearing the news, burst through the door, his face a mask of utter shock, as he screamed, Military enlistment? You're saying you're going to enlist? Yeah, in a month. After his brain finally caught up, JJ dropped to his knees and bowed to Tae-hun. As expected, Tae-hun Hyung truly is the God Emperor of Cheongmuro. Tae-hun didn't even bother to react, his mind already occupied with other thoughts. Taeson Group definitely won't let this go. Go Taeguk is less suspicious of me now. There's just one more guy left. So during this time, I just need to focus on training. That should solve everything. Just then, he received a call from that person. Outside, the Black and White brothers, two B-rank assassins renowned for their stealth skills, sent by Lee Yong-soo, had already tracked Tae-hun to his home. Why isn't Awakened from the association protecting this house? What a pain, Little White said, as he restrained the association's Awakened. He's probably one of the participants in this upcoming enlistment. They're very interested in promising prospects. Big Black replied while scouting the surroundings. Hearing his brother's words, Little White burst out laughing. A promising prospect? Even so, that kid is just a brat, with no real-world experience, right? Haha, that's right. Talent without experience is just useless. Let's show everyone what a real Awakened is like, Big Black said with relish, turning to look at Little White, only to see him getting pummeled relentlessly by a strange young man, who then grabbed him by the neck and dragged his entire body out onto the balcony. You bastard! Who the hell are you? Big Black roared in fury and charged in to save his brother. Tae-hun let Little White fall freely, while also landing a solid punch on Big Black as he approached. I'm just a newbie with no experience. Flashing back a few hours, Tae-hun knew that demanding such a massive, astronomical sum of money from Taeson Group wouldn't be easy, and it wasn't something Soon Hondo could handle alone. So, he didn't make things difficult for him. He only asked him to do his best to negotiate, and, at the same time, asked him to do two things, after making an Awakened's promise. A contract created by Awakened, using magic. In case of a breach, a random, permanent penalty will be imposed. Only then did Tae-hun feel safe enough to state his conditions to Hondo. First, try to handle the aftermath at the gym, along with the 1 billion won in compensation we discussed earlier. Second, you must warn me before any act of retaliation. The situation at the gym was handled almost immediately. The media simultaneously reported that the fire at Taeson High School's gym was discovered to be caused by a gas explosion and that there were no victims. As for the second part of the agreement, as soon as he found out Old Man Yong-soo had sent people to eliminate Tae-hun, Hondo secretly called to inform him of the situation and provided information on the two assassins. Back to the present, Big Black, furious after getting hit because he'd underestimated his opponent, drew his weapon and charged at Tae-hun with lightning speed. but no matter what he tried, his weapon couldn't even touch a single hair on Tae Hun's head. After dodging for a while, Tae Hun began to counterattack. He swung his arm to grab Big Black but failed. Big Black used his stealth skill and vanished right before Tae Hun's eyes. He then circled behind him and unleashed a full power strike right where Tae Hun was standing. He thought Tae Hun was done for after that blow, but suddenly, his voice rang out. "The Black and White brothers. I heard your special ability is stealth. Just as I thought, it's nothing special at all. In the end, besides that, what can you guys possibly do now that you've revealed yourselves?" As he finished speaking, Tae Hun kicked the big guy in the back, sending him crashing to the floor. Elsewhere, Do Ah-in called Chairman Jinwi to inquire about the recruitment selection for the new recruits. This time, it will probably attract awakened from all over the country. Who do you expect will take first place? Busan's S-rank, Shin Yun-bok. Haha, as if that would ever happen. That kid is outstanding, but when it comes to the most anticipated person, who else could it be but your guy? Do Ah-in replied humbly. What? He's not at that level yet. Haha. You're as strict as ever, aren't you? So, who are you most looking forward to? Shin Yun-bok? Yes. In answered honestly. Until I heard something very interesting. Hearing this, Jin couldn't help but be curious. Something interesting? Besides the S-ranks, there's one person that Mr. Taeguk himself had to go and speak to personally. Manager Taeguk, aren't you curious? Who on earth is this person that made Go Taeguk himself step in to talk? Back to Tae Hun. After his predation skill failed on the Black and White brothers, he looked at them, then stared down at his own predation hand. He was completely baffled. Why did that happen? It wasn't until he checked the system that Tae Hun realized the cause was his own lack of stamina. Due to being overloaded, the predation skill was temporarily inactive. He was totally freaking out. He thought of ways to increase his stamina, but every method required his gluttony skill. Damn it, this really backed him into a corner. The next day, ignoring his brother JJ's advice, Tae Hun was determined to go train at the Breakhead Training Center. The busty manager, Yura, was momentarily taken aback when she saw the two scrawny brothers, Tae Hun and JJ, but her bewilderment vanished like the wind when he pulled out the super VIP black card of the Alchemist Guild. Why would a kid have the card of a high-ranking, awakened, or was he one himself? Letting him in would definitely cause some problems. What should I do? Seeing Yura's dilemma, the strongest member, the six-packed Kang Chun, appeared to save the day. He was the mighty Kang Chun, a member of Breakhead and an assassin with the muscle amplification skill. Tae Hun had been around for a while, but this was the first time he'd ever heard such a lame name. A few people nearby who witnessed Kang Chun showing off in front of the new guy began to whisper among themselves. It looked like he was about to try and boss around the newbie again. Haha, are you trembling just from hearing my name? If you guys leave now, I'll let it slide. What are you talking about, you weakling? Cool as a cucumber, Tae Hun nonchalantly challenged Kang Chun, enraging him. Without a shred of fear, he proposed a bet. The loser would have to pay for a year's worth of membership fees. Provoked by Tae Hun, Kang Chun's blood boiled, and he immediately agreed. In a flash, they both entered the virtual system, preparing to fight in front of many drama-hungry eyes. This was the virtual Porter training system. It was a virtual reality, similar to Abyss, a training course that required players to eliminate B-rank monsters and reach the destination in the shortest time possible, all while carrying a maximum weight load. Everyone felt that Tae Hun was at a clear disadvantage against Kang Chun. That oaf Kang Chun was now pumped up like he was on steroids, relentlessly swinging his arms and slaughtering monsters in the system. He fought while screaming Tae Hun's name, hitting his mark every time, and the amount of weight he could lift was absolutely insane. As he was laughing his head off, Tae Hun suddenly tore past him from a distance like the wind, leaving countless monster corpses scattered along the path, which left Kang Chun slightly stunned. Using his own unique techniques, with just a few basic moves, he had smashed that pile of monsters to bits. Kang Chun's jaw dropped as he witnessed Tae Hun's feet, sweat pouring down like rain as the ground shattered around them. All that was left was Kang Chun, staring wide-eyed at Tae Hun carrying a mountain of loot piled sky-high on his back. He flashed a victorious smile, demanding that Kang Chun pay up and get lost. Soon after, the day everyone had been waiting for arrived. It was the test day for the Awakened. The stadium was packed to the brim with people. The Awakened Association had changed the test this time, allowing minors to participate as well. Besides the spectators, there were also indispensable figures in this battle. The Steel Fist, undefeated in close combat, A-rank Hong Deok-gu. The monk with outstanding combat abilities, someone even an S-rank would have a hard time beating, A-rank Lee San. The Thunder Lord, unrivaled in Busan, S-rank Shim Jun-sok. The rising star of the Saintus class, SSS-rank Im Ah Young. Many talented individuals had registered for the competition. Everyone was pushing and shoving so much that the E-rank reporter, Miss Kim, couldn't squeeze through to get a story and just sat on the ground. Just then, Te Hun appeared, looking cool as hell and chuckling at the jam-packed scene before him. There was 1 minute left until the test began. Te Hun felt he should build up his image first. Squeezing through the massive crowd, Ah Young recognized Te Hun was also present. She was utterly shocked. I heard he had awakened, but how could he have changed so much in just 1 month? She wondered in confusion. Before she could ask her questions, the loudspeaker announced the official start of the competition. With the introductions over, the rules of the test were announced. Look at the number on your chest. That is your contestant number for this competition. The requirement for this round is to collect 5 contestant numbers, including your own. Losing your contestant number means you are eliminated. This is a battle for those numbers. The time limit for this round is only 1 hour, and you're allowed to use any skill except for killing. Before the MC could even finish speaking, the ground beneath the contestants' feet began to shake and split apart violently. The first round officially began in chaos. Seeing a Jiang, a woman all on her own, a group of men targeted her, rushing in to steal her number. But what a bunch of fools. She threw a single punch, and in a flash, they were all knocked down like bowling pins. The judges, observing through the glass, noted that her skills were excellent, truly worthy of her goddess-level status. The other contestants were formidable as well. This batch was far superior to any before. Among them, the one to really watch out for is the C-rank from Busan, Shin Yun-bok. A judge commented while observing the situation. 20 minutes had passed since the first round began, but no one had been able to even get close to Shin Yun-bok. Generally speaking, he and A Jiang were the 2 most outstanding contestants in the eyes of the judges so far. Only Taeguk was paying attention to Te Hun. He was certain that someone like him would easily pass this test. But less than a second later, Taeguk was shocked to see him being blocked by an awakened, yet just standing there, taking the hits. He wasn't even fighting back. Taeguk was incredibly disappointed. He silently blamed himself, wondering, did I overestimate him? In reality, Te Hun was using his stone skin skill to deal with the iron skin of the A-rank awakened, Hong Dong-guk. Stone skin is a low compatibility version of iron skin. Te Hun deliberately misled his opponent, then launched a surprise attack. It was a complete reversal of fortune for his opponent. After a month of training, the traces of gluttony still remained on Te Hun. Although his abilities still had many flaws, he had improved them through training, pushing his body's endurance to its absolute limit. In a battle that nearly pushed him to his breaking point, he unleashed an all-out attack, leaving the A-rank before him knocked out cold at his feet. C-rank Te Hun had successfully obtained contestant number 2. On the other side, Taeguk was ecstatic for him. To train like that in a large-scale survival battle. Kim Te Hun. That audacity is incredible. But now came the problem. His power level was heavily depleted after that last fight. Right now, the best thing to do would be to conserve his energy and collect numbers from weaker people. Taeguk calculated in his head for Te Hun. Unexpectedly, contrary to his predictions, Te Hun went looking for the C-rank awakened, Shin Yun-bok himself. He looked even more arrogant than before. Yun-bok's lightning strike let out a sky-shattering boom that shocked everyone watching. Te Hun nimbly dodged, then suddenly rushed in to land a kick, but he quickly realized his opponent was no pushover. Both of them were incredibly fast, neither giving an inch. The S-rank from Busan, the god of thunder, Shin Yun-bok. I never thought he'd be this much trouble. His entire body is surrounded by lightning. It not only blocks all attacks, but also has destructive power, and can discharge electricity at any range, near or far. How am I supposed to break through it when I still can't use gluttony? Facing his opponent's relentless storm of attacks, Te Hun hesitated for a moment. Yun-bok charged forward arrogantly. He sent a jolt of lightning through him. He looked ecstatic as he watched Te Hun stumble back and turn to run. He chased him relentlessly, gleefully firing continuous bolts of lightning at him. Seeing Te Hun scream in pain was immensely satisfying. It hurts like hell. He fought back in a rage, but it was useless. Yun-bok danced around a bit and completely turned the tables. The force of his attacks was overwhelmingly fierce, leaving Te Hun with basically no strength left to defend himself. Up until this point, almost everyone has just run away from me. I thought only A Jiang would make things interesting for me in this awakened test, but I didn't expect to find another fun toy right here. Yun-bok thought to himself as he gathered all his strength, taking aim at Te Hun with delight and firing. Suddenly, a rock flew like a missile and smashed right into his face, drawing blood. Stunned, he stopped his attack. He was in disbelief. There was no way an attack from Te Hun could stagger him like this. At that moment, Te Hun was gritting his teeth, hurling massive rocks that sent Yoonbok reeling. It's true that the stone skin skill can't overcome the wrath of the god of thunder. Forget about overcoming it. Even if you pushed its output to the absolute limit, it would just be crushed and disappear on contact. But here, in the awakened arena, everything is different. This time, Shin Yoonbok's luck had run out. He spat blood and collapsed violently to the ground, to the horror of everyone watching. The witnesses cried out, "I can't believe an S-rank awakened lost to a C-rank. That kid is pretty damn good after all. He really knows how to keep people on the edge of their seats." Te Hun had now collected all the entry numbers he needed. All that was left was to wait for the competition to end. But just then, a shard of ice shot out from nowhere, whizzing straight for his leg in a relentless assault. Following that, countless streams of icy energy coiled into torrents, enveloping his entire body. Advancing step by step from a distance was none other than Ajong, her face cold and arrogant, which greatly surprised Te Hun. How did Ajong know I was here, and how long has she been watching the fight? He wondered in confusion. I believe that ability should come with responsibility. Having ability, but lacking responsibility? Or that's just violence. Te Hun, you are truly strong. You defeated Shin Yoonbok in a way no one could have imagined. You took down Lee Yongdae the same way, didn't you? She suddenly unleashed her fury, her hate-filled eyes fixed on him as she attacked. Roiling waves of ice crashed down with such terrifying destruction that he couldn't even dodge in time. Using your stealth now would be useless. Jiang attacked relentlessly, cursing him with every blow. Back in the arena, I actually trusted you. You told me you were different from scum like Lee Yongdae. You also said you wouldn't act selfishly for personal gain, didn't you? But when I saw how you fought, I understood. In the end, Lee Yongdae, and even Bikhuasu, it was all your doing. At her command, sharp blocks of ice shot up from the ground, impaling his body and sending blood flying. The very earth seemed to crumble under the terrifying force of Ajiang's power. Seeing him collapse, she demanded that he withdraw from this awakened competition. If you don't, I will expose all of your skills. Who the hell do you think you are? You couldn't even stop Lee Yongdae's tyranny. Ability, responsibility, qualifications? In the end, all you wanted to do was take me down. In that case, it'd be much better to just use this survival test as an excuse. Stop acting so pathetic. Te Hun trembled as he stood up, a smirk playing on his lips as he spoke. If that's what you think, then Jiang, you have nothing left to say. With all her fury, she swung her hand, creating a scepter. I'll finish you with this. Because Te Hun's stone skin had already been shattered hundreds of times, it had lost its original function. Even if he used his stealth technique now, it would be quickly neutralized by her wide-area attacks. The heart of the Emperor had increased his ability stats and was currently active, but it still wasn't enough to turn the tide. Gluttony was still sealed. Te Hun didn't have enough stamina left to induce paralysis like he did in the fight against Lee Yongdae. Right now, aside from that one method, there was nothing else he could do. With that thought, Te Hun charged forward to face Jiang head-on. An earthquake followed, and a thick fog enveloped the area, leaving no one aware of the outcome. When the fog finally cleared, everyone stared wide-eyed at the sight of Te Hun, pinning Jiang to the ground. She, too, was in a helpless panic, completely bewildered. In that desperate moment, the thing Te Hun was aiming for was a kiss. No, that's not right. It was the paralysis technique. The success rate of the skill is much higher when used at close range compared to a distance. That was why he mixed the paralytic agent into his own blood to force Jiang to ingest it. And of course, considering the resistance of an S-rank awakened, this was like an all-or-nothing gamble. The result? Was it luck? She was truly paralyzed. In the end, Te Hun had succeeded. Overjoyed, he reached up to wipe the blood from his mouth and slowly got to his feet. Just then, the time for the first exam ran out. After the first exam concluded, all injured contestants were immediately treated by the medical team. Although Jiang was paralyzed, she still passed the first round because her entry number wasn't stolen and she wasn't considered incapacitated. As for Te Hun, he only managed to steal 7 entry numbers, but defeating Shin Yoonbok and Jiang had caught the attention of many other contestants. They all whispered behind his back, buzzing with admiration. While he was lost in thought, Shin Yoonbok suddenly came charging towards him, screaming. He was still wearing his medical uniform, vowing to get revenge for his earlier defeat. Seeing a fight about to break out, the crowd grew ecstatic. Shin Yoonbok, kill that Te Hun guy. Distracted by the noise, a furious Shin Yoonbok turned and fired a blast at the crowd to shut them up. Now, Te Hun, fight me fair and square. I'll teach you that I'm the one who stands above you. As he was roaring with bloodlust, A murderous aura suddenly enveloped them, and the ground began to rumble violently, as if in an earthquake. Shin Yunbok was struck in the head by a piece of rock and knocked out cold on the spot. Only Te Hun remained conscious. He realized the source of that murderous aura was the SSS-rank awakened, Sungjin. He was one of the top awakened from the Korean Awakened Association and was destined to become one of the future SS-rank awakened. Seeing that Te Hun was completely unfazed by his presence, Sungjin gestured with his hand once more, causing the ground beneath Te Hun to collapse. He strained, sweat pouring down his face as he tried to hold on, silently gauging his opponent's strength. To think, this kid can still take it. Even veteran awakeners can't withstand this. The other man was quite intrigued by Te Hun's resilience. The force he unleashed just kept getting stronger. Suddenly, doctors and nurses rushed in to stop him, forcing him to pause. Seeing that everyone was out cold, except for Te Hun, Dungin approached him with interest and asked for his name. Kim Te Hun, the C rank who just beat Simyunbok and Ang. It's been a long time since such an interesting kid showed up, he thought with a smirk, then moved closer to the boy, promising they'd meet again very soon. Te Hun stared blankly at his retreating back, a look of confusion in his eyes. A little while later, everyone had gathered to prepare for the second round. Shunjin instructed them all to pass through the gate before them to be classified into ranks where monsters would appear. Everyone was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Every 5 people who passed through the gate would form a team. You will explore the dimension with a pre-assigned supervisor. Your every action during the exploration will be evaluated. Equipment such as weapons and essential supplies will be fully provided by the association. And now, each person will step through the gate in order. Sunjin explained that this second test was for classification. Even amateur awakeners with no experience shouldn't have any trouble entering a D-rank dungeon. Unless this classification test isn't an apocalypse. The world's first apocalypse was discovered inside a D-rank dungeon, the second test site for the awakeners. Many people were killed, including the awakeners who discovered it. That led to the dungeon break here being impossible to handle. It would have been great if I could have stopped it beforehand. No one would believe my baseless claims. Even if the truth is revealed, I'll just be the only one they suspect. It's a shame, but I'll just focus on my own business. As long as I'm not in the first exploration team, I have plenty of ways to survive, he thought, full of confidence. But who could have known? In the end, Te Hyun was assigned to the group with supervisor Ma Do-hak, the first person to discover the apocalypse in the dual dungeon. Te Hyun was royally screwed in this life. There were countless ferocious beasts in here, but the group dealt with them quickly and efficiently. This earned them high praise from Ma Do-hak. Meanwhile, Te Hyun was still fuming about being assigned to the first team to discover the dungeon. It seems it was all because of the item he was wearing, the Sage's Ring, the very item worn by the person who first discovered the dual dungeon. It was a one-of-a-kind item that increased strength, stamina, speed, and magic power tenfold. The apocalypse in the dual dungeon is definitely S rank. I won't survive if I get swept up in it. No matter what, I have to do everything I can to prevent the apocalypse from being discovered. Te Hyun schemed silently. In front of everyone were numerous branching paths. Just as Ma Do-hak was about to call for a vote to choose a path, Te Hyun, moving with dangerous speed, bolted in one direction without a second thought for the others behind him. No matter what, he would choose a different path when he regressed. He wasn't stupid enough to let that man choose and discover the apocalypse. He charged ahead without a moment's rest. But man's plans are no match for fate's. A brightly glowing apocalypse was already right in front of him, as if it had been waiting for Te Hyun all afternoon. And now, the first person to discover the apocalypse was him. This is insane. I'm going crazy. I ran all over the place, so how did I end up back here? He thought in horror. Seeing the others curiously approaching the apocalypse, Te Hyun shouted for everyone to get back. He wanted Ma Do-hak to report this to the outside, but the reckless man was more interested in going inside to check it out. I know what you're trying to say, Te Hyun, but I can sense that the magic power inside this gate isn't too dangerous. Besides, this is just a D-rank dungeon. I'm an A-rank awakener, you know. The association has designated this gate as a special case. Being allowed to explore it also means our scores could be much better. Hearing him speak made Te Hyun feel like he was going crazy too. This was all going against his plans. Ma Do-hak then turned to criticize him for not sticking with the team and only doing as he pleased. The rest of the group also chimed in, ganging up on him and leaving him stunned. Despite his hoarse pleas, the man snapped his fingers and sent them all into the apocalypse. When they opened their eyes, they were bewildered to find that this place was actually a dual dungeon. A vast D-rank dungeon with old, crumbling architecture. The others began to chatter nervously, but Ma Do-hak ordered them all to be quiet and look ahead. Only Ti-hyun understood what was happening. An A-rank magical beast and a death knight had appeared at the same time. Ma Do-hak was stunned speechless, turning to tell everyone to prepare for battle. It was too late. The creatures surged forward, their immense killing intent spraying in all directions. Ma Do-hak's feeble attacks couldn't even harm them. Not even a single hair. Scorching firepower engulfed the area, and everyone split up to coordinate their attacks. Luckily, they managed to take them down. With looks of disbelief on their faces, they gasped for breath, panting heavily. He roared out a challenge, daring them to come at him again if they had the guts. He was just messing around, but to everyone's surprise, they actually came back. Less than a minute later, another group of Death Knights appeared, their aura far more dangerous and violent than before. The entire party froze, speechless. Toon felt that something was very, very strange. Damn it. Every time we kill one monster, several more waves rush in, and everyone is already exhausted. If this keeps up, we're all going to be killed. Ma Do-hak was panicking, but Tae-eun, in contrast, calmly stepped forward, remarking that this place was too strange. He was a bit surprised to see Toon's expression was as calm as if nothing was happening. The kid had fought so much, yet he showed no signs of fatigue, even though this dual dungeon was clearly extremely dangerous. If Tae-eun's abilities hadn't been enhanced by the Heart of the Monarch skill, he never would have lasted this long. Is he really just a C-rank awakened player? He wondered, silently sizing him up. This is just a guess, but I don't think those are ordinary Death Knights. I'm going to check it out now, to be sure of what kind of monster we're up against. As soon as he said that, Toon turned and charged straight toward them, blade in hand. A chaotic battle erupted. He skillfully dodged their fierce attacks, then drove his blade straight into the leader, who had been standing motionless like a statue this whole time. With that, the illusion gradually vanished. This place was a trap, using an illusory space and enemies as a strategy to wear down intruders' strength. Hearing Toon's explanation, the rest of the group was horrified. If mere illusions gave them this much trouble, how terrifying would the real thing be? When Ma Do-hak pressed him on how he knew it was an illusion, Toon admitted he wasn't sure himself. But one thing's for sure. The real monsters here won't be easy to defeat. We need to get moving before we're all killed. He turned and walked away, not noticing Ma Do-hak's stunned gaze. The illusion was gone, but their situation hadn't improved one bit. Following the appearance of the dual dungeon, the dungeon's entire space had changed. The wounds from the battle with the illusory monsters were getting worse. They couldn't just sit around and wait for a rescue team. Their last remaining hope was to find the dungeon's exit gate. After a desperate search, they finally found a closed door that looked rather dangerous. But what could be more dangerous than dying here? They might as well risk it all. The door opened, revealing a horde of Death Knights waiting for them, surrounded by countless piles of skulls. It was a sight that made them want to cry, but no tears would come. Torches flared to life, illuminating the entire chamber, the lair of this whole legion. High above sat the Death Knight Lord, the master of the Apocalypse Dungeon, letting out a screeching laugh and threatening to finish off Tae-eun's entire group. As one, the knights drew their swords and aimed their sharp points at the party. It seemed they wanted to face each member of the party one-on-one. A few of them started screaming in despair. Their strength was gone, their energy depleted. How the hell were they supposed to fight them one-on-one? Everyone, calm down. Our goal is to escape, so fighting one-on-one is pointless, Toon shouted. Paralyzed by fear, 3 members of the group tried to turn and run for the exit, but in a flash, they were cut down by the knights' swords. Blood splattered through the air. Toon's eyes widened in horror. He immediately told Supervisor Ma Do-hak to find a way out while he bought them some time. Unexpectedly, not only did the man ignore him, but he pushed Toon back and channeled his own power, stepping forward himself. I have always wanted to become an S-rank, awakened. But no matter how much I desired it, or how hard I trained, I could never reach that goal. That goal grew more and more distant, seemingly impossible to grasp. This is my chance. If I can just defeat the boss of this dual dungeon, I will finally be recognized as an S-rank awakened. Whatever the outcome, it will be decided here today. With that, Ma Do-hak charged forward, sweating as he clashed directly with the boss. As he fought, he told Toon to run before it was too late. I'll hold them off here. Don't worry about me. I won't die so easily in a place like this. This is the role of a supervisor like me. Ma Do-hak, his eyes wide with strain, unleashed all the power he had left. Terrified, Toon looked around blankly, seeing how severe everyone's injuries were. While he was stunned, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, forcing him to turn back around. Before Toon's eyes was the horrifying sight of Ma Do-hak, crushed beneath the blades of the knights. It was a miserable scene. His entire body was covered in blood, his back burning with a malevolent aura that Te Hun couldn't bear to look at for long. Everyone else had been finished off, except for him. The boss pulled its blood-soaked sword from Ma Do-hak's body, pointed it directly at Te Hun, and said, "I challenge you." In the terrifyingly silent atmosphere, Te Hun broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to breathe too loudly. Suddenly, he spotted the ring of Overseer Manhwa on the ground. Just as the other guy's sword was about to strike, Te Hun managed to make a run for it. "I need to wear this to gain more power. Hopefully, it's enough to reawaken my predation skill. There's no other choice right now. This is no time to think. Please, activate Sage's ring," he begged as he slipped the ring onto his finger. Whoosh! A surge of energy erupted from the ring, sending the knights reeling. Its power inflicted fatal injuries, and they dropped like flies as fiery energy exploded outwards. The Sage's ring has been activated. All stats have been increased by 10. Te Hun's predation skill has also been activated. The power was immense, surging uncontrollably, as if nothing could hold it back. Te Hun dodged and controlled the power, as fresh blood from the soldiers sprayed everywhere. The time required to fully activate the predation skill is approximately 10 seconds. I'm confident that with the skills I've had up until now, I can definitely defeat them. With the experience I've gained from past battles, I know I can survive this confrontation. Muttering to himself, Te Hun unleashed his full combat power to take them on solo. After a fiery battle, a sword of pure energy flew down from above, narrowly missing him. Te Hun had finished off all the small fry. Now, it was time for him to face the incredibly dangerous final boss. While he was still disoriented, countless blades rained down on Te Hun's head like a storm. Startled, he desperately ran and dodged. Fresh blood streamed down his face, but the boss refused to let up. It cast a spell, pulling him closer, its killing intent flaring as if it wanted to crush him on the spot. Boom! After the thick black smoke cleared, Te Hun, covered in blood, was pinned under his heel. "I want to ask you one last thing before I finish you. Where did you get that power?" he asked, grinding his foot on Te Hun's head, causing him to scream in agony. Because Te Hun resisted a portion of the boss's pressure with a mysterious power, the system slightly reduced the oppressive force on him. "You're certainly different from other ordinary awakened beings. But do you really think you can stop the pressure I'm putting on you? I'll ask again, where did that power of yours come from?" he demanded relentlessly. The brain-splitting pain sent Te Hun into a daze. In his delirium, visions of those who had died for him flashed before his eyes. "Everything I have still isn't enough to beat him. What should I do? Who is the true master of the power that gave me the king's predation skill? Why is it that after getting this power, I can understand the language of monsters? Is this power I've obtained just a coincidence, or is it part of some design that I'm not yet aware of? Everything is still shrouded in darkness. Why?" As he was lost in confusion, a deep, warm voice echoed in his ear. A brilliant light appeared before Te Hun, and a man's voice told him that it was all because of his will and perseverance. Those things are what make you strong. You don't need to think or change anything. You just need to seize the royal power that I have bestowed upon you. As these words faded, Te Hun returned to the present world. The arrogant boss, seeing him remain silent, assumed he was afraid and immediately raised his hand to finish him off. But unexpectedly, at that very moment, an indescribably powerful energy erupted from Te Hun's entire body, leaving the boss gaping in shock. The magical energy inside Te Hun soared higher and higher. The furious boss charged forward, but tough luck for him. Te Hun was back, and stronger than ever. With one hand, he blocked the attack, and with the other, he channeled his power to send the boss flying dozens of meters away. The boss couldn't believe a mere human like Te Hun could be this strong. It let out a deafening, ear-splitting shriek. He didn't bother with words. With just a gentle twist of his hand, that limitless power obliterated the boss, turning it to dust. This power of Te Hun's wasn't just some ordinary power. It was the power of the king. The battle ended with Te Hun's new skill, Knight's Fighting Will. Outside, a large crowd of reporters had gathered in front of the dungeon gate, buzzing about the terrifying level of power emanating from it. Damn it, an S-rank magical reaction suddenly appearing in a C-rank dungeon? At this rate, everyone's going to die. I guess I'll have to go in there and check it out myself, Sungdu thought, breaking into a cold sweat. Just then, the dungeon gate suddenly opened. Covered in blood, Te Hun walked out from within like a god before countless terrified eyes. "That was a close one. Almost didn't make it back," he said with a smirk. Thanks to Te Hun's efforts, the dual dungeon incident was resolved. All the trainees escaped the danger safely. The results of the second entrance exam will be determined based on the scores before the evacuation. The bodies of the victims have been recovered and returned to their families. The higher-ups also decided not to reveal the identity of the person who cleared the dual dungeon, fearing Toon would become a target for the media and other hunters. Sung Jin and Toon understood the chairman did it out of goodwill. What do you two think? What level has Toon reached now? The chairman asked, with a slight smile. If Sung Jin felt he could handle an S-rank dungeon on his own, his skills and strength must be at least that of an S-rank player. But Toon felt his actual rank was much lower, making it difficult to gauge his true power. This meant there was a high probability he would reach the level of a national-level power. The chairman spoke. At that moment, Toon was having a very strange dream. He found himself lost in a place teeming with monsters, a deeply gloomy abyss. In the distance was the silhouette of a king, reaching out to eradicate the beasts, restoring beauty to the land and sky. After saying, "I will be waiting at the deepest bottom of the abyss," the king gradually vanished into a stream of light, leaving a bewildered Toon behind. He jolted awake from the dream, his entire body drenched in sweat, his breathing rapid and heavy. Was it a dream? No, it felt far more real than that. What on earth did he mean? A predator that even S-rank monsters were wary of. And the ability to understand what the monsters were saying. So many questions swirled in his head. I guess the only way is to get stronger and enter the abyss, right? Toon told himself. He had now reached B rank. With these stats, he was already comparable to an S-rank player. That monarch's pressure. That must have been the powerful skill that overwhelmed me back then. At this rate of growth, I'll reach national-level power in no time, he thought to himself, brimming with confidence. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside the door. The familiar tone of voice made Toon break into a cold sweat. The door opened, and who else could it be but Aeon? She quickly pulled him into her car and drove him to their destination. Although she used the excuse of wanting to visit him, she was actually there to tell him about the third awakened being selection test. The third test was a survival test, just like the first one. But unlike the first test, everyone on the outside could watch from the stands. At that point, your skills will be exposed, and all the guilds will start coveting you. A low-rank awakened being who can defeat even an S-rank. So, I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse beforehand. Money or fame, I'll give you anything you want. Join the Nightwalkers. Aeon extended a hand toward Toon, her eyes filled with hope. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife, but it was quickly shattered by Taeyeon's two words, "I don't want to." Seeing Aeon's bewildered expression, Toon got out of the car and walked straight away, ignoring her attempts to promise him everything he could ever want. Don't get me wrong, there's no special reason. Is it another guild? Or the conditions? Is Nightwalkers any different? I just don't like it, so I'm not joining. Simple as that. If that's all, I'm leaving. Toon smirked, then turned his back and continued walking. But just as he got a few steps away, Aeon came up from behind and covered his mouth, her eyes glaring with killing intent as she asked, "Just who are you? A fledgling awakened being is actually refusing one of the 4 great guilds? Is there really no reason? I just can't believe it. But I'll forgive you. In fact, I'm quite pleased with you." While toying with Toon, Aeon, who was seething with killing intent, suddenly froze when he mentioned her younger sister, Ram. "I know everything. Even the name that was stolen from you." Toon threatened with a half smirk, making Aeon tremble. A burst of dark energy flared up and surged forward. Aeon's real name was Lim Ram. Lim Chang-woo, the chairman of the Yusung Corporation, had initially raised her to be the family's heir, but after his other daughter was born, the name Lim Ram was taken from her, and from that day on, Aeon became an outsider, later changing her name and becoming an awakened being. Very few people knew this truth. Having her deepest secret exposed by Toon, she became absolutely furious. With eyes burning with hatred, she grabbed him by the neck, but he quickly fought back with his own mysterious power. The overwhelming pressure bore down on Aeon, making her unable to withstand it. She trembled and stepped back. Toon cornered her against the wall in a cabinet-like pose and said, "Don't cross the line, sis. Ram." The third test for the awakened beings took place in a venue resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum. Unlike the previous 2 tests, this one was held publicly. As a result, a huge crowd had gathered early to watch it live. Aeon was also there, disguised as a normal person, blending into the crowd to watch the match. Toon's aunt and uncle, Du Jiyoung's parents, were a little worried about him, but Du Jiyong, who was both his cousin and the president of his fan club, was brimming with confidence, certain he would wipe everyone out in a single blow. Reporter Kim was also present, telling herself she absolutely had to write a proper article this time. Her last interview with him had been cancelled because Toon was just a low-rank awakened being. If she couldn't find someone to interview this time, she was going to get fired. As she was sobbing quietly, reporter Kim suddenly felt a strange atmosphere in the arena. High-rank awakened beings, veterans, and even the most promising candidates in this test were all staring intently at one person, Tun. Don't tell me they're all aiming to take that one person down? Just how strong must their opponent be? She wondered briefly. The test officially began, and all the contestants turned their hate-filled gazes toward Tun. He, however, maintained an unprecedentedly calm and cool demeanor. The battle unfolded with fierce intensity, featuring one spectacular, powerful blow after another. Everyone was targeting Tun, wanting to eliminate him first, but unexpectedly, Te Hun took them all on by himself with his ferocious killing intent. In the blink of an eye, they were sent flying like rag dolls, left scattered on the ground. Suddenly, clumps of tree roots shot up from below, wrapping tightly around his body. This attack came from the slant-eyed, all-green guy who was now laughing mockingly, challenging him. A challenge? Te Hun would deal with every single one of them. He quickly broke free from the roots and sent the guy face-planting with a single kick. Te Hun let them come at him one by one, calmly and collectedly wiping them all out with the fighting spirit of a true knight. His blazing killing intent, like a raging fire, was so intense it even made the audience members below feel nauseous. Everyone thought he was indescribably insane. After the dust settled from the chaotic battle, Te Hun let out a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, among the defeated, one girl remained standing, Lim A. Jiang. When Te Hun brought up the kiss they shared before, her face turned beet red with embarrassment, and her rage erupted into a roaring prison of ice. A Jiang pointed her scepter at Te Hun, angrily declaring that she wouldn't let that happen again this time. A moment later, just as Te Hun had predicted, she was once again defeated at his feet. The outcome was the same, but she truly was a tough opponent, that Lim A. Jiang, and so, the third test came to a satisfying conclusion, with the victory, of course, belonging to him. The chairman personally summoned him to a room to present his reward. Congratulations, Te Hun, on becoming an S-rank awakened. I honestly never thought the third test would end so simply. It's truly no wonder you were able to conquer the double apocalypse dungeon before. He had high praise for Te Hun. Mr. Te Hun, after this test, do you have any plans to join the Korean Awakened Association? What do you think about enlisting in our organization of awakened beings? His words left Te Hun utterly stunned. So many things had changed. Even though I've accomplished a lot in this Awakened Association's test, to be honest, I'm still not strong enough to be considered a high-level player. But they're inviting me to join the association as an official member. If I were to join the organization, I would have many opportunities for growth and receive a great deal of support from the association. But joining the association would also place many restrictions on my activities. In the end, Te Hun respectfully declined the chairman's offer. The chairman, in shock, slammed his hand on the table, unable to believe he had been rejected so bluntly. Actually, the reason is quite simple. Instead of joining an association or some organization, even with the help from such powerful backers, my own actions would be severely restricted. Therefore, I believe it would be better for me to operate as a solo player, Te Hun replied while sipping his tea. After hearing him say that, the chairman suddenly burst out laughing. He found the young man very confident. Well then, I have another proposal. Instead of joining the association, would you be willing to be a member participating in the tournament for Asia's Top Awakened? He offered. At the Asian Friendship Games, Te Hun would once again shake the world. Each country has 5 representatives selected from associations or guilds in Asia who compete by hunting demons and monsters. But to be chosen as a national representative, a player needs to have hunted a certain number of monsters and have contributed to the country. You need to have something called contribution value. That's easier said than done. I've only just become a player. If I want to catch up to the contribution value that others have accumulated over many years, I'll have to hunt stronger demons or monsters. However, considering the dungeons that will be announced in Korea within the next month, even if I cleared every single one of them, I still wouldn't have enough contribution value, and I can't level up that quickly either. As I thought. Even if it's dangerous, that's the only place left to go. Te Hun strode straight into the dungeon before him. In a certain castle, the chairman of the Taeson Corporation was lashing out at his servants because his successor to Taeson was lying in a hospital, while the one responsible for it was running around freely. Just then, a guest from the Vicious Association came to see him. He was already furious, and now had to entertain a guest, so he cursed in frustration, when suddenly, a faint demonic aura crept through the room. Sadhu, the vice leader of the Vicious Association, had entered, his eyes filled with malice as he told the chairman to calm himself. At that moment, as Taehyun was stepping out of a dungeon, he saw that someone was already waiting for him at the entrance. I will guide player Taehyun to the auction house. I am Pagan Wong, an A-rank player of Alchemist. It's a great honor to meet you, he said, trembling all over, and even added that he was a fan of Taehyun. That really left him speechless. This is the largest auction house in Asia, Esport. It boasts the grandest scale in Asia and the most valuable items up for auction. It also provides on-the-spot translation services. Esport has many advantages, but the best part about it is, of course, its security. When members of the association participate in the auction, it is our responsibility to escort them to the venue, just as I am for you. Because White Point constantly changes its location, you can't get here without permission. Perhaps that's why there hasn't been a single security breach in decades. Gan Yuang rambled on, explaining to Taehyun that this place was considered the most secure location in the world. However, today, this place will suffer an attack from an S-rank demon, he thought to himself. At that moment in the auction hall, the MC was introducing the Phoenix Potion. Taehyun was still waiting for the S-rank demon's attack, planning to reap the contribution points. The only problem was the lack of information. The news before his regression only stated that XP had suffered devastating losses. The attacker was an S-rank demon named Narendra Nehru, so who on earth managed to subdue it? Taehyun pondered this, then called Gan Wong over to ask who was in charge of overall security today. Before he could even answer, the demon Ryo Isaka, an S-rank player from Japan, swaggered towards Taehyun with his entourage. He's the one in charge of overall security here, but you have to be careful. He's the type to kill his own comrades for personal gain. Among players, he's known as the Demon. Gan Yuang whispered in Taehyun's ear. Isaka extended his hand to greet him, but the moment Taehyun grasped his left hand, a jolt of electricity shot through his body. Seeing this, the man roared with triumphant laughter, enraging Taehyun. The electric current made everyone else nearby breathless and weak. Damn it, if I fight him here, innocent people will get hurt, Taehyun thought, breaking into a cold sweat. Suddenly, Isaka let go of his hand. Then he pulled Taehyun into a hug and whispered in his ear, "You get it, right? Just because we're both S-rank doesn't mean we're on the same level. I don't know what you're doing here, but stop your pointless meddling, be a good boy, and get lost." With that, a satisfied Isaka turned and walked away, leaving Taehyun speechless with rage. Meanwhile, two other groups of Awakeners had accidentally come face to face. They met at an intersection near the portal management office. The bald guy's group looked particularly bloodthirsty. He brandished his blade, ready to take care of the rival group. Elsewhere, in a dark cave, Narendra Nehru was performing a dark ritual. This mysterious S-rank awakener was using his necromancy to control his ferocious beast. Countless bodies lay scattered at his feet, and the foul stench of death hung heavy in the air. "Sir, the situation has become a bit complicated. An unexpected person has appeared at the auction house. Korea's rising S-rank player, Taehyun, is present at the auction. We didn't account for this. What should be our next move?" His minions ran up to him, asking frantically, but Nehru remained supremely confident. He felt the boy was nothing but an insect. If Taehyun faced him, he wouldn't even be in the same league. "No one can escape the punishment of God," Nehru declared menacingly. At that moment, in a high-rise building by the sea, a terrifying explosion erupted. The blast caused severe casualties among everyone at the conference. Gan Wong screamed in terror, yelling that the situation had become extremely complicated. They had to evacuate the auction house quickly and get to safety. Taehyun hadn't expected the attack to begin so soon. Explosions were going off everywhere in the auction house, but this seemed to be just a terrorist attack. The S-rank demon, the main culprit, and my true target, still hasn't appeared. Taehyun witnessed the violent explosion before him, his mind racing, as countless screams filled the air, creating a scene of utter chaos. The sound of gunfire from the terrorists rang out through the thick smoke and dust. They began shouting their orders. "Everybody stay still, put all your valuables on the ground, now. Any bastard who resists will die." But before he could even finish his sentence, his head flew from his shoulders, sent away by a bloody slash from Taehyun. He called out to Gan Wong, "The situation here is dangerous. Go report to the Awakeners Association and have them send reinforcements immediately. As for me, I'll handle things here myself," he said confidently, the murderous aura from the bloodlust blade in his hand surging violently. Over on the other side, a group of violent Awakeners was using force to steal the auction items for themselves. A fierce and bloody battle broke out. After taking out all the security guards, they successfully got their hands on the unique grade treasure, the Blood Phoenix. This was the very item Lord Nehru wanted from the auction. Looking at its effects, they were truly terrifying. For high-level awakeners, increasing their strength is nearly impossible. But just by using this, they could boost their power to a whole new level. Now, all we have to do is go back and deliver this item. The leader rejoiced inwardly. But they celebrated too soon. A deafening explosion suddenly ripped through the air. It sent them all flying dozens of meters back. A mysterious person had ambushed them, and what's more, they possessed a stealth skill. This caught them completely off guard. The group was taken down one by that ferocious, murderous aura, falling like flies. The cunning leader used light chains to restrain Te Hun, inwardly celebrating, thinking he had finally gotten him. But how foolish. With a single flick of his wrist, he shattered the chains, his eyes gleaming with sinister energy as he let out a dark chuckle. He looked over at them. At the management office, by the auction house's portal gate, everyone was being restrained by the monsters, their hands and feet bound tightly. The MU master was extremely pleased that everything was going more smoothly than he'd imagined. The summoning of that being will proceed without a hitch. Now, I just need to get my hands on the Phoenix blood, and it'll all be complete. Before he could finish, a subordinate burst in. He reported that the Dai Ki group had found the Phoenix blood, but they were currently facing some trouble. From the other end of the line, Taeun's powerful voice spoke, introducing himself as the one who had taken the Phoenix blood from the Dai Ki group. If you want it back, then come and face me now. I'll be waiting for you here. That rotten S-rank bastard? Hearing this, Neru was so furious he could spit blood, his eyes filled with killing intent, as he vowed to deal with Toon. At the auction house, dead bodies were scattered everywhere. Kim Te Hun chugged the bottle of Phoenix blood. Looking at the bottle of Phoenix blood in his hand, Kim Te Hun felt power surging through him. All right, my stamina has increased by 1 point, and my magic has increased by 1 point. Looking at the concoction shimmering with a brilliant light, he thought that Phoenix blood really was something else. Its effects were truly unparalleled. Back in the dungeon, even after I equipped the Supreme Ring, my stats didn't increase this much. Kim Te Hun smiled with a satisfied look on his face. Now that I've finished this bottle of Phoenix blood, that bastard won't find anything to steal here. The sound of someone's footsteps approached. It was Rio, with an expressionless face, and his subordinates. Seeing the scene filled with bodies strewn about, one of them stepped forward to check. Is no one left alive? Another man, with beads of sweat on his face, said, a call was made from here to the security team's hotline earlier. How did it end up like this down here? The culprit who did this has already escaped. A cunning laugh echoed. What are you talking about? Weren't you paying any attention at all? All the subordinates exclaimed. What do you mean, sir? A dark, scheming expression appeared on his face, along with a wicked smile. He said softly, the person responsible for all of this is standing right in front of us. His voice echoed through the dark cellar. Hey, I already know you're in here. Show yourself, Kim Te Hun. A pair of legs glowing with a purple light appeared. Kim Te Hun appeared, his body surrounded by a purple aura. I was sure I used my stealth skill. How did you manage to detect me? The two stood facing each other. Rio spoke with an arrogant tone. Stop beating around the bush. A newly promoted S-rank like you. What are you doing skulking around in here? You're the one who caused this whole mess, aren't you? Te Hun replied defiantly. What in the world are you talking about? You're the head of security at this Hungdong auction house. Why are you asking me? Terrorists invaded this place, attacked the auction goers, and slaughtered them. Where were you while all that was happening? Huh? Rio smirked cunningly. Of course, I had my reasons. Not that you'd need to understand them. Te Hun's eyes narrowed at him. I see. No wonder I felt something was off, especially with so many high-level security guards here. Te Hun reached into his pocket to pull something out. Every single nook and cranny was guarded. Before the terrorists even attacked this place, numerous bombs had already detonated all over the auction hall. I deduced that for all those bombs to be planted, it had to be an inside job, and it was just as I thought. The bombs went off at the exact moment the terrorists attacked. A glowing sword hilt slowly emerged from Te Hun's pocket. What a perfect coincidence. You really know what you're doing. As expected of a veteran S-rank, a spy working with them who also happens to be the head of security, no one would have ever thought of that. Rio bowed his head with a sinister laugh. He opened his mouth to speak, his entire body emitting a golden glow. You seem pretty smart, but you have your foolish moments. Don't you remember? I told you before to be smart and stay out of my way. With that, he vanished, leaving only streaks of golden light behind. Kim Te Hun gripped his sword, his face set in a defensive stance. He suddenly reappeared with a blade in hand, but Te Hun was prepared and managed to block his attack. Hand over the item you took, now. His face twisted into a vicious expression. Tae Hun smirked as he parried the blow. Funny. If you're good enough, then take me down and get it back yourself. The two clashed fiercely, creating blinding flashes of golden light. Afterward, only two white blurs could be seen, clashing with even more intense red sparks. Small stones rained down as a box was split in two. The subordinates shouted, "This is bad. We need to fall back. Now. We can't possibly interfere in a fight between two S ranks. Besides, everyone knows about Sir Rio's infamous reputation. If we're not careful and stay here, we could lose our lives in an instant. He's even killed his own comrades, who went through life and death with him." Tae Hun used his skills to attack. A sliver of doubt crossed Tae Hun's mind. This guy's fighting style is a little different from what I know. His method of attacking and countering seems quite unique. I rely on my instincts and the flow of the battle to make a move, but he relies on prediction and the sound of movement to react. This guy is no pushover. He can perceive my movements and then predict the appropriate counterattack. A flash of yellow light shot past, and Tae Hun was caught off guard, unable to defend in time. Rio. He suddenly unleashed a blow that sent Tae Hun flying. He clutched his injured arm and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He figured that even though they were both S-class with similar movement skills, their actual combat prowess was worlds apart. But regardless, Tae Hun suddenly leaped into the air. The surprised minions exclaimed, "Huh? Up there." Tae Hun's hand reached out like a demon from hell. He didn't even need to use predation for this. The minions were sucked upwards with tragic screams, his demonic hand controlling them and crushing them with unbelievable power amidst their agonizing cries. Tae Hun spoke, asking, "Where is the demon sword, Isaka Rio?" A sinister laugh echoed once more. "You've got some good combat skills, kid. You're good at hiding. But in terrain with this many obstacles, I can find you by sound alone." Rio was on the ceiling. "And now, you've revealed yourself to me. To repay you for what you did before, try and block this." My demon sword's heart-piercing slash, coming straight down on Rio brandished his sword, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Tae Hun struggled to defend himself. Two masked men were standing guard on the floor below. They immediately fled when they saw Rio's punch send Tae Hun crashing through the floor they were guarding. A blast of light pierced through several basement levels, sending debris flying everywhere. Rio stomped on his chest, pointing his sword at Tae Hun. Suddenly, he panicked. "What? What is this? How did you lock my demon sword?" Tae Hun smirked as chains of light appeared in his hands, binding the sword. He grinned. "It's true that even among S-class players, the difference in skill level is massive, you idiot." Rio's face was a mask of disbelief. "That bastard." Down below, after attacking those small fry outside, he revealed himself. He didn't do it to escape. He deliberately appeared to lure me into attacking him. He had already prepared this chains of light skill back then. After I attacked, he locked down all my movements, making it impossible for me to escape. Tae Hun's fist, wrapped in chains of light, swung forward. "Where are you going to run now?" The chains shot straight towards Rio. "You bastard, how could you do this to me?" He screamed in disbelief. The light chain fist flew forward, smashing directly into Rio's face. The punch distorted his face, and blood sprayed from his mouth. The multiple floors had been blasted into a single, terrifyingly dark hole. Inside the ruined auction house, Isaka Rio and his minions were bound by the chains of light, kneeling shamefully before Kim Te Hun, with their heads bowed. The glowing chains of light bound the minions tightly, their faces drained of all strength. Enraged and in disbelief, they struggled against the tight chains, refusing to accept defeat, but it was all futile. Isaka Rio knelt there, bound by the chains, his spirit unyielding. A fierce and resentful look appeared on his face. Rio sneered, gritting his teeth in hatred. Standing before him was Kim Te Hun, smiling triumphantly. Rio, still on the ground, roared with hatred. "You bastard, Kim Te Hun!" Kim Te Hun stood there and looked him straight in the eye, a scornful smile on his face. "I can't believe a high-ranking S-class player from Japan would become an accomplice to a bunch of thieves." Unable to bear the humiliation, Rio's face twisted with fury. He struggled to get up, roaring, "You bastard! It's because of you that this plan failed." A foot slammed directly into Rio's face. The impact made him gasp in pain. After the powerful kick, Rio was sent flying. Kim Te Hun's voice rang out, "You talk too much. Just accept your failure." Tae Hun was stunned to see his opponent's loyal minions still worrying about Isaka Rio. They stared in the direction he had been flung, their faces filled with panic and terror. They looked towards Isaka Rio and screamed with concern, "Lord Isaka Rio, are you all right?" Tae Hun's eyes widened as he glared at them. "If you know what's good for you, tell me where your leader, that bastard Narendra Nehru, is." Isaka Ryo lay in agony amidst the rubble, his eyes squeezed shut. Kim Te Hun's voice echoed in his ears. If you talk, you'll get a lighter sentence. If not, that's fine too. The guilds have already been alerted. They'll be at this auction house soon enough. Of course, when the major awakened guilds get here, both you and your leader, Narendra Nehru, will be dead either way. Lying in the wreckage, Isaka Ryo opened his mouth and let out a mocking smirk. You say they're coming to help? You're so naive. A complete rookie. Kim Te Hun's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped in shock. What did you say? Hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway, and the base door was thrown open. Everyone at work stopped, staring in astonishment at the door that had just been opened. A portly man with round glasses and long, graying hair and a beard rushed into the command room, where electronic monitors were flashing. Beads of sweat dotted his face as he yelled, his voice ragged and breathless from running so fast. The support teams. Why haven't we seen any support teams at the Dawn auction house yet? This man is the 4th-ranked guild member, the S-rank alchemist guildmaster, Seo Sang-ik. Seo Sang-ik looked at the two men before him, one young and one old, as he analyzed the current situation. Don't you realize there are countless rare items at that auction house? Not to mention the many VIP clients from both Korea and other countries attending. If the awakened guilds don't send support quickly, the auction house won't be able to hold out against these robbers. The older man, wearing an eye patch over one eye, with a goatee and neatly slicked back hair, remained calm. Relax, sir. Just calm down for a moment. We are already aware of all that. The moment the terrorist attack began, a warning was sent out to all the guilds. The guilds have already prepared their reinforcement forces. The one leading the support guilds is the player Park Sung-jin. He's accompanied by powerful S-rank awakened beings. In his mind, an image formed of the mighty reinforcement troops led by the formidable Park Sung-jin. Seo Sang-ik was stunned, a single bead of sweat rolling down his forehead in shock. Then why haven't they departed to reinforce the auction house yet? If there are any issues, they can contact us, and we will provide them with our full support. That's not the problem. We've considered everything else, but the single most crucial issue has yet to be resolved. And that is, there is no way to get to the auction house. He slammed his hand down on the table. His eyes blazed with fury. Seo Sang-ik grew even more frantic, more sweat dripping from his brow. What did you say? The man with his long hair tied back neatly answered him. Those bastards. They were prepared for this. When they attacked the auction house, they immediately went for the teleportation gate control room. Now, they have complete control over all the gates. As a result, every single one of them has been locked down. This time, Seo Sang-ik couldn't believe it. The gates are locked? That's right, but you don't need to worry too much. He replied with a calm, matter-of-fact tone. Luckily, we still have 2 S-rank players at the auction house, Isaka Ryohei and Kim Te Hun. An image of Isaka Ryohei's evil face flashed through his mind, his sword radiating a blinding light. The newly promoted S-rank player Kim Te Hun may be new, but he's already incredibly strong. On the robbers' side, their leader, Narendra Nehru, is the only S-rank among them. Kim Te Hun appeared in his thoughts, with amber eyes, a smirking mouth, and a red aura surrounding him. He was extremely confident. All that's left is for us to wait until our side creates a new gate connecting to the auction house. But I think by that time, the 2 S-rank players over there will have managed the situation and bought us plenty of time. All we need to do now is wait for the technicians to fix the gate problem. But the opponent those 2 players are facing, that bastard, Narendra Nehru, he's no ordinary foe. As those words were spoken, a pair of black high heels, everyone looked in shock towards the door, where the speaker had just appeared. Player Yu Ah-young, what are you doing here? The girl with the stylish short hair and a cold expression, dressed in a black suit, appeared before them. The scene shifts to the Dawn auction house, where Isaka Ryohei and his underlings are bound by light chains, with Isaka kneeling before Kim Te Hun. Isaka Ryohei looked up, a mocking smirk on his face. There's something you haven't thought of, Narendra Nehru. He isn't simple. With his pact with the devil skill, you're going to die very quickly. Kim Te Hun asked, confused. Pact with the devil skill? Isaka replied, his face still twisted in that same smug, mocking expression. Just as the name implies, he can communicate with and summon demonic beings from the demon world. Depending on the number of sacrifices, he can summon demons of different levels. So, do you really think you can defeat him? Not when he has such a high-level support skill. Isaka's mind conjured images of terrifying and powerful demonic beings. Kim Te Hun was a bit surprised and asked in disbelief, are you saying he's going to offer sacrifices to the demon world? Isaka let out a sinister laugh, his face dark. That's right. And what the demon world desires most are souls. And the sacrifices you're wondering about are human beings. The scene shifts back to the guild office, where Yu Ah-young had just said the same thing. Everyone was frozen, unable to believe what they had just heard from Yu Ah-young. Even the man with the goatee was stunned. What? What did you just say? The other two also hurriedly asked for clarification. Then the number of hostages and low-level players at the auction house. It's massive. Those are the very souls he can sacrifice to the demon world to summon a high-level demon. On top of that, he himself is an S-rank player. His subordinates are also numerous high-level, skilled mercenary, awakened beings. At this point, So Sang-ik could no longer remain calm. He screamed in terror. This is bad. He's going to capture all the hostages there and sacrifice them. We need to act fast. This is something we never considered. Yu Ah-young's turquoise eyes grew even darker as she spoke. That's right, it seems an absolute catastrophe is about to unfold at the Dawn auction house. The scene changes back to the auction house, where Tae-hyun is gripping Isaka Ryohei. He gets up from the ground, raising his fist towards Isaka Ryohei. Tae-hyun's face is a mask of fury and indignation. You bastard! How could you do this? Are human beings just sacrifices to you? Isaka Ryohei's laugh grows louder, his smile turning wicked. You may have beaten me, Kim Te Hun, but you'll never be able to stop Narendra Nehru's plan. The outcome is already decided. You should just give up. In fact, if you untie me right now and get on your knees to beg for forgiveness, I might just take you on as my underling. Kim Tae-hyun's expression darkens even further. Isaka Ryohei laughs even harder. But if you choose to fight against Narendra Nehru, the only thing you'll get is your soul being annihilated as a sacrifice to the demon world. His laughter echoes. Kim Tae-hyun slams him against the wall, raising his fist high. A crimson sun hangs over the Dawn auction house. Waves crash against the shore, turning the water white. Inside, thousands of hostages are kneeling on the ground. Above them, terrifying demonic creatures stare down at the captives. High above, a figure looks down upon the hostages. A subordinate reports to a man with dark, blood-red eyes and a long beard. Lord Narendra Nehru, it seems Isaka Ryohei has failed. The masked subordinate continues his report. We sent men to find him, but there's no trace of him. The Blood Phoenix has also disappeared along with him. What should we do now, sir? Narendra just chuckles nonchalantly. Forget it. It seems we have a competent S-rank player here, but that little rat can't do anything to us. They're still waiting for reinforcements from the guilds, but the gates are already closed. He stretches out his hand as streams of black light appear. The kneeling hostages below are ensnared by the black aura and lifted high into the air. The remaining people scream in terror and despair at the sight. In the spell's grip, a girl's neck is squeezed as if by an invisible hand. Narendra Nehru controls the streams of black light, torturing the hostages. The captive hostages can only scream in agony, and if that rat doesn't show himself, then we'll just proceed with the plan. Narendra Nehru says, all while controlling the hostages. The black light surrounding them intensifies. Now, the demon world will receive some truly high-quality souls. At this moment, Narendra Nehru looks like a true devil. His black eyes flash with a red glint. His smile is as sinister as a demon's, and he radiates streams of dark, black light. Looking down on him from above, his dark, murderous aura grows more intense. The lights went out. In the darkness, the hostages' fear and panic intensify. The guards in their demon masks become alert. What the hell? Why did the power go out now? We made sure the bombs wouldn't destroy the power plant. It's pitch black. I can't see a thing. And we still need power for the machinery. Narendra Nehru's sinister face appears, his demonic, dark eyes glowing.